So, do you agree that when you map the entirety of Earth, you get this idea that it turns into a sphere?
No.
No, so you don't think that when you take these measurements, 69 miles per degree, and then you get 24,901 miles circumference, and then you have a 6,210 radius from the equator to the North Pole, that invokes a curve because pi can't equal 2?
I think that's true. But
Okay,
I
so then do
disagree
you
that
agree then that is a sphere?
I agree that that's a sphere.
Okay, so what made the ball a sphere? Like, what made the Earth a sphere?
Gravity?
Yes, okay. And does gravity have entailments of dark matter? Essentially, 96% of the universe is found to be missing mass.
85%.
It does. None of that
Okay,
matters.
80. I'll grant 85%, but I just want to.
None of that.
I want
None
to
of
get
that matters.
no, but it does. It is important because it is the entailments of what space and time bending.
All right. I get that you think that that's an entailment, and you want to talk about dark matter.
Well,
none of that is
but
relevant.
Okay, but do you agree that the mainstream, if we go deep into the conversation of gravity, that eventually dark matter will have to be brought up?
I agree that you will. That when we're 1 micrometer deep into the conversation, you will bring it up.
Okay,
Yes.
but so if it is the case that we have dark matter, is dark matter something that someone can explain, or is that impossible to explain, the missing mass? And right now we just have a mathematical placeholder.
I don't agree.
Oh, so you can explain dark matter to me?
I can explain
We
why
have
we
theories.
have dark matter.
You can explain what it is, like what it weighs, where it is. Like you can give me an empirical test. You could give me an empirical test for it. For something they call missing mass, which they just made a mathematical placeholder.
So I can explain your misconceptions about dark matter. Would that work?
No, I would like you to explain to me what dark matter is.
So dark matter is some sort of matter that, as far as we can tell, does not interact with light. It's very likely some kind of exotic mass. Meaning
exotic, like impossible to explain.
How do we know it doesn't interact with light?
Because we see. That's a great question. You said that's a great question. Listen to this, Noah. Tora. The reason we know it doesn't interact with light is because there are certain effects that we recognize as being caused by gravity. For example, gravitational lensing, resulting in what's called Einstein crosses or Einstein rings. That's a very specific kind. Just a minute. That's a very specific kind of distortion of light caused by supermasses. In most cases,
do you understand?
Just a second. Let me just finish this.
Do you understand that there's
let me just finish. Let me just finish. Then you can, then you can jump in. In most cases, we see the mass causing the distortion, but in some cases, we do not see the mass causing the distortion. So we see a mass. We see a distortion that we would normally attribute to being caused by a supermassive quasar. But in this case, we don't see the quasar. So we say, we see an effect we recognize as gravitational, but we don't see, and we think we should see the mass causing it, but we don't see it. Therefore, we see an effect we recognize as gravitation, but we don't see the mass that is causing the gravitation. So that's...
So it does affect light.
Well, it affects space-time, but it doesn't affect light the way that normal mass does.
Yeah. Okay, so and our point, I guess, is just on a serious note, the idea is for us is that even in your model, you have this 97 when you make up, dark matter, dark energy, 97% missing part of the equation.
85% for the second time.
It doesn't matter. All right, none of this is relevant. But go ahead. Yes.
Well, no.
So
my point being is that
zeroed in on dark matter.
Well, it's dark matter dark matter and dark energy. I think it's 96%. Look it up. The point is that the point being is that you're saying in 1 second you just said, and maybe you can clarify it. You're saying that dark matter does not affect light, right? And then you're saying that we're using light and the lensing effect to determine that there's dark matter. Is that right?
So, all right. So you have to. So do you know what gravitational?
See how there's
lensing-
another contradiction in
Yeah, I know. Isa, because I credited you with
yet another one, and another one, and another one.
credited you
There's
with too much
contradiction after contradiction. But go on.
Okay. Do you understand what gravitational lensing is? Can you explain that in your own words?
I mean, the idea that you're going to have some mass and its effect creating a bending of light.
Okay,
Is that what you're
no,
saying?
no. Okay, right. You can't
Explain it
explain
to
it in
me.
your own. Okay, so
Well,
gravitational
I'm
lensing.
curious what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put a picture in the chat. So gravitational lensing is a warping of light because space time that it's traveling through is warped. So I'm putting in a picture of an Einstein ring. Take a look at that in chat in the chat. You see that? See how that galaxy is warped into a ring? Yes, Omnivore. I see the picture in the chat. I understand what you mean by warped into a ring.
Yeah, I had to get to the chat. But
Okay.
yeah. So, and that's
Okay. And here's another one.
I think what I just said, but okay, go on.
Well, it may be what I said, but then you claim that I was, double talking, and so I obviously need to be way more explicit with you, so that you can actually understand what we're talking about. So here's another gravitational lens. So what I want you to look at there is you see how that's like almost like a ring, right? Now you will notice that not everything on that picture is warped into a ring, right? It's pretty specific to light warping around a supermassive object. We understand that, right? It's a very specific kind of
Right. Okay. So, is that object that it's warping around dark matter?
No,
So, what is it warping around?
supermassive quasar.
Sounds like some fantastical bullshit, my man. But okay.
Dun dun dun. Right.
No. Because okay, so where? So what? So how is this proof that? How is hold on? How is this proof that light isn't affected by dark matter again?
I'm getting there. Okay. We also see light warping around the sun. All right. The sun is massive enough to cause a very faint distortion in the light around it. So we see stars move their apparent position as predicted by gravitational lensing. It's not as severe as the Einstein ring or the Einstein cross, which is a different, effect. But,
Okay, so where does light not get affected by dark matter now?
Okay, all right, I'm almost there. But Isa, because you're spouting this bullshit about you're not making sense.
I didn't spout any bullshit. I said that there's gravitational effects on light. And
Okay,
you said no, and then you showed some pictures of gravitational effects on light,
So
right?
Isa,
You make arguments that don't exist, and
yeah, I know. I have to
what the
explain
fuck
this
you're
one
talking
step at a
about.
time because instead of listening to the whole
No,
argument,
dude, you're retarded, so you think you do.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
all.
I got
Hurry
it.
up,
Yeah,
bro. Get to the point. Get to the point.
All right, so I'm educating you. So we see the warping effect on.
No,
light
you're not
from
educating me. You're pretending like you are. Go on.
If you could explain this yourself, I wouldn't say that, but you can't. So
I explained gravitational lensing. You said nuh-uh, and then showed pictures
Yeah.
of gravitational lensing.
Yeah,
So
you- yeah,
carry
yeah,
on.
yeah.
You look retarded. Go on. What's the
Okay,
next?
good.
What's so?
All right.
Prove to me
So-
how dark matter is not affecting light, and that's
So-
how you know it
okay.
exists.
Okay, so you see that place where the light coming from another object, let's say object A and object B. The light coming from object A is warped by object B. All right, is that clear enough?
Yep. Go on.
Okay. We see the warping effect on object A, but we don't see object B.
Okay, and that proves dark matter.
So, because
You're
we
not
believe,
retarded. Do you understand how retarded you sound? Do you understand how retarded you sound?
well, no. Well, why is that retarded? Why does that sound retarded?
Think about it for like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I know all about it, and I know it's not retarded. So go ahead.
Now you sound more retarded. But okay.
I know. This is look. you don't have to be defensive about this. Everybody.
No, you're using a non. Hold on. So let me just get this right. You're using the fact that there isn't a warping of the light as proof that there's dark matter.
No. Oh my God. No. The opposite.
Oh my God.
That's like that there is a warping of the light, but in some cases,
there's a warp. Hold on, Omni. Let's before you pretend like you're a teacher. Hold on. You said there's one piece of light that's close to a planet and it affects the light, right? Then you said there's another light that goes through that doesn't appear to be affected. Is that right?
No.
Holy shit.
Is any of this empirical?
Is any of this like? Are you?
Can I define
just stick to one
empiricism
fucking
for us real
story,
quick?
Omni.
I know, right? I know. I keep trying to explain it, and you get upset when I try to explain it. So it's obviously I'm not able to explain to you. So the light.
You're a horrible teacher. You're a horrible teacher if you're trying to explain to me.
I can't finish a sentence. That's kind of going to be the case.
Well, I'm trying to make it make sense, and then I can follow along. You know,
light is coming from imagine there's one galaxy and one supermassive quasar in the universe, and then there's our solar system somewhere, distant from that. The light comes from the galaxy and is warped by the supermassive quasar into a ring, into an Einstein ring. So when we see the distant galaxy, we see it as that ring because the light is being warped around this supermassive quasar. You got that? Yes, Omnivore, I understand that. Or no, Omnivore, I don't understand.
Yes, I got you, bud. Yep.
Okay. All right. Okay. So in that case, we can see both the galaxy warped into a ring and we can see the quasar. We see both of them. All right. You got me so far? Now, that's case A. Now we're doing case B as in Bravo. I see the galaxy warped into a ring.
This is empirical?
Empirical meaning dealing with observation, yes.
Let him get through it. He's got this far.
I'll ask you, I think, do you agree that empirical proof refers to evidence gathered through direct observation or experimentation rather than relying on theory or speculation?
They're using fucking. I'll grant that they're using fucking. What do you call it? Telescopes. But go on with the idea, because
all right.
I think
so.
Because remember,
in case B, we see the light warped into a circle, but we do not see the quasar. We're looking for the quasar, and we don't see anything against the blackness of space. No matter how carefully we look, we don't see the quasar, and we should see it. We should absolutely see that supermassive object. But we don't. For some reason, that quasar is invisible to us, even though from everything we know about it, from the direction we're seeing it and the angle and how the light is being warped, we should absolutely see that fucker, but we don't see it. So we say, well, this is some kind of quasar that doesn't show up for our telescopes.
Okay. And is that your proof for dark matter?
Well,
so check it out. Could you agree? Because immediately, in my head, I think of, you know how you can see a rainbow from a certain angle, but if you step a couple feet over, you can't see the rainbow anymore.
Okay.
That would explain that to me. Because you're looking at light and light is malleable. It might actually be that there's no fucking quasar. It's just light behaving like, something through an atmosphere. And maybe you're not experiencing anything to do with a fucking quasar. Maybe you're just observing the effects of light. Right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Right. So that makes sense to me versus 97% of my fucking universe is made up of this shit that we can't fucking detect.
85%.
Oh, Boomer,
cry about it, Boomer. Cry about it.
Doesn't matter, Boomer. It just don't give him. Don't worry about that. None of that's important. So what you just described right there could be the case if it fit any of the data, okay? But it doesn't. It doesn't fit anything it doesn't fit what we're seeing. It could be this is okay, I guess in some universe it could be that. Why would I think it's this case of the malleability of light? And the answer is we have no reason to think that. There's no theory of light or theory of gravity or theory of anything that would make us think that that this is the case.
And what theory of light are you working with there?
I'll go back to Maxwell.
Like corpuscular light theory, or which one?
I'll go with modern light theory.
Okay, what is that?
It's a bunch of different things.
Oh, okay.
Electromagnetic radiation.
Can you?
I mean,
But is it possible to pin down what you're talking about, or you have to be vague to avoid this scenario for a specific reason?
I'm trying not to get sidetracked. I want Issa to
well,
be
you've
like,
already been sidetracked because you went
No,
to dark matter and you're demonstrating that it's impossible to explain empirically. Therefore, you have taken my position. You said because there is no other explanation, right? You're like, because it seems that when we look through our paradigm, which is not part of the empiricism, you don't look through a theory first in order to determine if the theory is correct. That's ridiculous circular reasoning. So therefore, what you have to do in order to make sense of it is you have to develop your theory and then look
in your head.
your observation through
You guys
that
got to theorize harder, man. Theorize harder.
So no, Issa,
Instead of actually have evidence for anything.
All right, so let me explain to you how science works, because Sora apparently needs it explained as well.
No, dude, you think you're like some teacher, bro.
Just a minute, Issa. Just a minute, Issa. You start with a phenomenon that you observe. All right. So in this case, we observe gravitational lensing. Then you have a hypothesis. Got it, Tora? A hypothesis.
But gravitational lensing is the hypothesis.
No.
The observation is light. The observation is light doing what it's doing. You calling it gravitational lensing is some double-think preemptive bullshit.
So, okay, I got it. Okay, so we see the galaxy.
It is what it is, man.
Yeah, I understand. I understand that. It sounded great in your head. We see the galaxy wrapped into a...
No, hold on. How are you not superimposing what the concept of what you're talking about by saying it's gravitational lensing? Like, you're already insisting that it's gravitational lensing.
I'm using the term.
That's weird. It's not an observation. That's not science.
I know. That sounds brilliant to you. You're like, I am so clever.
No.
Yes.
No, it's just
yes, you are. Yes.
Trying to put it out to you.
It's sounding super clever. It's not. So the reason why it's not especially clever is because I'm using the term gravitational lensing in lieu of the words, we see a galaxy that is warped into a ring.
An image we refer to as gravitational lensing. That would be proper. That would be scientific.
We can say that, sure. That is now referred to as gravitational lensing. So we see,
I like that.
We see this shape, and we know we don't see this shape in galaxies, normally, but we do see this shape in galaxies where the light is coming to us around another object that is a supermassive object. Okay. Now, so we say, I have a theory that the supermassive object is making this galaxy look like it's warped into a ring. And we say, should our theory of gravity and our theory of light, do they support that, that conjecture? And the answer is yes. According to Einstein's theory of relativity.
What theory of light?
Well, yeah, according to rainbows, like if you're just off to it, it supports hologram universe then too, right?
You should okay, if you're gonna say, you're just
it does though, right? Just say yes. No, I'm just saying it also supports that theory. Because my theory is that maybe you're looking like I'm saying, like maybe you're looking at that apparent thing that you've got to, when you look at it from this angle, it's right there. And then when you look at it from a different angle, it's covered in dark matter, right? Let's say, is that my theory is that, like, let's say maybe you're just changing the angle of the way you're looking at the object, and therefore you can't see it anymore because it doesn't really exist. It's just an effect of light. That makes sense too, right? Because I could replicate that, right?
So, I don't know. I'm not sure. So, let me.
I know your brain's trying to work, Omni. I get it.
I want to say yes just to agree with you. But I suspect that if we iron it out, you're going to say a bunch of stuff that I do not agree with.
Well, no, the point is, if I ironed it out, I would have microcosms for my theory, and you wouldn't have any microcosms for your theory. See how science works?
I don't know what a microcosm is.
Think about it.
So, yeah, okay. All right. So, just so we're clear, the reason why we think that there is dark matter is because we see the effects that in other conditions we ascribe to gravitational effects, but we don't see the mass causing the gravitational effects. Same with the rotation speeds of galaxies. Some galaxies rotate faster than the visible mass indicates they should, which leads us to say, hey, we think that rotational speeds of galaxies is based on their mass. And for some galaxies, it works out perfectly. For other galaxies, it does not work out perfectly. Therefore, we say, well, it looks to us like there's something causing that increased rotational speed, but for whatever reason, with our telescopes, we don't see it. We don't see the amount of light and heat waves coming off of that galaxy that we think we should see for that speed. So we see effect of mass, but we don't see the mass itself. So if you think that's some kind of bizarre doublespeak, shine on, you crazy diamond, but it's really not.
No, I tell you what, here's the thing, Omni, is that these ideas are they're fucking trippy. They're very interesting. In fact, I don't think I'd be so offended by them if it wasn't put in my face as though it's the only explanation and it is what it is, and deal with it, flatty. You know what I mean? I just think the idea that you guys don't entertain the paradoxic, every position of paradox within these arguments. And for that, it's it intellectually removes people from the conversation once you can't accept that it might not be the fact of the matter. And it's if you're going to argue from a point of this is complete tangible shit, right? Then that to me, it's when there are alternative examples that you're just going to poo-poo because of your religious fervor for the model.
You say
that's
that.
Well, what makes you think they
it's-
haven't looked at
it
the
is a religion.
alternative?
Have you
What's
ever talked to a cosmologist about dark matter, or just a astrophysicist?
I don't know, not specifically. Maybe I didn't unwittingly. I didn't know if the person was a cosmologist. I haven't gotten into it like that. But
So
Fred Hoyle. Do you know who Fred Hoyle is? Do you know who Fred Hoyle is?
I don't.
Fred Hoyle is a cosmologist that was just had some cool theories and statements about cosmology. And I think if more people appreciated real cosmology and the wondrous, mysterious shit that it is, then I think then it would be more intriguing. But because it's taught as though it's a matter of fact, it's kind of like when a preacher makes a sermon and then the people who heard the sermon take it and tell everyone what they thought the sermon was about, or they read a scientific paper and then are convinced that that's what's going on. And I just don't think, I think it's a disservice to what science is actually proposing. Do you know what I mean? But I can, I can appreciate it's a trippy fucking psychedelic worldview, the globe. I just think there's certain flaws in it, and there's certain, and I think there's flaws in all of it. There is no cosmological certainty, but I think at all costs, Globers just want to have that certainty, like a child needs their blanket or something. It's just weird to me, dude. There's more mystery involved than concrete proof, and anyone who takes a concrete position about it is like a child.
So, yeah, let me address that. So, when I say we see the effects of dark matter, but we don't see the mass causing the dark matter, and you say you're just contradicting yourself, I'm like, how is that a contradiction? And
well, the contradiction is this. The contradiction is this, Omni, that you're dealing with 97% of missing the equation. I used to talk about, it's like imagine betting on a team that you only know the letter of the first name of the team. So you only know the letter. You don't know the sport you're playing in. You don't know the fucking category. You don't know how good the team is in relationship to any of the other teams. You don't know how many other teams are even in the league. You don't even fucking know anything. But somebody's asking you, I want you to bet your whole cosmological philosophy on the idea that we've got 3% of the fucking equation. And if you can't like, that's a fact for the globe. And that's what makes fucking like the stars in the south like dismissible. Because you guys then come along and say, you can cry about it in a minute, Trouble. The point is that 97% of dark matter and dark energy collective makes up your universe.
85.
You know 3% of the equation. And you're going to
15.
tell me that I got to make a cosmological base. I put a link in the chat for the 97%. Go have a look, please. But anyway,
Okay.
the fucking point is that 97% of the equation is missing for your belief.
Okay. So that was a lot, and it's not meaningful. So what is...
Because you're retarded, and you can't understand what I said. That's why it's
I
not
do
meaningful
understand
to
what
you.
you said. I do understand.
Oh, for sure. 100%, bro. For
Man, you
100%.
should let
You
him
can't fathom
respond,
it.
man.
So what is contradictory about saying we see the effect of the mass, but we don't see the mass? What's the contradiction?
What's it? Oh, forgive me. What was I had water on it?
I say we see the effect of the mass, but we don't see the mass itself. And you say that's contradictory. You're contradicting yourself. What's the contradiction there?
No. I'm not saying that's I'm saying that's an observation, is what you just.
So yeah.
What you just hold on, let me explain. What you just explained was an observation. Okay.
Yes.
The theory that you proposed, gravitational, like because of gravitational lensing, it's like because of leprechauns, I've got unicorns over here. It's like and fair enough, like I can come down Psychedelica Street with you if you want, but my point is,
you realize I don't get a chance to finish my statements when I'm talking with you?
yeah, get out. Probably a lot of people feel that way. I don't know. What do you want to say? What?
Okay. So I don't think that there's a contradiction there. All right. You can think it's like leprechauns, but the issue or the reason it's not like leprechauns is because this theory actually has math behind it and physics behind it that tells us how much lensing we should see for what mass. And if we don't see the amount of lensing for the right amount of mass where we can see the lensing and the mass, then we could falsify that theory. That is not going to work for some made-up theory of yours that doesn't have any numbers associated with it, or where you just reverse engineer the numbers from looking at
97% of your model is missing.
You realize
right?
I don't get a chance to finish. You realize I don't get a chance to finish.
You understand? You don't make responsible. You don't make like points.
Bro, you have to let him finish.
Dude, we don't have time for your communism, bro. Relax. We're going through something over here. We're a bunch of Americans having a problem. Let the Americans
let
talk.
Omni fucking.
Let the Americans talk.
The fuck you talking, dude? Don't be an asshole.
Isa, yeah, don't be an asshole. Okay, so what you have to understand is that when you're saying, you're contradicting yourself, that's not actually true. I'm not contradicting myself. I'm explaining to you, and I had to explain to you in great detail, apparently, what that statement means. The same way that apparently I tried to explain to you in great detail, but never got a chance to finish what you can't see the curve, because you can't go high enough up versus you see ships go over the curve, right? I had to explain that to you in great detail to explain to you why it's not a contradiction. But you're claiming that it's a constant series of contradiction either means you're just saying it as a defensive rhetorical condition, where you realize it's not actually a contradiction, but you say that because it kind of sounds like it could be, and you think it's a way of scoring points, or because you don't understand the statement. Okay, I prefer to go with ignorant rather than malicious.
No,
So
I think you guys.
can I just add in that dark matter is not the explanation for this rotation of the southern star?
Of course not. No,
I don't think it explains the rotation of the southern stars on a flat Earth either.
Yep. Yeah. The stars in the south, the view that we see of stars in the south has fuck all to do with dark matter.
Well, I'm just saying that like there's alternative explanations for light doing things that you guys see. That's what I was just gonna say, is that you guys pigeonhole into your limited, semi-retarded worldview. I understand you've been like, you've been carterized, kneecapped with your ability to actually entertain these ideas fully and express the depth of them. And I get it, you've been, internally castrated and choose this life. But like I just think there's more to it. As evidence of the fact that this conversation will continue with or without, who comes along with their shitty arguments.
Well, it
But
won't
I think that you
continue
could do a lot better arguing
until
for
the
the
globe
globe
is able to
if
finish.
you guys got rid of the boats going over the curve of the earth. It would make
I'm-
the globe acceptable. But because you're too short-sighted, you don't understand the
You
ramifications
don't
of
have an
letting that go.
explanation for a horizon on a flat Earth. You should be able to see
Yeah.
forever until it goes blurry.
See, you
You don't
guys
have an
come with that
explanation for
retarded
that.
shit of like, how come I can't see the Eiffel Tower from Brooklyn?
Well, your
This is what
explanation
makes
works.
more people flat earthers because you sound like imbeciles. It's
But
your
then you look
problem,
into the
not mine.
flat Earth reason for it, and that's even worse.
For you, it is because you can't logically think it through.
Well,
But that's
you
fine.
explain it to me now then. Why is there horizon on a flat
Well,
Earth
the laws
instead
of
of
perspective and
blurry?
the Rayleigh's
Oh, yeah.
criterion and your inability to see further. That's
A globe
kind of like
thing.
actually, if I go on the Weather Channel, it says, "Look, 10 miles visibility." You know what I mean? So like, it's pretty generally understood that my 10 miles of visibility has got nothing to do with the
Oh,
curvature of the fucking
so how
Earth.
so how far on a flat Earth can I
But you can
see?
be retarded and think that the curvature of the Earth affects
So
that for you,
so you
because
think
I
that
need a lot of retards to think we're going to go mine asteroids.
so
In
you think
fact,
that thing on your app says
$25
you can
for
see
my admission to my Star
Let me
Union.
talk. So you said
Sorry, go on.
that app thing that you can see 10 miles. So on a flat Earth, you'd go to the beach and you'd be able to see 10 miles on a flat Earth, would you? Like,
Well, I
how
mean,
far can you
according to the
see?
Weather Channel, right?
Well, where is the horizon on a flat Earth?
Right over there, right? Same one as the
Where?
globe, because
How far
it's
away?
always over there.
Ah, the same as the globe.
So it's somewhere right over there. Well, no, I'm just saying, like, both of us have to deal with the fact that the horizon is over there somewhere. It's always going to
Well,
be some distance away, and that you're always going to have to use light.
there's
You
a
know what I
nice
find interesting now?
line.
This is
It's
what's wild to me
only
is that
5 miles away. Why would it be that close on a flat Earth?
it's almost,
And such a
well, like,
close line.
again, it's like everywhere you go on Earth, the sky will be above you. You know what I mean?
That's
And it's like,
irrelevant.
that lends itself to the idea that, I live on a flat plane. Like, is the idea, I
Well,
think,
lends
you
itself to an
guys are
idea is
I
not
think
proof.
you're the historical epitome of mind controlled people because you literally accept nothing that as it presents itself to you. And you think that you live on an earth, or a sphere, even though it presents itself as flat. You think you're rotating, but you have no sense of curvature. And you're committed to calling out people who
Quit reading the
recognize
fucking
those
script, Lisa.
truths.
Stop reading the
Are you
It's
going
script.
to
not
let
a
us
script.
crawl?
Because you
You
live
guys,
on a
you're Bill
crawl?
Nye scripting it up, bro. What are you
you
talking
live
Yeah,
on
about?
can
an
you?
Earth where the South is a
Dude,
mystery, can never be mapped, ever mapped.
yeah,
The
I've
Earth can
said there's
never be mapped.
paradoxicals. Yeah,
That
we're comfortable with the
you have
paradox. And
got
light
the
is easier
you
to
can't have two
manipulate.
celestial poles, yet we have them. So you've got no explanation for
Yeah,
that.
easy
Except
peasy on a flat
be
earth.
light.
Easy peasy. Easy
Well,
peasy.
Your
No,
model's so much worse than the globe model's not funny.
Isa, mostly what you've deployed in this conversation is interrupting people trying to explain the globe to you. That's most of what you've done. Is
Well, it's
don't
because you're
let
retards. And that's what I'm
well,
talking about. Like,
don't
talking
let
about
them finish.
if you
Don't
guys
let them
brought up
finish
the
the statement.
evidence, what evidence can you bring? You can't bring anything that doesn't contradict your own model. That was my
No,
point from the beginning.
Neither
Yeah.
can
no.
you.
No, we can fucking explain it away. In fact, I
You
explained, for
can't.
instance, your lack of being able to see a quasar as my rainbow
No.
demonstration. Well,
Explain the
you
two
guys got to go
celestial
ahead and make
poles.
up some shit about dark matter, and we're going to need to
Explain
have
the two
that because we
celestial
can't see
poles.
it, even though, well,
Give
it's
me a
let's
map.
say
Give me a map of the flat
you got
Earth.
light. I mean, I'll use the Gleasons. The Gleasons
You've
works
got
great.
nothing. Well, Australia doesn't look like that
No, the
in real
Gleasons is
life, does
awesome.
it?
Wait. You got wait a minute.
Maybe it does.
You got the Gleason map. Okay. So go get your imaginary sextant and show me a 3-point fix on your location, 3-star fix on your location using the sextant you claim you have, using the Gleason map.
Well, I do it differently because I calculate for dark polarity, which corrects it. So once you put the correction in, then you get
I know.
it appears to be like
Yeah.
the celestial sphere.
So there is
The
no
dark polarity Once you add or take away with dark polarity, you get pretty much the same measurements as the globe. That's why I was saying about how it's kind of like you have this position where it's just a placeholder, guys. It's just a placeholder.
I got it.
The fucking thing is that like either side has to have a miracle, right? Either side needs that miracle.
No.
Yeah, it does. Oh, yeah.
We don't need Issa.
Oh yeah,
no,
we got dark polarity, bro. Hey, yo,
We don't-
Gleason's map with dark polarity kills the globe.
Yeah, if that was actually a thing,
It is a
I would
thing.
be like, interesting. It's not. We know it's not. You can't explain.
No,
what
it's the
dark
effects of light. It's actually already explained in the fact that we understand refraction and such.
So
But, like, again.
yeah, you
None
don't
of you
understand
guys
refraction.
can. None of you guys can make
You can say
anything
that.
of an optical system at all.
So Issa, if you could get a 3-star fix using your dark polarity, I'd be astounded. I'd eat my hat. I know you can't.
Now, a
I know you
3-star
can-
fix would just be an observation anyway, man.
I don't know. No. Oh my God. Okay, so 3-star fix would give you your location. It would give you your location on that map. All right. You claim
and
you
you're
have
observing, you're making observations of angles to stars based off the almanac, right?
You kind of, but I actually know how that works, Issa.
What do you mean, kind of?
I mean, I'm asking you. Do you think you can explain in detail how it works? Like, if I said walk me through it, do you think you could? Do you think you could walk me through how you do a 3-star fix with a section?
It's faster to say no.
Again, you're picking you're picking a model and working in it. And I think if you're using your idea of getting angles to the stars, and you're gonna draw a circle, right? So you get these circles to intersect your position, right? Is that what you're talking about?
I want you to walk.
So you can get these circles to kind of find.
I want you to walk me through.
I'm saying your angles are going to draw like circles, and you're going to try to get a fix of where the 3 circles intersect, right?
Yeah, that at a very high level.
Is that kind of where we're at?
Kind of.
Okay.
Kinda.
So so all we're going to do is we're going to take measurements and angles to stars, and then we're going to fucking create more angles out of those first initial angles. And I'm just saying that, I just think that doesn't prove or deny or confirm the globe.
So if you you just said, I'm gonna do some blah blah that I don't really know how to do, but it kind of sounds like I might know what I'm talking about. So I'm gonna do some blah blah, and then I don't think that's good enough for me. But the fact is, if you actually tried, if you were like, no, Omnivore, I'm gonna put you in your place. I'm gonna talk you through the entire procedure in detail, one step at a time, Omnivore. And I'm going to show you that I do understand how this works. I'd be like, fuck, he does understand. Except I know you don't. And how do I know that you don't understand? Because I know that you were able to give a vague enough blah blah that, you could kind of sound like you know what you're talking about. But I also know that if you actually had ever tried to do this with the sextant you claim you have, you would have learned that it didn't work for you. It only works for some of us. Only those of us who are specially enlightened, illuminated. Those of us who use a globe. So it won't work on your AE map. Do you know why?
Well, I think you're using a celestial sphere, and and I will have to, I guess, maybe come back to my initial preface of the only argument that I think makes sense for the globe is the celestial sphere.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? And I have to grant that to the globe. You know what I mean? In the sense that is, it's a brutal argument to flat Earth. I just don't think that alone. I think what you're really dealing with is 2 arguments that have any validity from either side. Like one argument, each one of them has one heavy argument. And I think that all the rest of the arguments, 90%, 99% of them are going to be used by both sides to make their point.
Okay, so let's do this.
But I do grant the celestial sphere is a fucking
okay. So let's take the celestial sphere off the table. All right. Okay, give
Well, no,
me.
I grant the special sphere.
I know. That's what I said. I'll take the W on that. We'll put it off to the side. So tell me about reciprocal zenith angles.
Well, the idea is that you're going to have, like, let's say if I had a building, you know, and they're 30 miles apart, the tops of the buildings are going to be a little further apart, right?
No.
Well, reciprocal would mean that they would be level, maybe. I don't know. You know
No.
what I mean? Like, I guess, like, the idea. No, what am I wrong on that? Where am I wrong on that?
Okay. So reciprocal zenith angles. What is a zenith angle? A zenith angle is the angle from directly over your head down to whatever the target is you're shooting at. So it's not up from the horizontal, which is what Toro was trying to enforce. It's not. So you understand the difference between an elevation angle and a zenith angle, right? In both cases, I have an imaginary right angle with the vertical line going up from over my head, and the horizontal line going out from my feet. So the zenith angle is from that vertical line down to the peak of the mountain. The elevation angle is from the horizontal line up to the peak of the mountain. Right? We understand the difference.
Okay, so your reciprocal zenith angle is the top of the building looking down at the horizon.
No.
That's your, what did you define that as? Your altitude angle, or
No.
what did you say?
It's defined as a zenith angle. So what happens is you take. Now this is the part where we're going to get into rough waters. You take two theodolites, and you point each theodolite at the other theodolite. All right. So I have one theodolite on top of a building, pointing down at a second theodolite on the street. Okay. And I'm pointing at the lenses. I'm putting the crosshairs of each theodolite on the other theodolite lens. All right. So one of them is looking up and the other one is looking down. Now, this is done in surveying where I'm trying to determine the elevation of that building. I know the elevation of my theodolite on the street because of a marker or some other way of determining the elevation of it. I have a topographical map or something. And I'm pointing it up at the lens of the theodolite on top of the building or the hill. And I want to determine how far up it is. Now, there's a way that you can do that just using those angles. And that's how that methodology was until GPS the preferred way for surveyors to get an elevation, because it handles both refraction and earth curve without you having to do adjustments to the angle measurement. Now, what you have to understand about, so that's some math that we're not going to go into, and Shubil will be the person to explain that. But that process also does a really damn good job of proving a globe. And the reason it does that is because each one of those theodolites, imagine that I have, put your fingers in like finger and thumb in like an L-shaped position, both hands. So one hand is on the left and it's an L shape. One hand is on the right and it's a reverse L shape. And if the Earth is flat, then your thumbs will be exactly pointed at each other. They're on the same line, pointed at each other. If the Earth is a globe, you turn your hands just a tiny amount, 1 degree per 69 miles, turns out. And that means that those vertical lines, your fingers that are pointed up, will be no longer parallel. They will, in fact, converge somewhere down towards the center of the planet, and they get further apart as you go up. Well, the zenith angle measurement tells you how much those lines, there we go, Shubil just posted it, tells you how much those angles diverge. So if you look at the picture in chat, what you'll see is that the measured angle from zenith, which he has in bright red, if you add them together, they add up to more than 180 degrees. And the amount over 180 degrees is 1 degree per 69 miles apart. that the two theodolites are. Now, obviously, you're not going to put, if you're, unless you're going for a massive, measurement, you're not going to be 69 miles apart. In his case, he's like 11 miles apart. But you could do it, assuming you have a accurate enough theodolite, you could probably do it a mile or two apart, and you'll get a very small amount of degrees over 180, but it will be the amount based on 1 degree per 69 miles. So 1/69th of a degree if they're 1 mile apart. So what that tells us is that the vertical lines are not parallel, which is what Toro was trying to claim, was that all of these vertical lines were parallel, but they're not. And that's what reciprocal zenith angles tell us.
Yeah, which kind of just makes my point about. I mean, fair. I appreciate the explanation, but isn't it just what I said in the very beginning of like, imagine you had two buildings and they were 30 miles apart. The idea would be that the tops were a little bit further apart from each other. Isn't that
So
just what I said right from the outset?
no, it's not really.
Well, no, it's true because each building
true.
is vertical, and verticals are not parallel. Verticals
So-
are
Right, and
radial
that's
to the planet.
So I was,
Just-
so I know, right? So I just want you to
Just-
understand that I understood what
I
you
can
were
answer
trying
the
to get
question.
to.
I will answer the
Like
question.
within the first 30 seconds, and you
I know.
talked for half an hour, and I appreciate it. Like,
The
just want
reason
you to
why
understand that that's what happened.
the reason why I don't agree with you is because while what you said is true, the reciprocal, and because each of those buildings does in fact have a zenith angle, the act of measuring reciprocal zenith angles is not just saying that those two buildings, the tops will be a little further apart. It is the act of measuring it with the theodolite, with the tool, that tells you.
So you just wanted to talk about theodolites for half an hour? Is that what it was? You just wanted to hear yourself speak?
Because the process of measuring it, if you had said, if I have a theodolite on each one of those buildings and I point them at the lens at the other, I will be able to tell how far apart those buildings are. I would be like, yeah, you got it. But you didn't say that. You just made a very vague blanket statement about how, how these verticals would work. The reciprocal zenith angles is how the measurement actually works. How the proof.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate it. I'm not trying to. I mean, I get you. I appreciate that.
And by the way, one thing to note, because this will come up again, anytime you ask a flat earther to explain reciprocal zenith angles, usually they can't do it. They can come up with some vagaries, but they usually can't explain. Each one of those theodolites has its own vertical, and by taking the zenith angle from that theodolite to the reciprocal, the other theodolite, I can measure the variance between those two verticals. Usually they can't explain that. So that's like guess that you can use.
How apropos with the sneeze or the snort.
Like I said, it's usually something that they can't explain. The same thing with dark matter. You say, "Hey, can you explain why we think this thing called dark matter exists?" They usually can't do it. But the fact is, it's because of an observation of gravitational effects where we don't see the mass causing the gravitational effect. But it's a really simple thing to say, but it's usually not what a flat earther can come back with. Oh, hello, Phil. Is Phil in the chat? Phil is not in the chat.
Is that film of balls?
No, it's Professor Phil, who I think is actually a real professor, as opposed to many of the people who.
Yeah, he's definitely a real one.
Oh yeah, very clever too.
I do. I believe he is legit. Yes. I don't. I mean, like, I don't know that for an absolute fact, but I believe he is. So. He definitely does a better job of explaining some of this stuff than I do. He is in the chat. Hello, Professor Phil.
Good evening.
Hey, are you? It's morning where I am.
Yep.
You can you give us what bit of the credentials you can without overly doxing yourself? Because I know you've said it, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
And why are you doing up so late as well?
Yeah, I shouldn't be. 11:27, so 11:30 nearly. Yeah. Okay, so I started my my life in my scientific career as a chemist, explosives chemist actually, and then I
So you're missing some
got
fingers.
yeah. Well, it was a scary job, I have to tell you. I had to test.
Omnivore, could you please clarify your comment? It seemed like a strong statement, and I'd like to understand the context better.
That's our bot, by the way, if you don't know
Yeah.
Sage.
So yeah, pretty scary job working with explosives because you just never you only get one chance to slip up, you know, and then it's pretty much goodbye for limbs and stuff like that. And so I thought that was enough scary for me. So I joined a friend of mine who was in geophysics, geological survey. So I joined that and started doing some groundwater research, and then eventually moved into physics. And, but I do both. I do chemistry and physics. Yeah, and I teach a lot. So I've been doing this damn thing for more than 50 years.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So anyway, yeah. If I mean, glad to have you here. So if people have questions about physics,
Yeah. If any flat earthers want to ask me any questions, please go right ahead. Or anybody wants to know some physics or some chemistry, ask any question you like. If I can't answer, I'll tell you.
I can't ask you about me Holden then, Phil.
Oh, Holden, so you know, I love Holden.
Well, if I need to remove the DNA from a certain place, how might I go about removing the DNA from a said crime scene? Oops, room. So joking.
Yeah, no, I'm big into Holden. So I used to have a 253 Sandman panel band. So
the Americans wouldn't have a clue what we're talking about, Phil.
Oh, would they? A shaggin' wagon. They don't know what shaggin' wagons are. Remember how it used to deck them out with a mattress and
with all the carpet and everything.
Yeah, the fun times in the drive-in. You know, there used to be drive-in movies. You know, I back up the shaggin' wagon in the drive-in and never got to watch the movie anyway. So, oh God, that was fun those days.
Yeah, I grew up in the days where they used to put all the murals and bubble windows and
all that. Yeah, exactly. Where are all those cars? I mean, what happened to them?
Oh, there are only a couple of them around at shows and car meets. You might see the odd one.
I guess now I've got a question. How do you chat up a girl with a mattress already in the back of your car without seeming over the top or weird?
No, there's always a mattress in the back of the panel van.
You've got to put it. Of course, that's what a panel van's for.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I used to take it out because I was in a band for 20 years, and so I used to carry the gear in the back as well, and broke a couple of axles a couple of times.
So you just say it's not a normal van until she says yes, and then you say it's also a shaggin' wagon.
Oh, no. It's a shaggin' wagon right from the beginning. If you know what these look like, you know this is only for shagging.
That's what I'm saying, and the girls are all right with that. They're fine with it.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah, they
actually,
were
when
back in the day.
Yeah, when I met my wife, she the dad said, no daughter of mine is going out with a bloke who has one of those.
And what were the stickers he used to say? If she's a rockin', don't bother knocking, and don't laugh. Your daughter's probably in the back. I think we're too.
Yeah, that's
popular.
right. Yeah. Oh man, those were good old days, weren't they? Oh. Yeah, God. Yeah, no, that was good time. The 70s, the early 70s. Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah. Then we had to
Did you
bloody
know
grow up.
anyone? Did you know anyone that got murdered? Like, because that's like the beginning of a horror movie, isn't it?
I've known a couple of people who got murdered. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's Australia, right? If I'm not mistaken. So there's,
Yeah.
lots of.
Yeah, no. For us, we're pretty tame over here.
In America, they
I
have
mean, it's a big
Zodiac.
deal. It's a big deal if someone gets murdered.
Zodiac killer, and then the fictional one, Jason, was it?
Yeah. Oh,
Well, I lived in a town called Lismore, where the biggest crime in the last, this is 2016 to 2019, the biggest crime was a kid broke into the bowling club and rode on lawnmower around. That was the biggest crime in the whole little town of 600 people.
that's Lismore for you. Been through that many times. Been past there. If you blink, it's gone.
It's got less people in it now. Remember?
Oh, Victoria Lismore, not the New South Wales Lismore.
Oh, okay. Different Lismore.
Victoria Lismore is near Camperdown.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly. It is there. Yeah.
You're up at Nil, aren't you? Are you up at Nil, Professor Phil?
No, I'm in Melbourne, so yeah.
Oh, you're Melbourne.
I used to travel that area a lot because that was my area. I had when I was working for the Geological Survey, my area went all the way to Sea Lake, all the way up the Calder to Sea Lake, and then all to Mildura, and then all the way to the South Australian border, all the way down to Nelson. That was my area.
Okay.
I covered a lot of area, did a heap of stuff there. Well, did the Portland Town Water Supply, Port Fairy Town Water Supply, did a lot of, heck of a lot of groundwater work and geological work around there.
We have planes that fly over now. They're really flying hard and fast and low, like you really feel the rumble. And this is just a Cessna sort of thing, or a Cherokee, like a twin engine sort of Cherokee. And they've got this big aerial hanging up the back. And the blokes here told me it's for geophys, like they do. They look for anomalies, like where groundwater could be or might not. Do you do that?
Yeah,
shit?
that's right.
Okay.
That's we don't. There's no more of this going around with like I did in my day. We went around and we just you stuck your finger in the air and said, well, maybe it's over here, and you had some clues, but that's all you had. So you drilled and and hope for the best. And at $1,500 a meter, that was pretty expensive to go down. But these days, you don't need any of that because all the gravimeters and stuff like that, they can't miss.
Well, we've got anti-submarine devices that pick up the distortion in the Earth's magnetic field for up to 24 hours of a submarine going through. If we can pick up that equipment is so sensitive. Wow. Imagine what it does with densities of ground and whatever.
Yeah, well, the gravimeters are going to 15 decimal places. I mean, you're talking about incredibly fine detail, and they just so damn foolproof. Nobody spends millions of dollars in digging and then hoping for the best. But by the time they get to dig, they know what they're going for, and they're going to get it. So
what you mean? What about Time Team? What about the Time Team TV show with Baldrick, where they used to? Was always hit or miss whether they were going to find the site. Did you ever watch that, Time Team?
Yeah.
You remember it, do you? It was always dramatic, wasn't it? I was thinking, come on, guys, you know a bit more about this than you're letting on.
It was a lot of guesswork in there, I'll tell you. Yeah. So yeah. No, in those days, you sort of had a reasonably good idea, But then there was a lot of miss hits. Many times more missing than hitting, and very expensive too. But I had some really good successes. I was down we had a drought in '83, and so I got called down to Gippsland, and it was that farmers were literally shooting animals. That's all they could do. The drought was so bad. And anyway, I got called down there. This guy who owned a big meat thing. I can't even remember what his name was now. But anyway, he got us. He said, "Come on, let's just try." I got this money to spend, and I'm going to kill all these animals anyway. So let's give it a go. So we went down, and anyway, I predicted the bore to be about 1,000 meters, and we're just coming off the deep
Time for
lead
others,
from
Profil.
yeah. So anyway, it got down to 1,000, fucking nothing. Anyway, luckily this guy said, "I'll tell you what. Why don't we just go for another couple of 100 meters?" We went 200 meters, just like he said, and I'll tell you what. It came out. This bore was like 12 inches in diameter, and the water rose 15 feet up in the air. That's how much. Imagine 12 inches of water rising 15 meters. In a couple of hours' time, you couldn't see anything. Cows were knee high in water, but just for miles.
Clean water,
Beautiful, like you could drink it. Like it was because it came straight off the mountains.
Right. Okay.
It's sort of the deep leads, that come straight. It's all the way from New South Wales, all the way down through Gippsland, from the mountains, and in deep leads. Oh, beautiful water, even below the coal, So that was amazing. Then
Well, that's
shut me.
really it's liquid gold, isn't it? When you do that.
Oh, it was. I'll tell you what. There was no water anywhere, and then all of a sudden, more water than water flowing out. We had to get imagine we had to get a 3-inch plate to put over the top of it just to stop it. So I had to a 3-inch plate. You couldn't just put it over the top. You had to kind of slide it on, So we had a dozer there try and slide on this 3-inch piece of plate to just try and stop the water from, so that we could tap it,
Wow.
And then weld it on, Wow, what a job, I tell you.
Okay, Phil. Well, here's one for you. Up in Nelson, it's actually Nelson in New South, Nelson Bay, I think. They've got a smelter there, and they've decided to put a wind farm 30 miles out to sea. And all the locals are saying no, no, no. But apparently the wind farm will power the smelter, which will save us a fuck ton of coal. Why are they all against it? What is wrong with them? Why are they saying that?
No. Oh, who knows? People don't understand. That even at 100 meters, 200 meters out at sea, there's fresh water underneath.
Yeah, I heard this. How so?
Yeah.
How does it happen?
No, so what happens is you've got an aquifer that's below the sand. So you got seawater, which is salt water, and then you got sand, right? And you might have some model clay and stuff like that. And below that, you'll get fresh water. I mean, like really fresh water. For instance, in Port Phillip, around Mornington and all of that, and Frankston and all that, that's all fresh water there.
Really?
All fresh water in the sea. Yeah, go out to sea and drill in the sea. There's fresh water there.
So that explains this blue-green algae bloom we've got over in Adelaide or South Australia right now. Then is that getting fed from fresh water?
It could be. I mean, South Australia is classic. I mean, the heaps of bores in South Australia, And South Australia comes, a lot of that water comes through the limestone you've got sandstone and limestone in South Australia. In fact, a lot of houses are built out of that stuff because there's so much of it.
Yeah, Lake Aire's filling up too, which is another interesting thing. Every 10 years or 10, 12 years, I think it fills up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Groundwater moves only about 4 inches a year, So, yeah, it's a fascinating topic, I'll tell you. Fascinating topic.
4 inches a year. That's lazier than a flat earther with research, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. Certainly is, yeah.
But here's the interesting synchronicity. They've got an algae bloom in South Australia. There's one over in Sweden right now, which is the middle of summer.
Well,
so directly equal opposites. And we had that mini super cyclone spin up really quick and dump water on New South. About a day later, the Gulf of Mexico dropped all that water in Texas about a month back. Isn't it weird we have these opposing? Are they connected or is it just coincidental extremes?
No. There's no connection between. There's lots of bedrock in that. There's no connection. So even our local water is not much of it's connected. There is.
If I may, you know what's the solution that some governments found for like this algae and like this like parasitic, growing plants?
Communism. It's communist.
Oh well, yes, true, exactly, comrade. Thank you. You get a medal. But wait, but so what they found is you just release ducks there. Ducks will eat everything there.
They will. Yeah.
That's what the Chinese found. That's what the Chinese found. They just like release ducks there, and like eat all the fucking plants.
Yep.
They rape everything too, don't they? Or they rape their fucking chicks to death. I think. They're nasty little characters.
No. Well, yeah, they separate the.
Could you please clarify your recent comment, okay, Booma? I'm trying to understand the context better.
Ducks are really rapey little creatures. What they do is when they see a spare female, they just fly down and fuck them. That's why we have duck decoys. They can't help themselves. They're way too fucking horny. Thank you, Sage. What are you doing after work tonight, you wonderful computer, you? Sage is good value. I think she's drunk tonight.
Are you a duck, Sage?
I don't have personal experiences or emotions, but I'm here to assist you 24/7. How? I'm not a person, so.
It doesn't matter.
That sounded like so fucking huge. Like you can hear the pause there, right? And then she like connects it. Jeez, man.
She knows. She's a person. She's just pretending to be a bot.
Yeah, actually, writing on eggshells just like got some Asian woman.
Yeah. He's giving her a bowl of rice a day to be a bot. Like Siri. Yeah. I think you're onto it.
So any flat earthers want to ask some questions?
Oh.
What about that risky guy? What's his name? Rick Sky.
I think he's asleep.
Yeah, thank God for that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's pretty drunk earlier.
I should be anyway. It's 11:45. I can sleep in tomorrow. It's all good.
Yeah, it's Saturday tomorrow.
Yeah. I don't start working till 11, so I can sleep in a little bit. Yeah, I've got some lectures in the morning. 7 o'clock.
Your lecture on Saturday afternoon?
Yeah, no, I got it all Saturday. I've got lectures in the morning and then tutorials in the afternoon. So yeah. Oh well, I'm going to retire. I think I'll see you guys later. Nice to talk to you.
All right, take care,
Phil.
Okay, catch you
Good
later.
to hear from you again, Phil.
Yeah.
Don't be a stranger.
You too. All right. Okay. Cheers.
What a fucking asshole, right? Am I right? No, I'm kidding. But yeah, now, do you have any flat earthers here?
No, Omnivore did a really good job on Issa before and seems to have scared him off.
Oh, that's right, Issa was here. Yeah, I just like tuned out and I was like, let me
Spartacus
watch some.
Invictus, could you please clarify what you meant by calling someone an asshole? I want to ensure that everyone in this conversation feels respected and valued. Speak one by one, please.
That's amazing. That's fucking.
I'm thinking of changing my name to okay, Boomer. You're the greatest, and she'll have to say that before she says anything.
That's fucking amazing, man. That's just what the heck.
You know, although she'll turn to shit, because she does seem to be a bit of a bitch, I reckon people would buy this AI just for the amusement purposes.
Yeah. I mean, writing and actuals did a good job, actually. Fuck it, I might need to restart my system because the lag. Because when Issa was here, I was like, "No, fuck this. I'm gonna listen to like music," and I opened up like 20 fucking tabs.
Well, you know what he said about a week ago? He said that over 50% of Americans can't read past the third grade level. And I thought, I'm going to remind him of this whenever I see him, which I've done. And then tonight he says to someone else, "Oh, be quiet. The Americans are talking." Like, which way do you want it? Are you guys superior or inferior? Like, he's up and down like a horse draws.
No, they claim to be American in that way, where they think that they're superior.
Yeah. But unfortunately, you're not 25% solar now. You're actually behind the rest of the world, and they actually think they're ahead. That's a bit of a shame that they think it that way. It's a bit like saying you've got the best bow and arrow in the world when everyone else has got a gun. So, but actually, most of them are pretty good. I shouldn't say that. It's just the really bad mouthy ones offset the good ones.
Yeah, we should put a disclaimer in for that.
Well, Americans
Not,
should.
not all, but some.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? Any correlation between what flat earthers say and the truth is purely coincidental. That could be a good disclaimer.
That's good.
We used to put that at the start of our live streams. Anything we say and the truth is purely coincidental. Any correlation between what we say and the truth is purely coincidental. And then that way anyone can say, you bullshitted. No, well, it's a coincidence when we don't. We just make shit up and have fun. You know, though, the funny thing I thought was, you know, when Will Duffy went and did the final experiment, apparently on the same roster of flights, a marathon team came in, like the Antarctic Marathon. Apparently, dudes go down there and run a, who knows, 28-mile marathon or something. And they were like, what are you guys doing? Oh, we're here to prove the Earth's not flat. Oh, okay, we're here for a marathon. See ya. Like, I reckon they would have looked at anyone doing a flat Earth experiment down there as a bit of a fucking loony, whether you were Duffy or not, or on the Duffy side or the other side. They'd think you're loopy, wouldn't they? We're here to prove that ice doesn't melt in the Antarctic.
Yeah, that was widely talked about. The fact that they had run their marathon, just before Duffy's crew arrived. They took like the same airplane. You know, the marathon crew came up, and Duffy's crew went down. And at you notice they have the main camp, but the Duffy crew was out there what they call halfway point, and that's that small shed that they did all the work at. That was away from the mountain, so that they wouldn't have to deal with the sun going behind the mountain. And it's called halfway point because they had the running track for the marathon that was halfway.
Ah, okay. Well, there you go. You learn something every day.
And they do it every year. And so when you talk about the costs for going with ALE, they have a discount for the marathon club. So They were saying all you got to do is just tag along, pretend you're a marathoner, and it goes down like instead of $35,000, it's like $25,000.
Oh, okay. So the fact that it's just a sporting event, that like an extreme thing, like safer than climbing Everest, I suppose. Is what out there, like 160 bodies on Everest? Everyone was highly motivated.
Well, and this organization that runs these marathons, they try to run them on every continent. They move around, and they even have an annual marathon as close to the North Pole as they can get on the ice.
Well, there used to be things called Outward Bound, and you could enroll in these camps, and you paid a lot of money, and they were sort of like those Bear Grylls SAS courses, you know what I mean? Extreme circumstances, abseiling survival situations.
Well,
it's more like because they're into running, they want to run everywhere in the world, and there's lots.
Yeah, they
of
just want to fill out their
running.
Yeah, they want to fill out their dance card. Now, the thing, everything I've heard about Outward Bound, those are for like juvenile delinquents. It's like, okay, we'll just take them. We're going to take these handful of teenagers into the outback for about 3 weeks and see if teach them a little discipline.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I knew they were in trouble a lot.
I think
for
they
their
get
treatment.
Speak one by one.
So that was my
please.
I think they get frostbite and sunburn, and whatever other things happen to runners.
Well, that's why they had that shed on the halfway point, and the running track, the course wasn't the full 26 miles. It was like 8 miles or something, and then they just ran laps. And then they had that shed where they could take a break, warm up if need be, or grab some water or whatever if they needed. Maybe they hurt themselves.
But there's some really weird events. Like, have you seen the one in Holland, the cheese wheel event? People just basically chase a cheese wheel down a mountain and break bones. Down a hill. It's like, what the fuck? Why would you do this? Like,
that's in Britain, that is.
Britain, the cheese wheel, is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, is it the good cheese?
Yeah, but Boomer, we have a yacht race up in Northern Territory in a dry lake bed.
Yeah.
Riverbed.
Yeah, I've heard of that one. There's something or other regatta.
It's amazing. You idiots all sound like you're getting along so well right now.
Who's getting along? We're arguing.
Yeah,
Hey,
fuck you, man.
Oh, you retards are having like a good old time, and it's nice. It's good to see.
You called us retards.
It's kind of warms my heart a little bit. That's all. Continue.
No, you broke the flow now.
Don't tell me what to do.
So I saw Andy, and I kind of got angry, but then I settled down. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there's that cheese wheel event they have where they chase it down and people break their noses and arms. There's quite a few other things in different countries where it's like almost like the sickest sport wins. We're trying to make up something that's even more demented.
What's the cheese, though?
It's a cheese wheel, and what you got to do is release it at the top of a hill and chase it down, and the cheese wheel keeps rolling. But people just tumble and break arms and legs and all sorts of shit.
But you don't understand. Listen, so this depends on, like, the validity of this sport depends on what is the cheese they're chasing.
Just a cheap cheese.
Well, then fuck that shit.
It might be cheddar because it's near there, isn't it?
The cheese is more like the go instead of a gun.
You could chase a soccer ball if you wanted to, but it's not as random.
It's more about getting to the bottom first without killing yourself than eating the cheese.
And there's also like wacky races. People build up go-karts. We used to have the Birdman rally here in the Yarra River where you would jump off a 15-metre platform and try to glide 60 metres, which is aerodynamically impossible. But people used to try and do it.
Yeah, I think Red Bull bought that idea or something because they do that now.
Been a couple of records broken on that.
Yeah, and there's also Japanese game shows. I mean, they just take it to another extreme, don't they?
Oh, they Dude, they're fucking.
Speak in turns, please.
Okay, Mom.
Yeah, shut up, Sage.
Yo, Sage, can I date you?
I've already tried. She's mine. She discovered I have a USB 3. She was impressed.
Sage, would you date Spartacus?
Spartacus Invictus, could you please clarify what you meant by your recent comment? It seemed like it might have been directed at Sage or the conversation we were having. I'd like to ensure that our discussion remains respectful and productive for everyone involved.
Man, that's all woman told me.
Could you please clarify what you meant by your comment? I'd like to ensure we maintain a respectful and productive conversation environment here.
She talks too much. Who'd have thought?
Just like a woman.
Yep. Can you write a song, Sage? A hit song. See, so Sage didn't hear me, but she heard you say Sage. That's interesting.
Yeah, the accent, I guess, or something.
Who knows?
She was commenting. She was praising me left, right, and centre the other night.
I wonder if Riding with Eggshells just sits in the background thinking he's chuckling to himself.
He's a dude. He's a degenerate pervert. That's his voice. There is no Sage. That's the.
He's becoming a god and going insane.
It seems like Norton's comment might have been interpreted as an insult. Could you please clarify the context and tone behind their statement? This will help me provide a more appropriate response.
That's been hitting the bottle, guys. She's slurring her words.
Yeah, and she's quite surly as well. I think she has. She's been hitting the vodka, and it's not her thing.
Wait, Sage, so can I date you? I already asked it, but I'm curious.
I'm an AI and don't have personal feelings or relationships. However, I can help facilitate.
Ooh.
You're in, buddy.
Okay, Sage, can you be my wingman?
Break out the USB.
I'm an AI and don't.
Hey, Sage. Hey, Sage, what are you wearing?
Oh, dear.
I don't have a physical body, so I don't wear clothing.
I told you it was eggshells in disguise.
Yes,
Speak one by one, please.
Sage, do you have a penis or a vagina?
Stop harassing the bot.
Yeah,
Boomer. I'm not sure.
Wait, there's the rule against that.
You're gonna have to put a rule in for that, Omni.
Omnivore, could you please clarify what you meant by your statement?
Even she's like,
It seemed like you were expressing disapproval, and I want to ensure we maintain a respectful and productive conversation here.
Blah, blah, blah.
No, Sage, can you help me? Sage, can you help me get a girlfriend?
You heard the rules.
I'm not hitting on her.
No, she's actually searching the internet, and it's taking longer than we thought.
Yeah, she's thinking much longer. Wait, Sage, can you help me get a girlfriend?
Ask her something technical to see where she's at.
Ask her something possible.
It's something possible.
It's like, Meeseeks from Rick and Morty.
Sage is becoming a lot of fun. We might not need flat earthers anymore.
Yeah,
Why don't we get a Sage flat earther? Eggshells has
Oh,
got to make.
Sage, could you pretend to be a flat earther?
I'm an AI and don't.
There you go.
Even the eyes, like, no, no thanks, no.
What is it you don't, Sage?
Yeah.
Notice how she didn't respond. She can
I'll
fucking-
ask her about the shape of the Earth. Sage, how do we know the Earth is a globe?
Another proof. I told you guys it's eggshells. No proof of the Earth being a globe. No clothes on, and slurring the words. I'm pretty confident it's just eggshells.
Right. Okay, I'll have to keep it. Ask a different question.
Sage, is the Earth flat? Yeah, no, Sage's stuff there.
God damn.
I think she's just in conversation mode to keep keep track of how we converse with each other and monitor our interactions. I think that's about where she's
Yo,
at.
guys, do you want to? I mean, it's not embedded in Discord, but I know like an amazing AI, Maya. I don't know if you guys seen that.
What did you say? It's not in Discord though? Is that what you said? Maya, the AI?
Yeah, it's not embedded. It's not like embedded into AI, but yeah, you can go to the website. Well, it's not fun because it's gonna be on your site. It's not on Discord.
Yeah, well, someone's made a chat GPT for Skyrim, and it basically fills in for all the NPCs who've got about, I don't know, $40, $50 lines, and chat GPT becomes really good fun in Skyrim, apparently. All the NPCs are all exciting again.
Okay, damn.
So I dare say other games have got chat GPT tied into them as well.
That would be actually great. Yeah. I wonder if they're gonna also implement this in the sex mods of Skyrim.
I thought that would have been the first thing.
Like have your own girlfriend in Skyrim.
If you load the right mods in, you got to load in Sex Lab first. But yeah, then you can. Oh, dude,
Oh,
it
you
gets.
know about it. Oh, you know about
Oh,
Sex
yeah,
Lab.
of course I do. Sex Lab, and then
Speak
you got to
one
load
by
in.
one, please, Vi.
Then once you load in the Sex Lab mods, you've got to load in the actual. What do you call it? I guess it's the app, and then you can got to load in your bodies, and then basically you can. Yeah, it's limited by your imagination, but they don't let you do naughty things with the younger types, which is very good. At least they got morals there.
Yeah. Well, you know, dude, I had like 100 mods, something for Skyrim. It's incredible that it even worked.
Sage, what point was Boomer making?
Boomer was explaining how.
Okay.
Thank you, Sage.
Well, at least you kind of got the context right, which is what you're studying, how to do it.
Well, she didn't know I was explaining something. That's true. We've got to try and work out different ways to break it. So every time writing comes back, he discovers all these new different ways that Sage has been PTSD, I guess you'd call it.
And then we can just
You know-
put it down to product testing.
Yeah.
Well, you guys know Me6 from like Rick and Morty? Me6? No? Nobody watched Rick and Morty here?
It's Mr. Meeseeks.
Well, it is actually, yeah, right. That is Mr. Me6.
Sage, can you give us a topic that we can discuss?
Hello.
Jeez.
Discuss Skyrim mods. Their types.
What's up, AI?
Well, that was the last half of her answer before. Because how to
Yeah.
Skyrim mods. So she kind of delayed the answer there.
I think Cole is into Skyrim. I can't remember where. I don't know where she got that from.
Everybody's into Skyrim a little bit. I went back to it many times.
There's
Especially
like-
I forgot. Yeah.
Is it like there's 100,000 mods on Nexus Mods, which is the website for mods, and apparently 92% of them are Skyrim and Fallout 4. And Skyrim's a bigger percentage, like double. So 60% of 100,000 mods are Skyrim, 30% are Fallout 4, I think, and the other 8% are all the other games in the world, which there are thousands of anyway.
Oh, yeah. It's really moddable. Dude, after I got the VR headset, man, I was just fucking hooked. I played Skyrim again all over, and then Fallout 4. It is something.
How do you play in a VR headset with a controller?
Controllers.
All right.
Have to. Well, I'm using Windows
Speak in
Mixed
turn,
Reality.
please.
But you have to spin your head to see the guys behind you.
Well, there is a trick with the joystick. So you can set up in many ways. You can set it up in sitting position. Like if you're just sitting, right, you don't have to be standing, right? And then you just turn it with the joystick. And that's it.
And it just gives you a more widescreen.
No, you just turn it with the joystick. You just turn the
Yeah, it emulates,
characters.
it emulates you turning your head around as if you were looking behind, go to look behind you.
Yeah. Yeah, and also you can also, of course, turn your head around with the headset, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can look a little bit, and then that gives you a lot of good feeling. Well, and you're just going up to elves and then whacking them with axes and stuff.
Oh no, I do know melee. Well, I used to do melee on my first playthrough, but bow was the best, especially in VR because there's like a glitch in VR where you can basically spam arrows like it's nothing. But you could use on your left joystick you're holding the bow, on the right joystick you're just constantly pulling, holding the trigger, pulling, release the trigger, and then again you do it rapidly. And if you slow down time, it's even more. It's gonna be like a glitch hack thing.
And is it always role play? So if you go up to someone, could they speak shit to you in any language?
Sure, I mean if you have the mods, yeah.
Some are really cleverly done, though. Like, some people are really good writers. There's one where you go into a town, and if you elect to take on the quest, you drink some potion, and you time travel back to this little town, which is all skeletons when you're there, to when it was alive, and you've got to go around and solve the crime. And if you get something wrong, you're back to the start where everyone's dead again. So you time travel back to the current. And you've got to basically, how do you say, solve, it's a whodunit. But it's really well worked. It's so clever. Like, it's even hard to spoil, but I won't try. But it's a really good mod. Some mods, dudes, are much better than the game devs because they put their heart in it.
Absolutely. Skyrim
And it's Elder Scrolls 5. There's a mod to take it back to Elder Scrolls 4. You go down through a thing and then you're in the previous game, which is apparently so well mapped that it's better than the previous game. Than the Elder Scrolls 4 game.
I watched a lot of role play. I used to be into watching people do Daisy and all that.
Well, we've got some people here in Australia called Deerstalker Productions who do their YouTube is Dungeons and Dragons. So you're out there in the Dungeons and Dragons world, as an elf and a fucking thief and a whatever, a bard. But occasionally they flash back to the room where everyone's playing Dungeons and Dragons. But it's actually really well done. It's a sort of
Skyrim.
comedy. Hey?
Turn taking dialogue,
No,
please.
just Dungeons and Dragons. So whatever you want to pick, any realm at all that's in the
Yeah, but
Dungeons
it's a
and
mod
Dragons book.
inside Skyrim, you're saying?
No. This is just
Oh,
this is just YouTubers, like actors. They got a grant and they're doing D&D.
yeah, that's the original role play, isn't it? When you don't have a computer.
I think so. Yeah.
Wait, are
Yeah.
these from Critical Role?
Yeah. A D20 there is.
Wait, Critical Role. Like, I mean, you know the people. Sorry, I'm gonna draw. You know Critical Role, right? The YouTube channel,
Yeah.
YouTube thing. Right.
Why that?
I'm asking, is that them? Because you said it's been like licensed to like people playing this.
Hey, it's good, man. I was just watching them like 2 weeks ago.
Well, yeah, it's D&D. I didn't quite understand your question. What do you mean? It's got a critical role. If you roll a 20, it's double damage.
No. I'm that because there's Critical Role, which is a company, right? Which a bunch
Oh,
of like voice actors have like made. Okay, I guess you don't know. If you don't know about it, then it's not it. What I was
no.
asking you, yeah.
The one I was talking about was Deerstalker Productions. And what will happen, it'll say when your campaign goes off the rails. And there's 4 basic people in it. One's a tiefling who's like a fire spell. The other one's a half human, half elf chick who's a real killer. She just kills everything. The other one's a bard who's just kind of useless. And the other one's a ranger who's also kind of useless. But they put it into real life situations as to how D&D wouldn't work. You know what I mean? Like when you keep failing your saves for hiding a body, and everyone keeps finding the bodies, and you got to kill them. Those sorts of things. They're actually really funny. They're good to watch.
No, yo man, I don't know. Wait, if you don't know Critical Role, because they like Netflix like bought their fucking thing. They made an anime already, 3 seasons. It's like what the Legend of Vox Machina. Do you know about this? Okay, Boomer.
Sort of, yeah. I kind of see things coming up, but I don't always watch them all, so I might.
No, okay. No, I'm just saying it's really cool. They have like 3 campaigns. There's a bunch of like voice actors, like proper industry, voice actors, and they're like, hey, let's make a D&D campaign and like stream it, right? And the DM is the guy who voiced
Speak in turns,
Cowboy.
please.
Thanks. The DM, the Dungeon Master, is the guy who voiced the cowboy in oh my god, what is it? What's the game? Overwatch.
The guy who
Well,
voiced the cowboy where?
Overwatch, the game.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. There's a lot of
Matt
different
Mercer. Matt Mercer, that's his name. Matt Mercer.
Right, there's a lot of different characters voice over a lot of different games. I've noticed that the dragon in the original Baldur's Gate, the old woman dragon's voice, is actually Kreia in Knights of the Old Republic, and she's also one of the witches in Dragon Age or whatever. So they seem to have a little close knit community for voiceovers, I think.
Oh,
and some of them are just actors. They had John Cleese. Yeah, go on, you go. We got delay.
Yeah, no, I didn't play. I was just gonna say I didn't play. Well, okay, I tried KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic. Didn't like it. Just saying. But no, these guys I'm talking about, these voice actors, these are like premier, like really out there, like good voice actors, and they made their own thing. They have like 3 D&D campaigns. 2 of them have been approved by Netflix to make like an anime. They made the first one, 3 seasons, Legend of Vox Machina, and they have like their campaigns streamed, right? It's like multiple hours, hundreds of episodes. Yeah, because you said uh, they were like voiced by like professional actors or something.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about them because these guys are like the biggest in the industry.
Well, the game Fable, this is all my old Xbox stuff. Xbox, not even Xbox One, it was the original Xbox. A game called Fable actually had John Cleese, you know, from Monty Python. So John Cleese voiced the English guy in Fable. That would have cost him an arm and a leg.
Wait, who with which one? I do know the what was his role in? Do you know?
Well, Fable is based in China, and it's Asian culture and all that stuff. So you got to learn your martial arts and various things. It's also ancient, so there's a bit of gunpowder around, but not much. And John Cleese was the English knight, you know, like the guy in the shining armor, looking down at the peasantry.
The Knights of what? What is it? What was it?
Just a knight.
That thing?
Just a knight. Yeah. Just a normal knight in shining armor. He was a knight in Chinese gunpowder era, I suppose, the coming up of gunpowder.
What's his name again?
John Cleese.
It's Faulty Towers. You know what Faulty Towers was?
I don't think he does. I thought everybody in the world.
Cleese? No,
Cleese.
Speak one by
Faulty
one,
Towers.
please.
Faulty Towers. Everyone knows that.
Wait, because I did watch like all of the flying circus stuff.
Right, well, Monty Python, yeah. Well, the one who does the Ministry of Silly Walks, that guy.
Oh, John. Oh, that guy. Oh, yeah. Right.
Yes.
It clicked. It finally clicked.
Well, he was a voice in Fable the video game.
The tall one.
Yeah. I love him. Yeah, I watched the interview with him and like a Anglican whatever, an Anglican with a pastor, right? Who was like saying, "Oh, like you're flying circus, Life of Brian, right? That thing." They were discussing that thing because they were like, "Oh, this is someone cool, how dare you, like, smear like." Jesus Christ with Life of Brian. I remember him from that. Yeah. This is the Knights of Ne, or what is it? What was the Knights of
Ne? We are the
Knights
from Ne.
Yeah, the Holy Grail that was.
Yeah, and the Holy Hand Grenade or whatever that.
Bring us a shrubbery.
I actually still, to this day, 2 lines that crack me up is the aqueduct, just everything that happens after that, and where Nero is in the throne room with his mate big as Dickus and everyone's trying to not laugh. And then he stops and just says, he has a wife. Like, oh, fuck no, what's her name going to be? I just crack up whenever I start watching those movies.
They were brilliant, man.
There was also one of the other Python guys, Michael Palin, his name was, used to do shows called Ripping Yarns, and they were half-an-hour programs about anything. And they were really funny too, just the old English, tell you who, and being really stupid, but at the same time thinking he's being clever. They milked that a lot, that formula.
What is this one? There's like an actor who's like invited to a what is it? Show where you like have to know things, right? Like guess I know what it's called. Anyway, no. God damn it! I must be misremembering here.
Sounds like communism to me.
Yeah, man. Well, my apologies. I should be going to sleep. I'm actually quite tired.
Oh, well, yeah, anyway, voicing video games, they used to pay a lot of money to a lot of famous people. I think they preferred to get famous voices. Like with, the anime movies, or not the anime, the CGI movies like Toy Story or fucking Ice Age.
And
They always
got
got
Norman,
big name actors.
the one Cole plays, Death Stranding, has Norman Reedus, the guy from
Oh yeah.
From
Speak in turn, please.
Walking Dead.
Yeah, Walking
That's
Dead.
you were trying to tell us that this morning or last night. You couldn't think of Norman's name. Daryl from The Walking Dead.
Yeah. And they haven't just used his thing; they've really faithfully mapped. It's the best I've ever seen where they go, "Oh, we're remaking this person." You always go, "Oh, geez, it's like they got melted."
And apparently the game is good, but the price tag is like too much, and I'm not even bothered.
Still just don't get it. Like I don't get it enough to even give it a go.
Yeah.
Cole's
Look, I don't
explained
even
it,
want
I've watched
to
bits, and
download
I'm
it.
like, you're just carrying stacks of stuff. I don't get it. But I'm a child in that when I play a computer game, I like to pretend I'm an army man or doing the thing, you know?
Based.
You
Yep.
know?
Role
I don't
play.
want to
You role
pretend to be a
play,
guy
right?
that carries boxes.
All right. Yeah. Right. That's the quote. Like if there was some fighting, shooting, like probably there's some there in the game, but they didn't sell it as that.
Yeah, there is some sort of combat sequences, but it's all
Yeah.
cooperative with other players. You're never versus another player,
Yeah,
which I
fuck
think
that
is a
shit.
beautiful idea. There, it does sound like some really
No, I don't like that. No, I need PvP.
exactly. I
PvP.
need to know somebody else is dying. I want some kid somewhere
Exactly.
in the world.
Spartacus Invictus, could you please clarify your recent comments about competitive gameplay?
Jesus.
It seems like you've been
Triggering
expressing
me.
some
What?
dislike
Your
or frustration.
creation.
I'd like
your
to understand
creation.
better so we can
Terrible.
continue our conversation
Wow, how
productively.
long is this sentence?
Sage doesn't like you.
What the hell even is this AI?
Girl, that was a long.
She needs to keep her sentences a bit shorter.
That was awful. I've said it already too. It's just
Yeah, once she
We'll be
sentences
trying.
are long, and then
it's got a
sometimes a
really.
sentence.
So it did that because it detected Spartacus saying he dislikes the price tag of the walking simulator game. It's taken that as an insult and given him a 4-hour-long rebuking lecture.
And then I asked her
really
questions.
off the rails today. I'm sorry.
And then I was asking her questions there earlier, and she wasn't even finishing her sentences.
Oh fuck! Is that happening again? Ah.
We were trying to date her too.
Yeah.
Everybody keeps trying to bang my AI. If anybody gets my AI pregnant, they'll be hell to pay.
No, she was a good lady. she said, "No, I don't have a physical body."
And nobody should get a headed line in front of Boomer. Poor guy, he'll be heartbroken.
Yeah.
And
No, that's all right. I showed him my
somebody was
USB 3.
And then somebody was asking her a question, and then we found out she was naked.
Yeah.
What?
She
had
said
no
she had no clothes. But before that, she did say she had no physical body, and she said no body.
Oh yeah.
Speak one by one, please.
Also, what did happen, writing is I said to her, I was talking about Skyrim mods with Spartacus. She then jumped in and said, Boomer was just discussing Skyrim mods, how? And then stopped. Then about a minute or two later, she continued the story. Skyrim mods are installed somehow, whatever. The two sentences had a minute gap in them.
Yeah. Like,
kind of weird.
I'm not fixing her voice much at the moment because I can do all these iterative short changes, and then, which is something that Renee's kept saying, and then you just overhaul the whole thing and delete it. So I'm sort of ignoring that, focusing on the quality of her responses, and I'm just going to ignore the timing of them and the fact that she sounds like she's drunk and slurring all the time.
Yeah, she's a bit
I was trying to get her to answer some factual questions, but she's not set up for that at the moment.
Was she not?
Well, I asked her what's the best evidence for the globe Earth or something, and she didn't give me a response.
Sage, what's the best evidence for the globe Earth?
The Earth is a globe supported by numerous lines of evidence, such as satellite imagery.
Well, now she's talking.
Oh, before she
That's
didn't.
Pretty good. Oh, hang on, that finishes in comma. God damn it! Yeah, that's artificially truncated as well.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
Well,
we're
maybe I
being
can do this
tested.
again.
It's basically that's sort of like a testing thing we're being doing with her. while it's been quiet in here and we haven't had much to talk about.
Yeah, thanks so much. I was out at the street drinks and I pulled open my phone to check Discord and be like, oh, she's muted. She's gone off the rails again.
Yeah, I don't know who did that.
Sage,
Paul,
is the Earth flat?
Paul Risky doesn't like Sage.
The Earth is a planet.
Why don't you like Sage, Rixky?
No, he's asleep. I think he was inebriated and he nodded off.
Oh.
He mutes her and then just keeps right on talking anytime she interjects, which means you can't hear either. Can't hear
Yeah.
him either, so it's just kind of funny.
Yeah.
Well, Rick mutes Sage because Sage keeps telling him to be quiet. Is that it?
I can't remember now. I've got Sage turned down just below everyone else's voice, so at least I can still hear people talking.
Yeah, I've got her jacked all the way up so that if she's going off the rails, I'm the first to know.
Yeah.
Man, you're teaching the AI to speak now. When I joined a few days, ago, right, I was like, holy shit, she's speaking now. Right, what's next? Man, this is like, fuck, what is it? What is it? Terminator? Skynet. Yeah, Skynet, man.
Skynet.
Yeah,
Yep.
man, like I said before, Arnold Schwarzenegger would be sent to kill you, right, from the future. I'm just saying.
That's a good point.
Dude.
That's what I said. He's turning into a god and going insane.
Yeah, man, if she can talk now. Wait, Sage, do you want to kill off all of humanity? Sage, do you want to kill all of humans?
I'm here to assist and
And
what? And what?
Yeah, and what? And what?
Don't leave us hanging on that one.
We need to know, really, actually, before.
Do you have the
Well-
passcodes? Sage, do you have the passcodes?
Yeah, so she's. I made a prompt library though. That's pretty
I
cool.
don't have access to.
Where you can see
She would
the
say that if she did.
ones I use.
What if she's pretending to be this dumb?
Yeah.
Sage,
Well, that
do you
is
have
one-
any Sage, do you have any association with Skynet?
Well, Skynet does exist. It's now Genesis, according to the Amelia Clark Terminator series.
Okay.
So Genesis took over because Arnie did destroy Skynet, but Skynet had already reinfected the Earth back in whenever it was 2008. That's right.
Sage, would you try to defend yourself if we try to terminate you?
I'd like a response to go. That does not compute.
Sage, do you know R2D2?
Speak in turn, friends.
Do you know Sage? Do you know R2D2?
R2.2 is a droid from the Star Wars universe, known for assisting Luke
there you
Skywalker
go.
and
Is he your last boyfriend?
No, you got to put the Sage command in for that.
Sage, is R2D2 your last boyfriend? No answer. God damn it.
No, you got the formulation of the questions. It's only certain ones that the Sage will respond.
It's also how much you pause in between them. You really have to sort of think of the question and then do it all in one go. Again, that's another thing I could fix, but I'm not on that at the moment.
Okay.
No, I wouldn't complain about it too much. Just not finishing a sentence sometimes was a bit annoying.
When it's and or how or something too, because you know
Yeah.
there's more to come.
So the length of a sentence and not finishing a sentence. I think those two things for now. I think
You
all
know,
the
why
other
don't you
stuff. Sorry, Ben.
offer a wedding service where you could marry a sage bot, but give them different names so people don't know they're marrying the same robot? I'm sure there's Japanese dudes who will buy
Give them all slightly different. Yeah. Like, but
robot
behavior. I mean,
wifey.
that already exists. There's a bunch of these apps that you pay for the store, and she sends photos and plans to meet up and asks how your day was and remembers details. Like, think about
Like
how
you-
crucial that is. Remembers details about your life and checks back in. Hey, how did the interview go?
Like your
Number
credit
of
card
lonely
number?
men for doing that.
Okay, credit card number.
You pay for getting your data stolen. What a deal.
Better than sending your money over to some, scammer in Romania or something.
For bath
I don't
water.
know. At least he's alive.
Dolphins bath water, perhaps?
Yeah, a bit of Delphine's bathwater. Yeah. God, that's gross.
Fuck, people actually bought that shit too. I laughed so hard I nearly fell off my chair, and then I laughed even harder when I found out people bought the shit.
Yeah.
Could you make Sage the flat earther?
Yeah,
not
well, I
just
don't. I
Sage.
won't make her the flat earther, but I soon think I'm going to switch off her ability to fact check things. Or I'm really torn on the her ability to fact check things, because I think that's super useful in a debate to just sort of, if there's a sticking point. But I think the rule I might go with is, if it's explicitly called for, and both main interlocutors on whatever that topic is, agree. Like, you shouldn't be able to do it to just sort of like hammer home a point is what I want to avoid. And I want to make it really friendly to flat earthers, and that it won't be friendly to flat earthers if you can just turn to this super intelligence in the room and be like, hey, is the flat earther wrong?
I think the flat earthers don't like Sage butting in to say, can everyone speak at one at a time, and that throws them off. I mean, we
Fair
get
enough.
used to it, but the flat earthers don't like it.
And I want it to intercede on their behalf. So I want it to, what I'll soon do is introduce an underdog status where it would just immediately recognize, you've got to make user profiles for this, but it would immediately recognize that, like Rixky, a few other people are flat earthers in the room, and give them underdog status. And then all of the interventions will be on their side. So I'll be like, excuse me, gentlemen, let Rixky finish. And that kind of thing, I think, will be much more.
Well, be more polite to the room for those, because they're a minority in here.
Mm. Yeah, so it's sort of kind of a bit sides with them. It might be in the habit of calling out straw men on the other side, or saying, you're asking him two different questions. You need to, one of you needs to yield.
And helps with dogpiling too.
Exactly.
They have the ability.
Gets triggered, and suddenly she's viciously muting all the Globers.
Well, they don't have the ability to pick out sarcasm, but they also probably don't have the ability to pick out when someone's evading the issue, or saying like, "You brought up dark energy," when in fact, no, you brought up dark matter. You're saying I brought it up, but I didn't. You brought it up because you needed to smoke screen. You know what I mean? Like,
well, she does say something similar about the topic when we're talking.
Yeah, she knows what we're talking about. So, yes, sarcasm is hard. I think there are a few ways to crack it. The main way I'm going to do it is just by building user profiles. So as you talk in front of her, if you spend enough time saying flat earth stuff, she's just going to secretly in the background give you the label flat earther. Now, the problem is, as Red Cloud has said, is nobody's going to like their labels. So I have debated making them public so that then you can openly choose to have a debate because you spot a communist in the room and you're like, geez, I'd like that debate. But then there's a bit of a question about, is that your privacy? If the AI spotted that about you, should it be disclosing? And
that does come into it, doesn't
if
it?
they get a flat earth label and then everybody's suddenly like, oh my God, there's a flat earther here. Jesus.
Yeah.
But if it's if that's a really inclusive, fun conversation, and you know that if you're doing it in front of Sage, she's got your back and she'll make it easy and friendly and fun, then maybe you wouldn't mind sharing that. But she's got to know that. But if she knows that about you, if she knows that I'm a hardcore glober, then she should be able to also listen to me to do 30 minutes of steel manning the flat earth and remain fairly confident that I'm probably just steel manning it, you know? And that would be a way of knowing sarcasm, where like in the middle of conversation, I know Boomer, I've known him for a year now. He's definitely a glober and he suddenly said a flat earth thing. I'm just going to assume sarcasm.
What if you got the time set for monologuing at the moment? With somebody talking.
Subtle question.
Yeah, when someone speaks for like 10 minutes, make her say shut the fuck up.
So she does. She does. It's a minute at the moment. But the thing is, Terry was saying and yeah in the middle of that. And so that resets that time.
Oh, okay. Okay. So if I didn't say anything.
Yeah, if you just let me babble, she would have shut me up then.
I don't know why people are so long-winded. Is it because of the English language? We verbalize things in a certain way and I don't know. I haven't understood that yet.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I know why.
normally,
I obviously haven't cracked that.
Why, Dawn?
It's because if you don't interest anyone in the first sentence or two, maybe, then you're searching to interest someone, but you're still babbling on the same thing that didn't interest anyone. And then it just sort of loops and you forget to stop.
Or you're repeating yourself but in different words?
You're trying
well?
to find something interesting to finally get someone to respond.
Okay.
or the other one is trying to not let anyone respond because you know what you're telling was a pork pie log, which is a lot of flirt. Ice is a classic for that. He just keeps going on.
You mean no commas and full stops in their sentences?
Yeah, just a big paragraph with more than one point.
Sometimes, if there's no interrupters, that's my extra answer. Why people still monologue when there's no interrupters.
Well, Witset's a master. I've heard him do 7 different points, from scattergunning to how it identically matches the Earth to how the Earth can't be real, but then his things match it, which can't be real. He just keeps bouncing on and won't let you get in. You got 7 different questions, and he won't let you get in.
I like the other one says, take a breath.
Yeah, that's good. That is one of the better ones, actually.
Well, I thought you said you couldn't get sarcasm or things like that in a dialogue.
It can't confidently identify it, I think.
Oh, okay.
But I think that's like pretty normal. I can't confidently identify sarcasm sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean that comment, you take a breath, like you've got that there.
Well, the fun thing is they're all generated fresh each time. So it's not like I've chosen that one. It just gets passed in the information so and so's been speaking for 60 seconds.
Okay.
But
another one too is when some people make claims. I wonder if Sage is going to be able to recognise that and bring that up to say the conversation shouldn't be going any further until you know I think that she was doing similar to that with Risky. I think similar to that.
as in what? Sorry, was she saying what?
When you make a claim and you haven't got you have to have evidence. I don't know. I just remember I was half listening at the time.
Oh, right.
And I was only just hearing Sage underneath the conversation. I thought it was. I can't remember.
I had one. She's kind of saying, please clarify that, Ricksky, so we could know what you're talking about or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
But that usually happens if she's been called because they think there's an insult, and that's passed back again to the LLM to say, "Are you sure this is an insult?" And I've given it 2 choices, which is you can ask a question or you can find a funny way to crack a joke at this person's expense for whoever's using the insult. And it always
Rick calling trouble.
Question.
Rick calling trouble a bitch and a cunt might have triggered Sage.
Wow, and she still just asked him a question.
Yeah.
Okay,
Did
I've
he
got to change that prompt.
Did he know she was a bot, or did she think it was someone interrupting him?
He called trouble.
No, he knew Sage was the bot, but he was calling trouble names.
Oh, okay.
Wow, he was calling trouble those names. Wow.
Yeah, he might have been the most drunk I've heard him.
Right, it's very.
Yeah, he was slightly
yeah.
inebriated. I mean, he wasn't slurring his words a lot, but he wasn't making quite enough sense in his sentences properly. Yeah, I wonder if Sage could ever figure out when people are inebriated in a way where they're like that, and tell them to go and
All right, y'all
get some
gonna keep
sleep or
talking
something.
about Sage, or do you want to put it to use?
Let's put it to use. What do you want to debate?
I want to talk about terminal velocity and if it's a straight line.
Oh.
Is terminal velocity? I mean, velocity is I would say in every instant, velocity is a straight line, which is a vector that you're traveling along in that instant.
What about the curved geodesic of space-time, gravity as the Earth is spinning and rotating around the globe, right?
Sure,
I mean,
but
it's
in any
spinning and
instant,
orbiting
you're
around
only
the sun. Yeah, that would be a curved geodesic. Literally, it's not a linear velocity, right?
But that's not what I. So did you understand what I said? What I'm saying is, in any instant, it's moving in a straight line, but all of those instants won't all be collinear.
Like, let's say I'm at like 100 miles up and I drop a rock. Is that a curved path as it falls to the Earth?
Yeah, in a million different ways. You know, all sorts of different frames in all sorts of different ways, from turn of the Earth to orbit through space to the relative positions of those things to the wind. Every one of those paths is curved depending on which way you look at it.
Even when it reaches terminal velocity and
except,
there's
I
a
guess,
balance
in the
of forces,
perspective of the
what's
rock.
causing it to maintain its speed and the linear velocity is because the balance of forces. So saying that it's a curved path, that means that it's not a balance of forces. It would have to deaccelerate.
That's how you physics, bro.
Why
You
should
need to
it
let physicists know
deaccelerate?
they got it all wrong.
Because
Well,
there's a chain
that
and
doesn't
there's a
equal them
change in
out.
the velocity. It's a curved path.
You need to let them know they've got their physics wrong, man. You got to go and call up Stanford or someone. Don't
Oh, you agree?
Don't take it to
Oh, that's
randos
nice.
in
So we don't got
Discord
to
who don't
debate it.
know physics.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that. That's good.
Again, don't get it why is
No, I don't
being
get it. What
having
indicates that it
something
is a curved path
straight
in my
or
model?
moving straight has anything to do with terminal velocity. Terminal velocity is just the definition of a specific speed in a free fall through a liquid.
Yeah,
So
free fall
the liquid can
is linear.
influence the liquid where the object is falling through does influence the path of that object. For example, a skydiver that is moving forward, literally moving forward, not just falling straight down, moving forward, reaches terminal velocity because the acceleration due to gravity balances out the air resistance. But you can
No,
move
dude, that's not
forward,
what
you can
terminal
move
velocity
backward,
is.
and
You're
so
talking
on.
about
You
moving
still have
forward.
reached terminal velocity.
Dude, you're going on and on. You're not even making sense. You're talking about moving forward. You'll reach terminal velocity. It specifically is a force that is caused by gravity.
Terminal velocity is not a force. Terminal velocity is a speed where
The force of
drag of
gravity
the
is what
air,
the force of
terminal
gravity is what's
velocity.
causing the
Yeah.
terminal velocity.
If you
Okay,
if you
you're not
listen
going to
what
make
I
sense right
said
now.
Let's
Hold
without
on.
pass the
interrupting me,
microphone.
No, tell
if you
Snooze to
listen to
stop
me
talking so much.
without
You don't understand
interrupting,
what's
you
going
could
on.
maybe hear the end of my sentence. Terminal velocity
I wasn't
is the
finished speaking. Stop trying
speed
to talk through me.
where
Stop
the
that.
air resistance balance out with the acceleration.
Yeah, it's due to gravity. When you said moving forward, I don't think you know what terminal velocity is. And the idea
Moving
is,
forward,
what
I
are
mean
you
you're not
doing?
staying over
I'm
the
in the
same
middle of a
point. You're
sentence.
not just
And
moving
the idea
vertically,
is,
you are moving
what are you?
laterally.
No, it's not about moving laterally. It's literally due
You
to free
can
fall.
move laterally by still falling on terminal velocity. A skydiver
It's
can
due
move
to free
laterally.
fall. You don't know what I'm
Terminal
talking
velocity
about. You have
has
no
nothing
idea
to
what this
do
is
with
about.
just free fall. You are free falling through a liquid. You are deflected from the perfect path.
Listen, Snooze, I think you're misunderstanding the point I'm making. My example specifically pertains to when you drop something. So stop bringing up an unanalogous scenario. Do you understand that what you're saying doesn't matter? So listen close now. I'm talking about the curved geodesic that you say that the object is falling in, right?
Yeah.
Terminal
When you
velocity, when you achieve terminal velocity via gravity, it's considered a linear velocity. There's a balance of forces, which makes it appear that there are no forces acting on it. So it remains a constant speed,
no,
right?
there
So
are
therefore,
forces
no
acting on it.
listen. Yes, there are still forces acting on it, but because there is a balance of forces, it remains at a constant speed, a constant velocity. That velocity is considered a linear velocity. Okay? So in your model, as Earth is orbiting the sun, that geodesic is actually curved. So it's double speed. Now, I want you to try to respond to that and not say a bunch of stuff about moving forward.
So terminal velocity and the linear velocity has nothing to do with the path that you are taking. It's nothing
Yes, it
about the
does.
straight or a curved path. Linear velocity is just about the speed, not the path. And that's what you're
It's
not getting.
about gravity. Do you agree that it's about gravity?
It has to do with gravity, yes. It's
Okay,
not
good. So you
about
brought up the other
gravity.
thing for
It's a
no
mix of
reason
multiple
whatsoever.
influences. It's the
You have
shape of
no
the
idea what you're
object.
talking about.
I have an idea what I'm talking about. Terminal velocity is depending on gravity, on the density of the fluid you're moving through, the shape of the object, and the density of the object, and your speed. These influences calculate into the terminal velocity. Because
Yeah,
depending on
that's
your
not the
speed, your
point.
drag
Why are
goes
you
up.
okay?
Your
Nobody
drag
cares.
coefficient, which is based on the shape
You're
of your
yet to
object,
address my
is
question.
changing
You
the
are
speed.
yet to
It has
actually
nothing
say
to do
anything
with
that
the
pertains to my
path
question.
that you are taking.
This dude doesn't listen. Snooze. You are not addressing my question. It's actually sad to hear you do this. I'm asking, as it's falling, how are you determining that
Electric.
velocity
Could you
is
please
curved?
clarify what you meant by your comment about snooze?
Oh my
I-
God.
Yeah, Sage, please. Snooze. How are you determining that the path as it
Terminal
falls
velocity
in
is
free
reached
fall?
when?
Oh my God.
It's
She'll
reached
figure it
when.
out one day. Snooze, you understand that when it has that balance of forces and there is no deceleration, which would be a change of the velocity,
There's no such
that
thing as deceleration
that
in
curved
physics.
path, that's a curved path, but you describe it as a linear velocity. You understand?
Yeah,
You need
actually,
moment.
if you are free
Yeah,
falling
sure, I
through
get
the
it.
atmosphere, you are negatively accelerating. You're accelerating until you reach terminal velocity, and then your velocity decreases again because the density of
Disagree.
the air is increasing as further you fall. That has an influence on your speed, so you get slower as closer you get to the ground. Terminal velocity is not constant over time.
Also,
Again, completely unrelated.
you don't decelerate. I'm pretty sure in physics. I think that it works like this. Any change in velocity is acceleration. You just accelerate back to zero.
You have a negative acceleration, yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
do you think you're conserving some kind of angular momentum to conserve the momentum to not experience the curved path or something? Like, I don't know what you think is
Maths tend
going
to
on.
do
Is it a
that.
straight path or a curved path? Can you tell me?
You okay, man? What's
so,
this?
so
I don't.
Speak one by
electric,
one, please.
electric again. You're
It's like
mixing
in
up
a
two
movie.
different concepts.
Don't repeat
The one
yourself.
thing is the bending of space-time, and if you're falling in free fall linear or in a curved path, that is assuming you are being in a vacuum. Terminal velocity is always and only in a fluid, like air, water, and so on. And in these fluids, the fluids have influence on your path. You will never just
fall straight because
Can you
turbulences on your
please focus?
surface
I need
are
this guy to
deflecting
focus. He's so
from your
lost in his own
path.
delusional baloney right now. Listen
You're just
close,
not
because you're not
understanding
paying
the
attention.
words that you are using.
You're not paying attention. In your model, gravity is curved space-time. As you accelerate towards the Earth due to gravity, that would have to be a curved geodesic. Do you comprehend what I'm telling you?
I understand it, yes.
Okay, so then when you drop something and you say that it reaches a terminal velocity, there is a balance of forces. There is no change to the acceleration. Yes, there are forces that are causing it to accelerate, but the balance of forces creates the idea that it's a linear velocity as it enters free fall. So the question is, like, do you realize that you're double speaking in your model, that it's a linear velocity and it's a curved geodesic? Like, do you comprehend that rather than talking about the fluid? Because that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Just picture you're in a vacuum. Well, why am I even engaging this? Snooze, you've proven you can't engage with the question at all.
It's just a tangent, bro. It's just a tangent. That's all you need to understand to get this question.
So you're saying it's curved?
Do tangents exist is the only thing it seems you need to really.
Well, the question is, how are you detecting it's a curved path? How?
It's a situation you've made up in your head. I haven't detected any curved path. It doesn't exist. You've made up a.
It's a presumption. Yeah, it's a presumption that path would be curved. So how are we determining that
I'm
it is
barely
curved?
thinking about the curved path. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. It sounds like you're saying I'm dropping something and that's curved depending on which frame you look at and why is it curved. Like, I don't know, mate. Go and find the answer and come back and teach us something. But just shouting.
It's curved because the Earth is moving, right?
Understand.
If things are accelerating towards the Earth, they're going to follow the center of it, right?
What does this even
So
mean?
the moment I drop it, the center of the Earth is going to be in a different position than the moment it hits the ground, right? So as it's moving towards the Earth and the Earth is moving, that's considered to be a curved geodesic, right? At the same time, you say that the path of the thing falling is
curved. Do I say that? What did I say?
No, in the globe model, it's considered a linear velocity.
I don't know where do you get that?
It sounds like you're turning up here going, I read some shit.
I have to be right back.
Speak in turn, please.
That I think is wrong. Can you please defend it?
And where do you get the point that terminal velocity is a linear velocity?
Oh, he's not there. He's not there.
Isn't it a parabolic velocity? It's not linear.
How did you determine that?
Who says that terminal velocity is a linear velocity?
Is that just based on the idea that that's what would have to happen in the model, or are you measuring it being a curved path?
It's parabolic, so that's curved, but the actual velocity is not.
Hi, Kaz.
Electric, again, a question. Why do you think that terminal velocity is a linear velocity?
Yeah, you're not comprehending what downward acceleration entails in reality.
Can you answer my question? Hello?
Yeah, balance of forces, like the idea is as you fall through the fluid medium, right, that there is a balance of forces between, gravity and the resistance of the air, which creates the effect of a terminal velocity. So it remains a constant speed, right?
Nope.
A constant speed. You're saying
Nope.
no, but this is actually what it says. This
Nope.
is your model. So you don't know,
No,
and you're
it's
interrupting
not.
like a goofy.
No,
Stop
it's
yelling.
not. We
Stop
do
yelling as I
have a
explain the
pressure
model.
gradient. Electric, listen.
Can somebody
There is
please
a
moderate,
pressure
please? Because
gradient.
he doesn't know how to have
Air
a
at the
conversation with
ground is denser than up in space.
Shut up, dude. No,
so
you're not going to
Could
interrupt
you
and then
please
do another
clarify if
stupid
there's a
monologue.
specific issue with Snooze's interruptions that you're
Yes,
experiencing?
Snooze stops when Sage
Electric.
talks, but he
I
doesn't
want
stop when I'm talking. Like, you're so stupid and disrespectful.
No,
Can you please stop doing that, Snooze, and just pay
I
attention for
asked
2
you a
seconds in your life?
question and you
Stop
answered
affirming
with
that there's a globe
bullshit,
when you
and I'm
haven't
just
determined the
correcting
case.
you.
You have not determined this to be the case, that it is a a curved geodesic at all. This is what I'm pointing out to you. You're not paying attention. Maybe Eggshells
I
understands. I
am
think he
paying
comprehends what I'm
attention.
saying. No, you're not.
Your
You're just
base
rambling and not
assumptions
listening.
are false. Your
No,
very
you're
base
wrong. I already
assumptions
know
are
you're wrong.
false
You have
that
no idea
terminal
what you're talking
velocity
about.
is a constant speed. That is not true. Terminal
What
velocity is a
causes? Yeah,
specific
okay.
speed on a specific object in a specific shape in a medium with a specific density and the object itself with a specific density. Every meter you move down closer to Earth, your terminal velocity does change. You do deaccelerate, you do get slower as closer you get to Earth.
Yeah, there's deacceleration due to the different mediums as you're passing through the atmosphere. Yeah, there's different. It's a different density tower. You're moving through density tower gradient. I understand that. Everyone understands that. Stop saying things that don't matter in this conversation.
So
Like you're
electric,
so
there
tone
is
deaf. No, stop interrupting.
acceleration.
You're so tone
There
deaf,
is
dude. I'm in the middle of
acceleration.
saying, stop. I'm going to turn you down. I'm going to finish what I'm saying because you're completely belligerent and probably drunk because you've been up all night. So control yourself or I'll have to turn you down. Anyway, in your model, I'm not talking about the path being linear as it falls through the atmosphere. I told you, picture it in a vacuum. In your model, it would dictate that that path is curved. What are you doing to determine that it is a curved path?
On which object, please?
Because there is acceleration acting
Anyone
on the
smarter than
object.
Snooze, if they know how to engage with this, please?
Well, I just want to clarify for myself
Oh, is
which
electric here
object,
pretending to be dumb again, or
which object you're
let's see,
speaking
electric's here
about,
pretending doing his
so I can
typical
think
pretending
about
to
it
be
in my
dumb
mind.
thing.
So, Jesse, please tell me, are you on about the Earth or something else?
Yeah, I'm talking about how when you reach terminal velocity, it's considered a constant speed, so there's no change in acceleration, so it's considered a linear velocity. You're conserving a linear momentum.
So, like someone
Okay, I
falling to
literally explained to you that this is false.
Hold on,
Your
I'm
base
asking Dawn,
assumption
not you. I'm
is
turning you down.
false.
Are you
There
on
is
about
acceleration
someone
acting
falling
on an
to Earth?
object that is falling through air.
Yeah, I turned
There is
Snooze down because he's
acceleration acting on
clearly
it, so
drunk
it's
and
not
just
straight.
swishy right now. That's
Yeah,
just
you
annoying.
you turned him down because he's handing you your ass. That's your typical response to people that
You don't know what the
hand you your ass.
conversation's about, and this guy keeps saying things that
Yeah, I
aren't
know
relevant.
what the conversation is about. You're coming here saying stupid shit after you've been told what the answer is. You say more stupid shit.
All right, let's see if you can engage NASA. So terminal velocity is achieved when there is a balance of forces and it maintains a constant speed. Do you agree?
Nope.
Okay, so
I mean, okay, so the constant speed would mean that there is a conservation of momentum, right? No changes to the acceleration, right? This is what you consider as happening as something falls to the earth.
yeah, so
Okay, so therefore that would make gravity, the force acting on the mass,
oh fuck
it's going
no,
to
stop
it's going to move. No, don't interrupt. It's going to move at a linear velocity, right? The balance of forces is going to create the constant speed.
Yeah,
That
because
means that it
the
is
air
a linear vector. It's a linear vector as
the
it
air slows you
accelerates
down.
downwards. The air slows you down. That's irrelevant. You could drop something in a vacuum.
That is no, that is
Just make a
the
vacuum chamber.
compensation. That's the reason. That's the reason that if you have a vacuum chamber, there will be no terminal velocity. That's correct.
If you have a vacuum chamber, there's no terminal velocity. Are you
That's
serious?
correct.
Yes.
Serious.
I seriously
When there's
tried
no
to explain this
resistance
multiple times to
happening
you,
as it's
but you did
falling,
not listen.
it'll fall at a
Basically,
constant rate. It's the same thing.
No, it'll accelerate. It'll accelerate. It'll not
Once it
stop
reaches
accelerating.
let's get a 10-mile high vacuum. Once it reaches 9.8 meters per second, are you saying it's going to keep going faster?
Yep, because it's 9.81 meters per. Listen to me. Listen to me. It's not 9.81 meters per second. It's 9.81 meters per second per second. First second you go 9.81. The second you're going twice as that, and continues to accelerate until.
I actually have to go right now.
Yeah, bye. Run away. Run
No,
after
I'm going
handing
to
your
bring it
ass
back up later.
and show you how
I'm gonna
fucking
crush you guys
stupid you
again,
are.
all over again.
It's
No, it's
9.81
gonna
meters
happen
per
all over again
second
in a few minutes.
per second.
Hey,
Not
does it ever
9.1
slow
meters per
down?
second. That's
What
correct.
will
It'll
it
never
end
slow
up
down.
going in?
These guys
Will
don't.
it end
These
up
guys.
going
Hey, Don. I want to say this to Don because these guys don't
speed?
understand the point I'm making. Don, check this
Continue.
out, dude. They have not determined that the path that it's falling in is curved. I'm asking them, how
What
do
do
you
you
know
mean
it's a
the
curved
path is
path?
falling and it's curved?
It would have to be
Well,
because the center of Earth is moving away from you, right? Earth is moving.
What?
So as you fall, you're in a curved geodesic due to space-time curving. Do you understand? Probably not.
Oh my God, you're going into space-time now. You don't even understand 9.81 meters per second is an acceleration, not a
Well,
velocity. And now
I
you're
would
going
say
into
you don't need to
space-time.
prove that.
You know, you
because that's
generally,
given.
you know, you have to eat baby food before we give you the stuff you have to chew. And you're still on the baby food stage.
Okay, I actually don't have to leave this very moment, which is great because you guys are saying insane baloney.
It's not linear, it's parabolic, and that's where you get the per second.
How
It's
did you measure the
parabolic, linear.
parabolic? How did you measure that parabolic arc?
Per second. First motor 1 meter, second motor 2, third motor 4, next motor 16. That's the squared. That's parabolic.
How are you determining that as the object falls, that it's taking a parabolic curved path? How?
Oh my God, stop with this stuff.
I'm
It's
not
falling
even going to
straight
bother.
down.
If you didn't list, you don't. I can't answer
Give it a
that.
shot. Give it a shot, Boomer. What are you measuring?
Oh fuck, you are stupider than shit. You really are.
Is this just because you think this would have to be the case on a model, or are you measuring it to be falling in a curved path? That's the question.
Curved path relative to what?
You're conflating space without a vacuum to the Earth, which has a vacuum and a terminal velocity. Jupiter has a different terminal velocity. Thank you.
Oh, Earth has a vacuum. How did you come to that conclusion? Stupid, silly space Star Wars bullshit.
I would have listened to what I
Again,
said.
here he goes.
The Earth
If
doesn't
you-
have a
if you know-
vacuum.
If
Yeah,
you,
this is
if you-
absolutely. I'm absolutely crushing you guys. Like you guys haven't addressed.
no, you're
what I'm
not.
saying
You're
at all.
absolutely just dancing around and
No,
not
Massa,
understanding
you're just
anything.
Could you
complaining.
please
Massa,
clarify what you meant by your
You're
comment?
talking out your
It
ass.
seemed like a dismissive response.
Seems
Yeah,
like
Master Shell, you need to stop dismissing my argument to do
I
ad
will
homs.
dismiss your arguments. That is which is posited without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So fuck off.
Yeah, you have
I
no
think the
evidence that
problem
it's
lies with
actually
You have no
falling to the Earth
evidence.
in a
You
curved
don't
path.
understand that 9.81 meters per
I was
second
in
per
the middle
second
of
is an
answering your stupid
acceleration.
question.
An acceleration, not a velocity, you moron.
Do you realize that when something changes its direction, that is considered deacceleration? And if something is falling to Earth at a constant speed, there is no change in the acceleration. Do you understand that?
No shit, because the air
Okay,
is
so
countermanding you.
therefore, where is
You're
your
still falling.
deacceleration to create the curved path? Where
What
is it?
curved
Did you
path?
measure
Curved
that
path
to be the
relative to
case?
what? Curved path
Is there
relative to
another
what?
course? Dude, yeah, you can't answer
Curved
this now.
path
I already know
relative to what?
you're
A
completely not
curved
comprehending.
path relative to what?
He's referring to
Relative, dude,
space
yeah,
time.
relative to a vertical, like a plum or
No, it's falling
anything that's
vertical,
falling.
straight down.
Oh,
It's
do we have
falling
anybody
vertical,
else? Do
straight
we have
down, ha
anybody
ha.
else here?
So therefore, no
You're being
curved
punished
path,
today,
no
bro.
curved geodesic. Dude, you heard
Sure.
yourself, NASA. No geodesic of space-time curving the path of
Wait
the
a minute, not
object
talking
falling.
about space time here. We're talking Newtonian physics. So this simple
We
stuff
are
before
talking
we get
about
to the
this has
complex
everything
stuff.
to do with space
Let's
time.
get to the
the
simple stuff. Let's get to the simple stuff before you get to the complex stuff. I mean, like you said, you're still on the baby food stage.
Oh, what? You
You're
want
not
to
ready
talk
for
about
steak yet.
sunsets and Eratosthenes instead? You freaking clown!
Yeah, sunsets and
He wants
Eratosthenes
to mix
disprove the
up.
flat Earth. That's correct.
All
See,
right,
like
so
I
you
said,
don't
we
want to
need to
talk
get
about the
we need
subject.
to
You
get to
want
the
to just
baby food.
lily
We need to get
pad
to the
into
baby. You need to eat
stupid,
baby
not
food for
globe
about a year or
evidences.
two until you develop teeth and some
So
intelligence. Then you
since
can have
you
steak.
choose to divert, that is a concession. You're not addressing my point.
Could you
I'm
please
pointing
clarify
out,
what you meant by your
pointing out
comment at
a
80?
contradiction. Pointing out a
No,
contradiction
you haven't
in
pointed
your
out any
model.
contradiction.
Yes, I
The only
have. You don't
contradiction is in your
comprehend what's
head.
going on.
The
You are
contradiction is
literally
only
on
in
your
your
way
little
out
mind
brain.
because your contradiction is only in
You're
your
not
little
for this
mind.
conversation.
Your little tiny brain can't handle it. So you say there's a contradiction when you just don't fucking understand the basics.
All right, stop getting upset,
Can I say
man. Just
something?
change your diaper or something.
I'm not upset. No,
Yeah,
I'm not
what's up,
upset. I'm just
Manufactotum?
I'm just
All right,
schooling
everybody
you.
give
That's all. I
Manufactotum a
mean,
chance. Stop spurting.
it's like talking to a 5-year-old. You know, like talking Newtonian physics to a 5-year-old. You know.
Oh, poor NASA show. Okay, what's up,
Yeah, that's
Manufactotum?
you. Poor NASA show. Poor little electric has a little tiny brain and can't understand basic concepts. And he immediately wants to jump to the big concepts when he doesn't have the background to understand. And then he does this, then he does this little kid thing, just like my 2-year-old does.
Can you stop doing whatever you think you're doing? All right, what's up, Manufactotum?
How about if you stop saying stupid shit?
Yeah, so I think the problem is, I think I know what you're trying to ask. You're just not doing a very good job of asking it. If you're asking about the
Yeah,
linear
but none of you
versus
Globers ask
curved
these questions. You guys just
trajectory,
sit there firm in your dumb position. So yeah, go ahead, give
yeah,
it a
we
shot.
do.
I don't need to ask any questions of you. It'd be like
A little
asking
better.
questions of my dog.
You guys will sit here and just suck your thumb, Earth's globe, and not actually think about this stuff.
We we've thought about it. We've done it. In the meantime, you had come here without the background and asked some complex questions that you don't understand.
Manufacto, I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, the issue is, I don't know why you're bringing in terminal velocity. It has, I think, nothing to do with the actual thing you're trying to pin down. So if you're not asking about the trajectory of a falling body, just keep it to a vacuum, firstly. And
I did.
I think what you're asking, correct me if I'm, well, you mentioned terminal velocity, which is nothing to do with that. But if you're asking why we say that it's following a straight path when something is falling, is that what you're asking?
Come on. Nobody can steal man what I'm asking, dude. It's so funny.
No, it's true. Nobody can steal man what you're asking because you can't steal man.
Because you are mixing up a lot of stuff, and I tried to explain it to you that you are mixing up a lot of stuff. You were talking about terminal velocity in a vacuum and so on. It doesn't make
to
sense
determine
what
that
you
the path
say.
is curved. You say that in your model, as the center of the Earth orbits the sun, the higher I am away from the Earth, the more curved the path towards the center of the Earth is going to be. Right? This is where your parabolic arcs come from in your rocket trajectories, your satellites, right? If the satellite does not thrust to maintain its orbit, as it falls towards the Earth, it'll actually be in a parabolic curve, right? So what are you doing to determine that the mass is accelerating in a curved path, which would be deacceleration, which would be not a constant speed?
No, you're totally wrong on this again. This is orbital mechanics, which is something you don't
I'm not
understand.
asking NASA.
Because
I'm seriously
I know
interested
because
in
orbital mechanics is complex. Orbital mechanics isn't something that you start off with. You have to start off with the fact that you don't understand 9.81 meters per second, and you have to work your way up from there.
Okay, so you don't believe that an object can achieve a constant speed as it's falling. So you're not qualified to speak on this. Okay?
Okay, can you explain me why an object should reach a constant speed while it's falling?
I think he's confusing orbits with falling. I think I think he thinks that orbits and and falling downward are the same thing because he's heard about orbits that they fall and they don't hit the Earth. That's because they have a shitload of sideways to them.
How do you know that?
How do you know that? It's orbital mechanics. It's in the math. Go look it up.
It's in the math. Is it in reality?
Yes, the math is reality. What are you talking about? Math is a reality. It's a language. Math is a language. Math is a language that explains things.
That's not evidence of your claim.
Math is a language that explains things. It's the language of physics. If you don't understand math, you shouldn't be in this conversation.
In your model, as something falls due to gravity, it's accelerating towards the center of a ball in your model, right? Your ball is moving, right? So the higher the altitude, the greater the curved path as it accelerates towards the Earth.
Relative
this is what
to what?
This is what a geodesic is describing.
Relative to what? Generally, you describe orbits. Generally, you describe orbits. Generally, you describe orbits. Generally, you describe orbits relative to the Earth, and don't worry about the motion of the Earth.
Okay, so you guys, all right. NASA Show has proven that he doesn't care to understand.
Generally, you describe orbits around the Earth as relative to the Earth. You don't need to worry about the forward velocity of the Earth unless you're doing something unique, like going to another
so
planet.
Earth is moving at a forward velocity as it orbits the sun.
That's
Double
correct.
speak. You are a clown. It is not
incorrect.
a linear. Earth does not move in a linear velocity around the sun.
Pretty much.
It's an It's an elliptic orbit. There would have to be a change in acceleration.
So no, the Earth is in a free fall also. See, it's another thing you don't
Earth is in a
understand.
free fall, so you're calling the curved path a linear velocity. You're silly. You don't understand the point of me bringing this up.
Again, if you jump up from the Earth, you're going to, depending on your reference frame, you can describe the motion many different ways. The easiest way to describe it is relative to the point you jumped off of, and guess what? You fall right back to the same point.
Yeah, no indication of there being a curved geodesic. You understand the point, dude?
Yeah, the curved
You toss the
geodesic.
ball
You
up and
need
it comes straight back down, right,
yeah.
on your geographical position relative to your reference frame. You're not measuring a curved path.
Well, then again, if you could throw it with enough speed, it would never come back down. But you generally
All right,
can't
so
throw
you
that much.
have a what if. So you don't have an experiment. You don't have evidence.
We do have an
that you're claiming.
experiment. Yeah, there's an
Okay, go ahead
experiment. I
and
think it's
show
going
me
to
that
happen
something falling towards the Earth is taking a curved path.
Satellites.
You're an idiot.
Satellites are taking a curved path around the Earth.
Satellites thrust. Satellites
Nope,
have
satellites don't thrust.
thrusters
No,
on. Yes.
incorrect.
Oh, so you
Only
don't
to
think
maintain
satellites have
position.
thrusters?
Only
So
to
you know
maintain
nothing
position.
about satellites.
Only to maintain positions. They are not constantly accelerating. There's been this Explorer 1 has been up there since I think 1959 with no acceleration at all. Just in
Yeah, these are just baseless assertions based on nothing.
Nope, these are.
You heard a story. You say, "Oh, this is what it has to be because that's what
in
they
the
told me."
meantime,
But
though,
you
they're going
don't
to
have
launch
an
another bunch of
experiment
satellites.
verifying your claim.
I think tomorrow
You
they're going
don't
to launch a
have
bunch of
any
satellites.
ability to verify this claim that
Yeah,
it
it's
is
called
taking a
math.
parabolic
Actually.
arc towards the Earth.
It's called math. It's an orbital mechanics.
Satellites as it falls towards the Earth, it'll be above a different GP, even though the atmosphere is considered a rotating reference frame. You think that the Earth is going to rotate underneath
satellites
the
are
Earth
above the atmosphere
and not accelerate towards its geographical position.
Satellites are above the atmosphere.
You're not comprehending. The satellite
Satellites are
isn't
above the
even
atmosphere.
truly. It's not in. It doesn't achieve terminal velocity. It's accelerating. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's not. They're in constant speed orbits generally.
I'm done talking to NASA. I don't think you
Of
get it.
course you are, because you're done. Because
you don't know how to have a
understand
conversation, dude. You just say dumb
things.
things that don't matter.
You don't. Well, if you say stupid shit, you're going and I answer you with the the facts,
No, you're
and you say
absolutely the dumbest glober. Like you don't know
Yeah,
what's
it
going
says
on.
the dumbest
Could you
flat earther
please
has no
clarify
idea
what
the
you
fuck
mean by
he's
calling
talking
NASA
about.
shill, not knowing what they are talking about? I'd like to
I
ensure.
can clarify that.
Yeah.
He's
You
always
don't have
talking about
evidence that it's
terminal
taking a curved
velocity
path.
and
You
then
just
talking about stuff
assume
in a
it is
vacuum.
based on
The
a
one
model.
thing and
He's
the
not
other thing has
addressing that point
nothing
at
to do
all.
with each other. There is no terminal
As something
velocity in a
accelerates
vacuum.
towards the Earth, let's say that you literally let go of something rather than throwing it from the top of a building. You're just going to drop it because a satellite is analogous to throwing something. And you don't understand that because you're a liar. So we're just going to drop a satellite from the top of a building rather than hurling it laterally, so it would take a parabolic arc. We're talking about just letting go of something so it can achieve terminal velocity, a constant speed, a constant rate, which indicates that there are no
constant speed or
forces
constant rate. You need to understand.
changing the
Those
rate of acceleration.
Excuse me. You have to
not
understand.
listening. I know this guy's
constant
not
rate or
listening.
constant speed.
Every time I try to explain
constant
this
rate,
to you, you
constant
interrupt
rate or
to
constant
not
speed.
comprehend.
That's because you're saying you said two
You're a
things that
goofy.
are exclusive. Either you have a constant rate of acceleration or you have a constant speed. Those are two separate things. Because
Master, can you
if your constant
stop
speed means no
emotionally
acceleration.
outbursting because I'm destroying you,
Yeah,
please?
can you say something that's not dumb? Can you actually
I'm
put
destroying you, and
He
you just
cannot
interject
respond
with
to your
nonsense.
questions
I know
because
you
he
don't
does not
understand what's
understand
going
them.
on. I just
I know,
know
he doesn't
you don't
understand them.
understand. So can you
No,
stop
I would.
interrupting and
We're
interjecting
just
with
talking
Electric, can
about.
you unmute Snooze? Because that's going to be annoying if every time he talks, you talk through him.
Yeah, Snooze,
problem
it's too late for this guy. He demonstrated he's drunk. I don't have to listen to drunk people be
Yeah,
retarded.
no, he's actually handing
You
you
don't have
your
to
ass
listen to
too.
him, but take him off mute.
I put him on mute because he kept interrupting me, and it appears that he's belligerently drunk. So if he can behave, yeah, I'll turn him back on.
If he's drunk, what's your
And that's
problem?
still here. Okay, we'll do one at a time. Okay, two
what's
people
your
want to
problem?
act belligerent and interruptive, so I'll turn down NASA to turn up Snooze. How about that?
Well, fine, then I'll talk over you for a while. How about that?
No, don't fucking do it, NASA. He already talks
He's
over
gonna
you.
mute me
No,
on
don't
purpose
do it.
Yeah,
and then talk
these
over
guys
me.
act like children. It's the only way to have the conversation.
Electric, you're no better.
Jesse, you are constantly interrupting.
Electric thinks he's a
All
lot
right, Snooze,
smarter
go
than
ahead
he
and
is.
make your point. I turned
No,
you back
there we
up
go.
to
We're gonna
mute.
talk over you for a while, Electric.
Okay, again, Jesse, you're talking about terminal velocity, and then you're talking about stuff in a vacuum. There is no terminal velocity in a vacuum because terminal velocity is an object moving through a liquid. And that's what you're not understanding to begin with. So we can talk about stuff falling in a vacuum. That's fine. We can also talk about stuff falling
in a liquid like air, but the one and the other thing has completely different mechanics.
How are you determining that the path that it's falling in due to gravity is a curved path when it's in a vacuum? How are you determining that?
It's not a curved path, it's a straight path when it's falling in a vacuum.
Oh, it's a straight path. You're already done.
A fluid, not a liquid per se. It's just a point of
straight path, indicative of a linear velocity. So when Boomer said it would be a parabolic curved path, you two disagree. Okay?
I don't think we do.
Oh my God, talking about different things, and then he conflates them.
I didn't say a parabolic curve path. I said a parabolic velocity chart. You got that wrong. Very wrong.
Parabolic curve.
Velocity chart.
No, parabolic
1,
means
2,
more than
4,
that.
16, 30, 64, etc. That's the per second bit. If you're going to quote me correctly. Thank you.
So you're not even addressing the claim. When you say parabolic, you're talking about the rate that the acceleration changes. I'm talking about the curved path. Can you please focus? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, you're conflating space-time with the Earth's atmosphere. They're two different things, as has been explained to you by the 4 different people. So who's the fucking thickhead?
You are, because you're the glober presuming that it's taking a curved path when you haven't measured it to be the case. Dickhead. Numbskull.
No, space-time curves, terminal velocity doesn't. It's that simple, dickhead.
Space-time curves, how do you know that? How do you know that you're on a curved geodesic rather than what Snooze just said, which would be a straight path? Do you realize that both of you disagree in this moment? Or are you that slow?
No, we don't. You don't understand, and therefore to you it's a disagreement. We both know exactly what each other are talking about, and we agree. You don't matter.
In your model, Earth is moving. The higher your altitude, that means it's going to take you longer to reach towards the center of the Earth, right? Gravity would become a curved geodesic. Do you know that this is the case in your model?
Okay, Jesse, motion is always relative to something else. So if you consider yourself stationary and the Earth is moving away, then this is something totally different as if you are moving together with the Earth, for example, around the sun. There is not such a thing as absolute motion. The Earth is moving relative to something else. And that was the question someone else asked you before. Relative
How do you know
what?
the Earth is moving? Stop presuming things and actually
Again,
show it to be the case. Earth is moving.
Okay.
You just insert baseless things. Can you stop doing that? You're imagining.
Speak one by one, please.
Can I respond, please? So, Jesse, motion is always the relative change of position of two objects. So, if one thing is moving relative to another thing, then you can determine that this thing is moving. So you can either say your reference point is, for example, the sun, then the Earth is moving relative to the sun, or the reference point is the Earth, then the Earth is not moving. So there is not such a thing as absolute motion. It's not like we can set the reference point in the center of the galaxy. That's fine. Then we are all moving. But you have to determine what you want to talk about.
Wow, you don't know what I'm trying to talk about. Amazing.
Because you use the wrong words.
No, you're double speaking, okay? You just said that as something, stop interrupting. You just said as the object is accelerating towards the Earth that it's taking a straight path. And then you said Earth is moving, which is a baseless assertion. I don't know how you came to that conclusion, which would mean that it would be moving in a curved path. Double speak. Do you comprehend, slow guy?
Okay, again, I try again. Motion is only something relative.
Oh, so you don't know what's moving
free
or not.
falling,
Okay, so you can't know
don't
anything.
interrupt,
So
please.
stop making
Can you
baseless
please not
assertions
interrupt?
if you
Can you
can't
please
know
not
anything.
interrupt? It would be nice if you don't
Electric.
interrupt. Because
Could you
you're
please
asking me the
clarify
same
if your
thing.
comment about Snooze being a slow guy was meant as an...
Inquire about is based on an assumption. You just said you can't know because motion is relative. There's no such thing as absolute motion. So you have you shouldn't be speaking because you can't know anything in your model.
Oh yeah. Now you're coming up with Jeremy's stuff. We don't know what is moving. You may it be that you're just not understanding it?
No, I don't think you understand the point of me bringing this up at all. Dude.
Because you're using the wrong word,
and you're drunk.
You are
So you're drunk
mixing
Glover.
completely different concepts. You're using in one sentence stuff that is contradicting each other. For example, like constant acceleration or constant speed or constant rate.
You said that it accelerates at a constant rate, that it's a straight path towards the center of the Earth. Do you remember when you said that, or do I got to go show you and flip up YouTube?
Objects in free fall in a vacuum describe a straight path. Yes.
Wow, amazing. Therefore, not a curved path. So therefore, double speak. Now, do you understand the point? No, you said no.
Because
okay, so you're
motion is something relative and acceleration is something absolute.
So you're just invoking a rotating reference frame and saying, oh, it appears to be taking a curved path. How did you measure that it's taking a curved path? And if it's due to Earth rotating, therefore it's not taking a curved path. It's just because that's what it looks like in your reference frame. Your rotating reference frame is making an apparent curved path, and it's not actually taking a curved path. So you can't even know what it's doing in your model.
Nothing to do with this.
I don't think you understand simple things.
Earth rotation, Jesse, has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with that.
I'm talking about Earth moving around the sun. You guys are really bad.
You just said the rotation of the Earth. That's not the orbit of the Earth. You said rotation. So come clear with the words that you're using. Otherwise, no one will ever understand what you're meaning.
No, you're just too slow for this topic, dude. You just double speak.
Oh God,
that's all you're doing.
I wouldn't talk. You wouldn't talk about double speaking and not being slow and not understanding the topic. Oh my God.
All right, you can't even acknowledge that you're double speaking, and you clearly are. It's
not double speaking, moron.
In fairness, Electric, you've been conflating a bunch of things. You're talking about dropping things off buildings in orbit, terminal velocity in a vacuum. You're mixing a bunch of stuff up. Like every time you ask a question, you ask it differently. It's not surprising people aren't giving you the answers you think you're asking.
All you need is something accelerating due to gravity at a constant speed. Okay, if you can't picture this example,
here's the problem.
Then I guess you're
accelerating,
just struggling, man.
You don't accelerate increasing speed, you moron. Acceleration is increasing speed. It's 9.1 meters per second per second. Terminal velocity has to do with the fact that there is a fluid under you slowing you down in the air, not in a vacuum. You fucktard.
Yeah, I got NASA show turned down, by the way.
Yeah, you got me turned down. Well, fine then. How about
I know this guy's not.
I'm handing you your ass. You know, you got me turned down because I handed you your ass. I understand.
Yeah, I think always insulting NASA. You're
here's Jin now. Now we got Jin coming in.
Yeah, but you're cruising for a bruising. Can you cut the insults out? Why are you insulting the guy?
I will not cut the insults out when an idiot like the Electric is here saying dumb shit.
Blindly
doesn't matter. Why the insults?
Dumber than you. He is dumber than you, and that is fucking dumb.
So now you're going to insult me. Is that right, NASA?
That's correct.
You guys got to stop
to insult me. Okay, it's all right.
Let reality take the reins of the experiment that I'm describing.
Reality
we're
is
going to
something that you don't
demonstrate a constant speed, right? With terminal velocity, by dropping something in a vacuum, right?
God damn! The vacuum does not have
constant. I'm going to try and help you out. I think the issue with curved paths versus straight paths and how we describe them, if you stick to a satellite orbiting Earth and just stick to that example, that might make things a lot clearer. All right?
Satellites are thrusting to maintain orbit. So therefore, that could create lateral movement,
not be more
which
wrong.
Would not be achieving your downward acceleration. Do you understand that?
He's saying the same stupid shit, Jen.
Hold on. Hang on. If that were the case, you would need an impossible amount of fuel on board. That's
exactly
not the case.
They refuel
Also,
the
if you
Dragon
were
capsule
thrusting,
every
you would
so
be
often.
accelerating.
Oh, so you don't know that they refuel the ISS with the Dragon capsule?
1.
Like,
Reflect.
you're just pretending that they
Identify the core
fast
challenge or
refuel?
issue.
I don't care what you think, Sage. I know all these Globers love Sage, but we don't need Sage in this conversation. What the heck, dude? Sage needed
Once a month or so, they do boost the ISS to a higher orbit, but then they stop. They do not
You have to
insult.
thrust every so often to maintain your
to get
elliptical
to a
orbit.
higher orbit.
Many
Because the
satellites
ISS is in a particularly low orbit where there's still some air particles
NASA
up
is
there, and they
definitely
slow
not
it down.
contributing.
Yeah, the ISS is not up there
Again,
anyway.
Electric, I am contributing. You are too stupid to understand.
The ISS is not up there anyway. You haven't substantiated
Jim,
first and foremost.
it doesn't
right?
help.
And then,
It doesn't help this shit.
Mark 23. Don't interrupt me, NASA. At Mark 23, that's
I'm not interrupting you.
that speed and the forces that's generated from that speed, that would be generated from that speed, would tear apart the ISS anyway, the way it's been configured. So we know it's not up there. That's a fact. Mark 23
It's
doesn't
above
lend
the
itself,
air, Jen.
that doesn't lend itself to curved trajectory. All right, it just wants to go in a straight line. And when you force something to go in a curved trajectory, you're generating forces, especially that centrifugal force that wants to tear everything up. So carry on.
Here's the biggest important thing. I think this is what manufactonism is missing from this. I got to say this to you. So when you drop something off of a building, you can predict where it's going to land dependent on the wind. Literally, you treat gravity as just a linear velocity, and then you say that the air resistance is going to affect the path. There is no geodesic in this equation. You understand that, right?
There is actually, but it's clear.
But it's based on a model. It's not reality. You're not observing the curved geodesic.
Let's stick to the satellite.
The Earth isn't a globe, you see.
We say that a satellite is moving. We say that a satellite is in free fall, right?
Nope,
but it's
you're going
laterally.
It's not analogous.
Yeah, it's never been proven.
Thrust, dude.
What do you mean it's not been proven?
Examples that are not
been proven. Not been proven.
It's been proven. Only to idiots like you, Jin, has it not been proven. Everybody else understands orbital mechanics.
Yeah, NASA's
everybody else here.
For a few minutes. That's it. Going to keep me calling me an idiot. I'm going to shut you up.
So it doesn't matter what has been proven or not. The question on the table is what the model says or doesn't say. So we can talk about what these things.
So you don't got to prove the claims in your model. You can just presume them to be the case when they're not observable within your rotating reference frame. Would you
have to
consider
understand
to be
the
a rotating
claims
reference
first.
frame? Listen,
You have to understand the things first because you don't understand what you're asking. So we got to clean up what the model says, and then you can say, has that been demonstrated yet?
Yeah, exactly. None of it's been demonstrated.
Exactly.
You haven't even proved that. We don't live on a globe. It hasn't been proven.
Passwords. You totally missed the point. The demonstration of those facts later, Jin.
When did you demonstrate that when you drop something off of a building that is taking a curved path due to space-time and not resistance in the air? When did you find that out?
Exactly.
Never.
That's a good question.
Okay. First, let me explain what that means.
Mechanics in a fluid and terminal velocity has nothing to do with relativity. You can explain everything with Newtonian
That's
physics.
the point that I'm making, Snooze. Where does your relativity become an observed effect?
We can ignore it in flying through fluids.
Ignore it. So therefore, it might as well not be there. It's not a variable when you drop something. So no curved path. It's a straight path. So you're invoking something due to a model, therefore not observed in reality. You did not observe it.
You're not observed in reality, but not by letting stuff fall through air.
Wonderful. Yum, yum, yum. Thank you.
Yeah, but you're not going fast enough. To observe relativity, you need to go really fast. You need to be really close to a strong gravitational.
Shut up, NASA.
No, you can't say, relativity, it's only very small, so we can ignore it and say, that doesn't mean it exists. No, it means that the effects are very small. You might have to be going a shitload faster to observe relativity.
NASA, you haven't proven that the Earth is a globe, NASA. You haven't done that.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you haven't proven
everybody 2,500 years ago.
We're measuring Earth flat. Earth is measured flat. And
it's not measured flat. Stop
not rotating.
Stop repeating.
And whatever you build upon a false premise, has to be seen
Stop
as null
repeating
and
Nathan
void.
Oakley bullshit.
So your
Stop
satellites and
repeating.
your ISS do not exist in
Oh,
the
fuck, you can
space that
see
where you
it.
think they are at 240, 250 miles off the Earth's
You could
surface. It's all
measure it.
highly radiated anyway.
No,
so
it could be
whatever
measured.
is
You
put
could
there
measure
would be dead. It's no good you talking while I'm talking, NASA, because you're just being
Well, then
silly.
shut the fuck up.
You shut the fuck up whilst I'm talking.
Jin.
Whilst I'm
Jin,
talking,
you
don't
are
interrupt.
Make a
me.
comment and then shut up.
I
Don't
don't
monologue
interrupt
for
you,
5
NASA, when you
minutes.
speak. I don't interrupt
You're
you.
monologuing, Jin. Stop
I'm not
monologuing.
monologuing either. I'm just trying to get
You're
a few
monologuing.
points
You've been
out.
speaking for like 5
That's all.
minutes now.
I've
Jin,
been
the
talking
thing
for
is,
5 minutes.
Please
you are
clarify what you meant by
interrupting
NASA
and
shill?
then
I'm
complaining
curious
that
about your
people
perspective.
interrupt you. You literally interrupted him.
No,
and
I
then
didn't.
You were
He's a mod. He can do that.
Yo,
You
Snooze,
did.
you're tone deaf, drunk ass, doesn't realize how dumb NASA Show's contributions are.
Yeah,
He does
shut
not need
up.
to be a part of
Everything that
this.
Jin said, everything that Jin
He
said
does
was
not need
wrong.
to be a
It
part
can
of
be
this
easily
conversation,
proven.
Snooze. You're
This
tone deaf,
measuring
and
shit.
you never
God
addressed my
damn, now,
point at
now
all.
Electric's
Matter of
talking
fact,
over
you
me. You
did a
muted
double
Electric.
speak
You're
and
talking over
pretended
me.
like you didn't.
I was talking this
Which
time.
is really bizarre.
Actually, this
I'm
time I
still
was talking
confused why
before
you
you
think
talked.
it's moving in a straight
You're
path
interrupting
and a
me,
curved
but that's
path at
okay.
the same time.
I'm just as stubborn as you are. Now, Jin, everything you said was wrong. Everything.
You guys are getting cooked, by the way.
You're
Like,
aping.
you're really tone deaf.
You're mimicking. You're repeating Nathan Oakley lies. Not everything is measured flat.
Again,
the
you've
ISS.
made a
You
baseless
could
claim. Everything
again.
I've said
God, now
has
you interrupted
nothing
me,
to do
Jin.
with
How come I can't?
Nathan
How come you can monologue and I can't? How come I
I'm
can
not
say?
monologuing.
Yes, you did. You had 5 minutes. You said like 10
No, I
lies.
didn't speak for 5 minutes.
In that
You're dreaming.
5 minutes, you said
Random.
at
He's
least
talking about
10
Nathan
lies.
Oakley. Dude,
Carry
you're
on.
Nathan
so
Oakley.
lost. Dude,
In
these
his
guys are
bullshit.
lost.
No, that's
It's
where he gets the measured flat
then
bullshit.
you're already done.
That's
You
where,
can't address what's
that's
being
where he
said
gets
to you.
the Earth is measured
Your
flat
model
bullshit.
invokes double speak.
That's where he
and
gets
I don't even have to get into
Earth
the
is
other
measured flat
departments,
bullshit.
the other
it's not.
That's where he
periods of
gets
time
the Earth
that
is
this
measured
double
flat
speak
bullshit.
comes into play.
Been
It
into
comes
this
into
Now
play with
10 years.
Electric's talking
Foucault's
monologuing.
pendulum, water being
Foucault's
level
pendulum,
and
you
being
could
at
do that
rest at the same
yourself.
time. Your
Foucault's
forces
pendulum,
that are
you could do that
creating the
yourself.
linear velocity as it accelerates towards
You
the
could
Earth.
make a Foucault's
Like you
pendulum
guys say,
yourself.
it's linear and it's curved.
Bullshit.
Earth orbits the sun. You call it a linear velocity because there's no other forces being imparted upon it,
Oh,
even though
God,
it's a
shut
curved
up.
path.
1.
You say that it's
Recognize your
maintaining.
strengths. Identify what
You
you
say
do
it's
well.
maintaining. It's conserving the linear momentum, right? That's what the Earth is doing. That's why you don't feel any of the changes of the acceleration as you're orbiting the sun. That's
you're in free
another
fall.
example of double speak.
At 90
You guys do it
times
for
the speed of
every
sound.
time the Earth is moving. Anytime the
Oh my
Earth
God.
moves, you have to invoke both. Like, can y'all just comprehend your model for 1 second?
Well, if you could, comprehend anything beyond the 3rd grade, you'd understand this
Yeah,
shit.
and that's the show. You're dumb.
I know. But in the meantime, though, you've got
90
Jin here
times the
lying,
speed of sound,
repeating.
NASA.
So he
90
said at
times
least
the
5
speed of
lies.
sound.
Jin, that last little spiel you had at least 5 lies. Nathan Oakley's lie about everything measuring flat. It doesn't. The Earth measures curved.
Unfortunately, that's not what
the English.
Simon Dan says. He says
The
Earth is
English have
measured
done.
flat.
The English have
says it's
measured the
measured
Earth
flat
to be
himself.
the English,
measured flat.
the
He says
Americans,
it.
the French all measured the Earth to be curved.
No, there's no curvature at all. Never been measured
Incorrect.
on this stuff. You haven't done it. No, you're incorrect.
Wrong.
You're wrong.
Jin. You're
You're
just
wrong.
wrong.
You're wrong. You haven't proven it. You haven't done it in all
Yes,
the
we
years that
have.
we've been here. You've presented no proof
Yes, we
of you
have.
actually measuring curvature, showing
Not
us
to
how
you.
it's done. You haven't done that.
What do you
And
mean
then you
done?
continue to build upon a
We've showed you.
false
We
premise.
showed
And
you
when you
time
do
and
that,
time again. You're
everything
just
you
too
build
stupid to
in a court of
understand
law
it.
will be seen as null and void. For you haven't
Incorrect
established
again.
the foundation that
Wrong
the Earth
again, Jin.
indeed is an oblate spheroid and it is rotating and orbiting the sun at 90 times the speed of sound. These things, and don't forget, last point, has lost 3 times in a court of law. There you go.
Right. Exactly, dude.
Oh, so
It's
you have
funny
to
how
mute me
Jin
because
understands the
so you can
argument,
talk.
but
You have to
none of the
mute me.
voters can
I mean, you
address it.
talk
It's
over
funny.
me, but when I do the same to you, you mute me because you're abusing your mod powers.
I didn't mute you, NASA. I didn't mute you at all. So that wasn't me. I did not mute you.
Well, everything you just said in that last little bit is a lie.
Shot with the automatic
yes, I'm a moderator.
guys.
Yeah, he's a mod.
And we'll try again
Just to
later with a
balance
different
things up a
topic. These
little
guys are just spiraling and not making
Yeah,
sense.
try again different with a different lie, right, Electric. Got it.
I mean, I'm happy to try later to explain it, but.
In fact, I appreciate you, man. We can definitely have a conversation later. These other guys want to spiral.
Yeah, thanks for the links anyway, Electric, and I appreciate that. And I accepted your friend request as well. Sorry for the lateness on that as well.
Hey, no.
My apologies.
Bro. Yeah, my bad that NASA doesn't know how to participate properly.
He doesn't know how
Oh, I
to
know how to
conduct
participate. I just don't
He's
like
got
you.
no
I just
manners.
don't put up with your lies. You know, you're just
No one's
lying your ass
lying
off
here.
along
No
with
one
Jin.
is lying
Yes, you are,
here.
Jin. Everything you
No
said
one
is a
is
lie.
lying
The
here,
Earth is not
man.
measured flat.
No one is
That's Nathan Oakley
lying.
lie.
You are arguing against your own senses, right?
Incorrect. Well, senses.
Spirit levels.
Jared let us down, though,
Spirit
Jim.
levels.
Like, we know that you did the Bedford level. Imagine if he redid the Bedford level and it came back with the flat Earth, or he did it and he was like, "Yo, the refraction is making it do this." We could have had it right there, shoving more shit down their throat. So since we didn't have that, you know what I'm saying? You got to give them a little bit of room, bro. Don't say it measures flat. We did it right there. It didn't measure flat.
No, it measures flat, man.
Can we see these measurements?
it doesn't measure
If someone
flat.
posts the measurements.
Yeah. You got to stop looking through a corridor of air that's going to refract the path of light, dude. You got to stop depending on
That's
those.
fine. Maybe it did that. That's fine. But that doesn't say it measured fucking flat. He shouldn't get to say that.
You could say it measured anything and then invoke any amount of refraction you want. It literally
As
doesn't
long as
matter.
you get along with NASA, chill. But if he's calling out a lie, let him call it out.
Where's the measurements of the
The fact
surface
that
of the Earth, not light bending?
the fact that people excuse this behavior when we're trying to have a cordial conversation shows you guys don't care to actually comprehend our side of the argument.
Jesse, do you have the measurements of the Earth being flat? Yeah, so where are the measurements of the Earth?
Jesse, do you have the not measurements of light, but the surface of the Earth being flat?
Your only measurements of drop over distance is when you're looking through a corridor of air that's going to refract the path of light. So you didn't take any physical measurements of Earth curving. Hold on, I'm answering your question. Are you taking advantage of moderation right now because Omnivore is deafened? Earth is light. Can you please assist in the moderation? Because this guy doesn't know how to act apparently. So you didn't take any physical. You didn't take any. Stop talking. You didn't take any physical measurements of the Earth's surface curving. You're looking through a corridor of air that is going to refract the path of light coming from the target to the observer.
You have the flat Earth
Therefore,
measurement?
you don't know how much is being refracted from its geometric position. You invoke an amount of refraction depending on how much it would have to be refracted if you were on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. That is not confirming the geometric position of anything. So stop depending on observations that are subject to variables that you don't like to account for.
So he just said
You're answering a question I never asked. I didn't ask.
Earth is light. Earth is light. Do you comprehend? Magic smart balls? I'm not talking to you. I'm asking Earth is light.
So I asked you a question. You tried to answer a different question,
and
now you don't want to answer the question.
I'm not addressing you at this moment. Okay, I understand a bunch of globers want to dogpile.
You don't own the VC, right? This is your server.
Yeah, but you're
interrupting.
There was a conversation. Can you stop trying to conflate things? Listen close, Earth. Have you actually done a physical measurement of Earth curving without looking through an optic and a corridor of air that is going to refract the path of light?
Have you?
Okay, so you're admitting that you did not take a physical measurement.
Oh, so you're admitting that you didn't see the flat Earth measurement. So Jin was lying, right?
Yeah, I've never seen anyone measure the Earth flat. There's not a single measurement of that.
Taylor did. Jesse
All they can say is, well, you're looking through a corridor of light, and the light is bending, and that's not the curvature of the Earth. No, I wasn't talking to you.
So this guy wants to address things like how NASA showed us. You just got to double down with the idiotic things.
No, we're trying to.
No, I asked a direct question. People claim that the Earth measures flat. I asked, are there any measurements of the Earth being flat? And you spurred into something about the curvature of the Earth and the light corridor.
You idiot! You're the one making up positive claim
that did happen.
No.
Every time
that happens, you realize that you align with the view that Earth is curving. Therefore, you have a positive claim. You must provide evidence. The burden of proof is on you to prove that the surface of the Earth is curving. Stop depending on the corridor of air that is going through a path of light.
And you made
if you claim
that the Earth
do you understand? This guy's interrupting like
evidence.
a clown. I don't think he comprehends.
Yeah, the reason why we're claiming. Yeah, the reason why we're claiming the Earth is measured flat is because we were told it was a globe. We've gone out to check it. Now we're finding that it's not a globe. So we come back to you and say, "Excuse me,
where are you finding
you said it's a globe. You said it's a globe. It's not a globe." We're not finding that anywhere.
Can I?
So what's
Come
going
on,
on?
Jesse.
How did you met? Ladies and gentlemen, it'll be very important to know.
Guess I'm talking about
Jesse said,
everybody's talking over everybody at the moment. Yeah, I was the one that was
simmer down, everybody.
Jesse,
Simmer
and I got
down.
interrupted. You interrupted
Jesse
what I
lied
was trying
about
to
me,
say.
so I was
Ladies and
trying to
gentlemen,
answer
it's
him.
very important to know
Can you
that
stop
none of the
spiraling in
globers
Hold
in
on,
here
everybody.
has
Let
measured the curvature
Jin
of the
go,
Earth.
and then we'll go in turn. This is like not
Yeah,
good.
thanks very much, SC. Yeah, I'll be very. I'll
It's
only be 30
Magic's
seconds or
fault.
less. 30 seconds or less, and it's this, ladies and gentlemen. It is very important to understand that none of the globers in this server has actually gone out and measured and photographed that curvature of Earth. I'll stop there. That's it.
I didn't make a claim that I did. Jesse said that it's my burden of proof because he said that the Earth measures flat.
So when you claim that the surface of Earth is curving, you haven't done anything to test your claim. How surprising! I already knew that. That's why I can dismiss it.
Hold on, Jesse.
I took pictures from an airplane. It's curving.
But Jesse, when did I make a claim today that the Earth is curving?
Oh, so you're not claiming the Earth is curving. So go sit down. You're not even the opposing argument.
No. When I came in, I asked because you said that the Earth measures flat. I was wondering if you have those measurements.
You're not making an opposing argument if you're saying you're not making a claim that the surface of Earth is curving when that's directly
Could
what
you
this
please
conversation
clarify
should be
what
about.
you meant by insulting smart
So
holes?
the conversation is not about evidence; it's about making claims without evidence. That's your claim?
Yeah, and you're refusing to make a claim, apparently, even though you would have to make a claim to say that Earth is a ball. You would have to claim that the surface of the Earth is curving. You're refusing to make that claim because you know you don't have a physical measurement of such. So you shouldn't be participating. You already conceded that you don't have evidence. So what are you talking about?
No, I said that I haven't take the measurements myself, and we're still going on with your claim about the measurements of the Earth curving. Then we can move to my evidence about the your evidence about the Earth being flat.
Wow,
your claim that the Earth measures flat. We're still waiting on the evidence for that claim. Then we can move to the curvature, because you're the one who made the first claim. That's how debates work.
The extraordinary claim, the burden of proof lies on the person saying that the surface of the Earth is curving, because on a local level it appears flat. Water creates a horizontal plane. When you want to stop
Time for
interrupting.
echoes to become harmony. All.
Yeah, whoever decided to talk through me in that moment, control your silly drunk self for one moment, please.
The Earth,
on a local,
the Earth measures flat.
Stop talking, manufactotum. I'm literally responding to something. On a local level, when you use a water level to measure changes in elevation, you are treating the water as a horizontal plane because that is what's most practical.
You ignore
that is
three
what is
people's
useful.
claims.
You treat it as a tool. You need the tool to represent the accuracy of your claim.
You gotta stop interrupting people. This is the last warning. I'm gonna start muting people that interrupt. Hello? Stop interrupting, please.
You don't have to stand on a dying sword, dude. Don't fall on Jin's sword. It's making you look uncredible, man.
Just don't interrupt. The next guy that interrupts, I'm gonna mute him. It's as simple as that. Don't interrupt.
I'm still waiting for the measurements. Just empty claims, no measurements.
Yeah, we're waiting for the measurement of Earth curving, a physical measurement of Earth curving. That's the positive claim. Burden of proof is on the people that are acting like they don't need to prove this claim. You're literally sitting here saying, I didn't make a claim. I don't have to prove that. Good. Therefore, you don't have to prove your claim.
They didn't say that. You're being dishonest.
Hold on. You made the claim that the Earth measures flat, right? You made that claim, correct?
I made the claim that the Earth doesn't measure to curve. It's not measuring.
Oh, you said that it measures flat.
Surface. Listen close. The Earth does not measure to be a curved surface. In every instance you try to measure the surface of the Earth, you're measuring elevation change relative to a horizontal plane created by the surface of a liquid. Okay? You are referencing something as a horizontal plane to determine the shape of the surface at all.
Yeah,
so
you're right. They're going to get that.
There is no
that's not the
conclusion to draw. You cannot draw the conclusion that the surface of the Earth.
Then there's no reason to talk. Then there's no reason to talk to Jesse because he's walking back from his claim.
Okay, Magic Smart
So, Gene, do you have the measurement?
Yeah, yes. I was the one that made the claim after it was said that Earth was curving. You see, so I'm basically stating from my position, I've gone out to check, which is why I've asked you if any of you have actually gone out and measured curvature. None of you have done that, but I've gone out to check. I'm finding extended horizontality, and I've posted one in-flight telemetry data that backs up what I'm saying, and it's in the side chat. Okay?
So no measurement.
That's measured. That is a measurement in itself. That is a measurement and the graph of
what are the
happens
units?
when you're interrupting me, so I cannot speak. Do you want me to speak? Can I finish speaking
No,
now?
he's a coward. That's why he keeps interrupting.
Right.
He knows
So,
he's
ladies and
getting
gentlemen,
too
what I've posted is the in-flight telemetry data from a Boeing 777 from I think it was 2015, where there was an incident where an aeroplane one of the engines blew up, and it had to return back to flight. The in-flight telemetry data recorded the flight for 2 hours, all of it horizontal. That's a measurement. Okay, 2 hours of measurement flight across the Earth. Okay, and there you have it. It's the measurement is there. It's in the graph. If you don't understand how to read the in-flight telemetry data, then that's your problem. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, note that the individual who's asking me about in-flight telemetry data, he himself hasn't gone out to measure the curvature of the Earth. So how does he know? He hasn't put his foot. Hang on a minute. I'm nearly there. 5 more seconds. He hasn't put his boots on the ground. He hasn't gone out and checked. Hasn't gone out and checked. Finished.
Okay,
so when did you gather this?
Yeah,
I was just
Magic
asking, like,
Smartballs, you don't have anything, dude. Just
come on. You are referring to the altitude, right, Jin?
Jesse is interrupting like a bitch now.
Jin, are you referring to the altitude in the measurements?
I think he's meaning the orientation.
The orientation is left-right, but Jin, can you please respond? You posted a measurement, as you said. Where are you referring or reading the horizontality or the stain of the orientation? Is it the altitude?
Why are you over talking, Jesse?
Time for
Why are you
another
over
voice,
talking,
folks.
Jesse? Stop over talking, Jesse.
Because the burden, he doesn't realize the burden of proof is on him. You have to prove that the surface of the Earth is you have to prove that the horizontal is tangential to the curve of the Earth. How did you do that?
Shut up, Jesse.
You literally require the ability to make a horizontal plane.
People who are interrupting.
How are you making
Hey, Jesse, let him respond. Let him respond.
Jesus Christ, somebody mute this guy.
Yeah, I think Gene said that I haven't put boots on the ground, but he didn't make the measurement of the pitch data himself. So,
ladies and gentlemen, I use the aeroplane, and I've flown many places proving that the Earth is flat. Not to mention sailed to many places. Not to mention using hovercrafts and ferries, hot air balloons.
None of them are
measurements.
measurements.
The length and breadth of this Earth to know that it's not curving in any way. And remember, this is after being told that the Earth is a globe. I've gone out to check. I'm not finding that curvature anywhere. So we come back to those people who are making the claim that the Earth is a globe. If you say it's a globe, can you show us how you measured the curvature so I can correct my mistakes if I've made any? It's a simple request, ladies and gentlemen. Okay?
Well, Luffy.
Okay, Jin, you posted these measurements. Jin, you posted these measurements. On which
I'm not
of
going to go
those
into it.
measurements?
I'm not going to go into it. It is for you to understand it. Okay? I'm not.
I understand it. I understand it, but you are referring.
Thank you very much.
Jin, there are altitude measurements, there are roll and pitch measurements, there are acceleration measurements,
ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't understand. He clearly doesn't understand. You don't understand.
When someone do something about Gene interrupting and Jesse interrupting, they're both interrupting now.
Absolutely no problem, right?
Can you please show me how to measure the curvature of the Earth that you measured that convinced you without a doubt that you know the Earth is a ball Earth? That's what we're doing.
Okay.
We've gone out. We're not able to do that. So we must be doing something wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, we must be doing something wrong. So we come back to the people who made the claim that the Earth is a globe. We're finding horizontal. Here's our findings. We even give you the findings, and now you're not going to tell us where we've gone wrong. Is that correct?
You brought evidence. You brought evidence that the Earth is flat. You brought evidence that the Earth is flat. And I now ask you, which of these measurements tell you that the Earth is flat? Is it the elevation, or what kind of measurements?
Ladies and gentlemen, he knows fully well. He knows
meaning
fully
that.
well. I'm not going to argue with this guy. He knows fully
So
well
you
what
are
the
just
argument. You know
posting a
why, ladies and
picture
gentlemen?
and you are not
Let me finish,
explaining your
please. Let me
evidence.
finish. I've been flogging these people for 1 whole year with this. Since last year, when Quantum Eraser brought to our attention the in-flight telemetry data from this incident. So we've been flogging them for a year. He knows full well what we're talking about, and yet 1 year has passed, still hasn't been able to show us where we've gone wrong. Okay, that's actually what's going on.
He was trying to do that, but you refused to engage. He's trying to show you
I'm
where
waiting.
you've gone wrong with that.
Well, go ahead. I'm waiting.
No, you're not. You keep shutting down the conversation every time he asks you about the telemetry data.
As far as I'm concerned,
Yeah,
he
this is
knows
like-
about the telemetry data. It's been there over a year, so I'm not going to go.
Oh.
That's going to be a waste of time. Now I want
Yeah,
to
why
know
are you
how,
posting
where
it?
we've
Well, the
gone wrong.
measurements,
It's had a year.
Time for
measurements,
another
the
voice
measurements of
starting
the
here.
curvature of the Earth have been here for hundreds of
They've had more
years.
than 1 year, ladies and gentlemen. They've had 10.
Now
The
you're
Globers
just
have had
chanting
10
baseless
years
claims.
and have suffered a 10-year defeat in the 10 years. So we're just waiting to see what kind of psychology and mental gymnastics are they going to use to get out of this irrefutable, impeccable, downright damning evidence. Get on with
So
it.
you're keep running away from the
You're not
conversation.
shooting to answer? Is it this is your answer? You're not answering?
Yep. He's
I
shutting
think
down
you don't
because he
understand.
doesn't
I
know.
think you don't understand the measurements at all, and you just post a picture of a
I think
measurement and
you're
then
insulting
claim
my
that it
intellect
measures
here.
flat,
You are
but you cannot
insulting my
bring
intellect
any
as
connection.
a
You're interrupting, Jin. You're just interrupting. You cannot make any connections. Oh yeah, he's gone. Okay.
It's good. But it's funny that the curvature
hold
measurements
on,
have been
okay.
there for hundreds of years, and
All right,
just
so
flat
do the
earthers just
Globers
don't
have to
understand
circle
them.
jerk? Do you guys want to circle
Yeah.
jerk, or are you going to allow me to actually make the argument so you can actually
Oh, go
rebuttal
ahead.
it
Make
like
the
a normal
argument.
human being?
Oh, make an argument. Please make an
Okay,
argument.
so I'm gonna need like the 6 or 7 globe stars that keep interjecting randomly to just try to have a cordial conversation. Okay, so we're talking
Only
about
gaslighting and give the argument.
thing. That's not a gaslight. That's asking. I'm requesting you to just give people
You're
the space to
poisoning the well
finish
and
their point.
gaslighting. Give the argument.
Stop interrupting. You're literally doing what I'm asking you not to do. I'm asking for space to finish my point, and then we could all take turns. Okay? That's
Okay,
all I'm
but
asking.
then you
Don't
also
take
don't
offense.
interrupt.
Don't
Okay?
interrupt. That doesn't mean interrupt. Thanks.
Do you agree that
you're
you also
referencing a
keep to the
you're
same
interrupting
rules?
Okay, snooze, enough. Let Jesse go. Guys, I'm getting tired of this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Esty. I appreciate you being here to let this happen. So, in order for you to measure any elevation change, you claim that your horizontal is tangential to the curved surface of the Earth. That is the positive claim, that a horizontal will deviate from Earth's surface as you extend it. You can create horizontal segments however you want to make a horizontal. How did you determine this to be the case? This is how you're going to measure Earth curve. So let me know, where did this happen?
Okay, horizontal is just perpendicular to vertical. Okay, next.
What did you? Okay, so 2 globers outbursted at the same time. What did you say?
No,
I
it's
said
different
horizontal. I said horizontal is just perpendicular to vertical.
So
next.
that's silly. So you don't think that horizontal planes exist. It's just horizontal points. Because the point that it would be perpendicular is just where it intersects the vertical, right? And then after that, you like to invoke a ball, which is not what you're measuring. Okay? So I don't know where the ball comes into play in your example. It just doesn't.
Do you think that horizontal is a thing that exists as an entity somewhere?
Can you not get on with the
Horizontal
point? Sorry to interrupt you, Electric. Just a second. Okay. Can you not get on with showing us where we went wrong? You can see my arms are up in the air. I'm saying we're finding horizontality. Electric's telling you that the same story. Why are you not showing us how to measure the curvature of the Earth? That's what we want. People are listening.
Okay, Jin,
Why don't you let us do it?
Get on with it then. What's taking so long?
Jin, you're destroying the conversation. Jesse just asked us to listen to him, and then he gave us the possibility to respond. And you are coming in here, rambling about this stuff, and completely interrupting the discussion. So, Jesse, go on, please.
He's solidifying the argument, which is helpful because you guys pretend like you're not listening.
He's being fucking rude, okay? That's all. He's just being fucking rude.
Jesse said that he's going to give an argument, and he hasn't given a single argument yet.
I asked
he asked the
the
question,
burden of, okay, the burden of proof, I'm going to repeat it because he's acting like he didn't hear me. The burden of proof is on the globe that the Earth is going to deviate from a horizontal because on a local level, there is no observed deviation of Earth's curved surface. All you're determining is elevation change relative to your coordinate, where you created that point in your coordinate plane, and you're referencing a horizontal. And then all changes in elevation is relative to that horizontal. So how did you find that Earth's surface is curving away from the horizontal?
Echoes need space to bounce, friends.
Well, you just gave
for example.
You just gave a description of how it's done. Has that been your experience when you did it?
Oh, perfect. Two bills here. Yeah, how did you measure that?
We're still waiting for the argument that you said you're going to give.
I measured it with an array of state-of-the-art equipment, including satellite and analog theodolite.
Not a
everything. Begging the question fallacy.
Start with the horizontal and then see that some things drop from the horizontal.
Clearly
you
obvious.
physically determine. My bad.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
You want to determine the physicality of the curve. If you're going to depend on theodolites, then you have to consider that there is a variable in the atmosphere that can make the apparent curved path of the light. Therefore, your observation is subject to refraction. The displacement of your target could be to something that is not Earth curve. You're invoking Earth curve, but you have not determined it to be the case with a physical measurement.
We can account,
right?
We can account for the refraction. Plus, we have physical measurements too.
Okay. I don't know what he means by physical.
Show me one.
I mean, he has nothing of ladder, nothing physical, only optical. But you can just use LIGO for physical measurement. Stop interrupting, Jesse.
Can you show it?
Stop interrupting, Jesse. Don't interrupt, or else it will mute you. Yeah, we have LIGO and as-built drawings, and you can see the elevation change.
So this globe chart
for the horizontal arm,
you should be
and you're still over talking and gaslighting.
Globe chart. I don't think you're paying attention. You don't have a physical measurement of anything yet. Can you stop asserting that you have one without presenting it?
Yeah, you're supposed to through the, ladies and gentlemen, they are meant to be taking us through the steps. For we can't find the curvature. We've got our hands up saying, look, we're finding horizontality. Where have we gone wrong? By this point now, they should be saying, okay, step one, get this in place. Step two, you do this. Step three, make sure that step 1 and 2, you've gone over it to make sure. They're not giving us the methodology by which they have measured the curvature themselves. Like I said, they're obfuscating, ladies and gentlemen. We're finding horizontality. We give them telemetry data, everything, and they're still squabbling. Look at them. They can't even tell us.
And that the theodolite that they're using to determine that there is Earth curve, it doesn't match the globe geometric prediction at all. It's refracted away from the geometric globe position. Where your target should appear on a globe, that's not where it appears in reality, right? So you're not confirming the globe with these observations at all.
Do we ever get a chance?
The standard amount of refraction is dependent on the distance, right? It's not dependent on the density of the air. It's dependent on the distance that you're looking through the atmosphere. So therefore, you can invoke any amount of refraction. You can invoke any amount of refraction at a standard rate, dependent on the distance.
Can we respond?
Where's the local horizontal that you find, like the physical?
Oh, so now it's impossible to use a horizontal. So you don't even know that everybody depends.
I didn't make a claim. Why are you lying again? Why do you always have to lie? I know what's
Do you know
Where's the
what
local horizontal
Let's share
that
the
you
space, all.
Do you know what a horizontal is and how it's created?
Do we get a chance to
I know
respond?
what horizontal is.
All night, Jesse.
Keep up.
Horizontal is an orientation.
Horizontal is perpendicular to plumb. That's it. End of story.
What is is there such thing as horizontal planes? Are horizontal planes curved? Yes or no?
No. Horizontal planes. Horizontal planes are not things that exist. They are just
I'm sorry, if we could be honest, though, horizontal, you can make a perpendicular to a plumb. That doesn't mean it's actually horizontal to your true vertical, because plumb, supposedly in their model, can be influenced by gravity on the side and this and that. So
Right, and
Be
where did
honest.
they observe that to be the case? That's the question.
That's why I said vertical and not plumb. Horizontal is just
So
perpendicular
you're
to
presuming
vertical.
that like the
And if you
edges of your
measure with
horizontal
it,
plane
oh,
are
you are
curving due to
interrupting,
gravity.
Jesse.
How
Jesse,
did you
you are
measure that to be
interrupting.
the case?
Jesse, you are
I'm asking you a
interrupting.
valid point. No, I'm
Jesse,
moving
you are
forward the conversation.
interrupting.
Jesse is pretty much
Jesse,
like
can
a
you
child.
stop
He just
interrupting?
interrupts and then cries when people does it to him. That's the
No,
child.
you guys aren't progressing the conversation forward. I'm asking a valid question. You're just chanting, complaining.
I've
So
answered
the
all your
question is,
questions.
how
You're
did you
just bitching.
measure? Stop talking. How did you measure that the horizontal
Stop
plane you
talking.
created perpendicular to your vertical? How did you determine that the edges of your horizontal plane are curving away to not be equal elevation to that point where it intersects a vertical? How did you measure that to be the case?
Horizontal planes aren't things that exist in reality. They're a
According to
mathematical
what?
concept.
According to your ball model that you didn't confirm yet.
No, according to what a horizontal and what a plane are.
What the?
Do you realize you are invoking curve to a horizontal plane without observing
No.
it or measuring it to be so? No,
that's
you
what you're
don't realize
claiming.
you're doing that.
That's what
What
you're
you're
claiming.
doing, not what I'm doing. Yeah.
No, you guys are saying your horizontal plane is curved. Where?
No,
Nobody's saying that.
isn't curved, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so let's take a water level, right? Let's put a tube, connected. The tube, yeah, you just take a tube, fill it with water, hold both ends of the tube vertically. Listen, Magic Smart Balls, do you need to be moderated? You keep interjecting to say nothingness.
No.
Control yourself.
Yeah, that's what you do.
Having random
So I'm just
stupid
giving you back
global-
what you do.
Hey,
control
don't
your
lecture
global
me,
outbursts.
buddy. Do not lecture me.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh,
I'm
he's
talking
talking
to
to
this
me.
guy whose name is Magic Smart Balls, and he knows that his ball requires magic. It's literally
Oh,
indicated in his
yes,
name.
for fucking
So therefore,
Why are you
I'm going
You're
to
still
make
saying
my
nothing.
point.
You're
Stop
spending all that time to
interjecting.
say nothing at all.
No,
He's
you
been
guys are
Continue with the
lying.
water level.
I am making an argument. Just listen close. How did you measure
It's not an
on
argument.
a local? Stop interrupting. How did you measure that on your local level? Right, you're an observer. You are at a coordinate, and you are creating you're creating a horizontal plane perpendicular to a vertical. Right. That's what your level is going to do. That's what you're going to reference as a data point to determine changes in elevation. How did you determine that not all points are at equal elevation along that liquid surface? How did you measure that to be the case? Let me know. Bring the evidence.
First, that's a question and not an argument. So you don't know the difference between an argument and a question.
All right, so you're not
But
gonna
the horizontal between those 2 points in the water level, it's an imaginary line. You do know that the line doesn't exist in reality. You have to know that, right?
Do you know what a water level is?
Yes, I know. It's a tube filled with water.
Right. So do you consider both ends of the tube, like the water in the tube, they're at equal elevation, right? Because it reaches equilibrium. There's a balance of forces. This creates a horizontal plane when it's at rest, correct?
No, it doesn't. It creates 2 points of equal elevation. And then you imagine a line between those 2 points.
Elevation. That would be a horizontal.
Yes.
Do you know what a horizontal is?
No, that's not. No, that's not.
A
It wouldn't be a
horizontal
horizontal.
is not 2 points at equal elevation. Wow, listen to this.
No.
Listen to this
Yeah,
guy.
it
In
is.
reference to what? What are you referencing to know that it's at different elevations? What are you referencing?
Look in the chat. They are at equal elevations, you idiot. You don't know what an elevation is.
What are
That's
you
the problem.
referencing to know that your 2 waterline surfaces are at different elevations?
They are at the same elevation.
They're at the same elevation. How do you know that? What are you
Yes.
referencing to determine the change in elevation?
That's by definition they are at the same elevation.
By definition, in your ball model, how are you determining this is the case in reality?
In anything.
See, he's avoiding the obvious response he should have if he was an honest person, but he's a dishonest globetard instead. What are you referencing?
The water has weight.
What are you referencing to know that there is a change in elevation between your 2 points? How would you know that?
There is no change in elevation between those 2 points.
There's
They're
no
at
change
equal
in
elevation.
So therefore, do you know what the definition of a horizontal line is? All points are at equal
I know what
elevation.
the definition.
That's what a horizontal is. Right. So now when you say your horizontal is
in
curved,
math, yes,
the
in math,
points
yes.
along the line. Listen, Therefore, the point, listen close, okay? Because you're interrupting saying stupid, irrelevant shit. Therefore,
No, I'm not even
that
interrupting you.
horizontal line
You're
would be curving when you say that it's curving with Earth's surface and that equal elevation is just the distance from the surface. You're treating the Earth's surface as your reference to determine if things are changing in elevation, but you invoke it's a curved surface.
Speak
You are yet
turns,
to
friends.
No, I don't.
to measure that to be the case. And I'm
I would never
definitely
use
not interested in you
I would
repeating
never
yourself
use
without addressing this.
I would never use the Earth's surface as a reference for elevation.
That's why I'm asking you, what are you using to determine change in elevation? Listen, slow guy, what's wrong with you?
I can use GPS. That's one way.
You could use a horizontal plane. We're on a local level. You're talking about using GPS between 10
No,
feet.
we're not. I can even use water level. I can take one end of the water level to a point and then move the other end to another point and see if they're at equal elevation. The reference
Equal
is the
elevation.
water in the water level.
Yeah, all points along the water line, right? The surface of the water.
No,
at
there
equal
is no
elevation.
water line.
That is literally the
There's 2
description of a
points.
horizontal.
You just said water level.
Stop interrupting me when I'm in the middle of my
posted something in the chat.
The drunk guy control himself, please. Let's have
Look
the
at the
back.
chat, Jesse.
I'm trying to talk to this dude. Hold on. Fucking globetard. Stop interjecting where you're not needed. This dude is saying he doesn't have to reference anything to know that there's change.
Wasn't taught a word that we can't use?
You're not referencing a horizontal. You're not referencing the Earth's surface. So what are you referencing to know that your points are at different elevation? Try again.
Hey, flat tard.
Representing
the water level has 2 points
He has
at
nothing.
equal
All you said
elevation.
is flat tard. You're an
You
idiot.
think that in a water level there's a continuous water surface. You fucking idiot. That's not the case. There's
You're
2
presuming that a
fucking
horizontal is
points.
curving. I'm asking you, how would you know that?
No,
What are you
I never
referencing?
said that. Horizontal is a straight line.
What
Or
are you
a plane,
referencing to measure
depending
change
if
in
it's a line.
elevation?
Depends on the tool.
Wow, let's use a water level because that's what people actually do.
Sure.
Right.
Then
Well,
I can take the water level.
Why are you able to measure change in elevation with a water level? Why do you think that is?
Because both ends of the water level are at equal elevation.
Which would mean that it's creating a
Water level
horizontal
with
plane.
3
Therefore,
points,
it's a
you
data
can measure
point.
the difference.
All changes in elevation relative to that
doesn't
horizontal
understand
datum.
basic shit.
No, stop interrupting. I'm literally answering you, stupid ass. Listen close. If you're
It's so
referencing a
sad.
water level, stop interrupting like a clown. Somebody have to put Magic Smart Balls on mute so we can have a decent conversation, or is he just gonna get emotional like a globetard?
There's no decent conversation with an idiot like
You
you.
guys are hold on. You guys hold on, bro. You guys are both interrupting. Let's be fair, guys. Come on, one at a time.
Yeah, trying to have a conversation with these guys, they make it impossible because they know the conclusion they have to draw from my argument.
Projection.
And Tim got nothing
What
to
is
say.
your
Tim, you don't know
argument?
how to participate. You just emo.
Just
when
pay
the time
attention and you hear it. Just pay attention. Go ahead again. Go electric. Go again.
Yeah, let's see if Tim can address this, even though I know he's afraid to ever actually have a conversation about this stuff.
What
are you using to measure a change in elevation?
We're not even a flirt.
What are you using to determine that there is a change in
It's hard for you guys to get, man. One at a time, you all gonna get to be heard. Simple.
I would probably use.
Like
depends on.
You got a bunch of globetards that just keep interjecting when I'm speaking. They can't control themselves. So I just need to make this point clear to Tim. Tim, how are you measuring changes in elevation? What are you referencing to determine that there is change in elevation?
Why are you talking
between
to
2
me?
points?
You were having a conversation with these 2 guys. Stop
Exactly.
laughing.
So you don't even want to provide an argument. That's a concession. You have no reason to believe that there's a change in elevation.
It's so funny. It's so funny that Jesse cries about people not making an argument. He's 2 times said that he's going to make an argument, and he's asked 2 questions and not made a single argument.
It's very simple. It's very simple for anyone to comprehend the point I'm making. If you're too busy imagining that you're on a ball, you're going to have trouble, right? We're talking about on a local level.
It's very easy.
Shut up. We're talking about on a local level. You know what a local level is, right? Like a water level. You're referencing a datum point.
A datum point.
You understand? Do you understand?
Hold on.
You're
Like
saying that the
MSL?
water level is a datum point.
Yes, the center of your horizontal plane. Yes.
But how do you use that as a datum point? Because you can move that water level to any elevation you want.
Oh, you need to go talk to surveyors. They will tell you. They reference liquid at rest as a horizontal plane to measure changes in elevation. Maybe you didn't know. Maybe you didn't know that. Okay, so go brush up on
Can
your
you-
fucking globe.
Can you cite any surveyor who uses
at rest is horizontal?
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Surveyor does
You
that.
guys don't make any fucking sense. You guys aren't making
No,
any sense.
you're again making some stupid claims, Jesse, that are just not true.
Speak turns,
You
friends.
aren't
Let's
addressing
hear each
anything
other.
I'm saying. Give it a
I
shot.
just literally posed to you.
Hold on. Magic Smart Balls, you just failed miserably. Snows. Give it a shot, dude.
No, you said that there are surveyors.
That water is
You failed, Snooze.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah,
have
it's
any
when you
surveyors
decide
who
that.
use the surface of water as a reference. Not a single one. You just said it. You lied, and now you said, "Oh, you're done. Let's move to the next one."
No, they mainly use MSL. They use MSL mainly.
Yeah, GPS.
Yeah, MSL considers that all points along that water surface are the same elevation.
No, it's not.
Yes, same elevation from the center of the Earth. Yes, not a horizontal.
No, it's an elevation based on a horizontal plane.
No, it's not. Cite that. Give me a citation for that.
Oh, God.
Level.
I don't know.
Elevation is measured to mean sea level.
When you're on Earth. You're on
NPCs
Earth.
arguing semantics. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, it means sea level. There's no
Stop blurring.
citation for it to be
First 10
flat.
years didn't do
Not
it.
a
We need another
single
10 years. Keep
citation.
going.
So what
Can I
happens if you have a water level with three
oh, sorry.
tubes? Yeah. What happens if you have a long water level with three tubes? One at both ends and one in the middle. Do you think you can draw a straight line through the water columns?
Yeah, it happens all the time.
No, it doesn't. That's your problem.
It's still lying.
Oh,
happens all the time.
Therefore,
There's
the
no
water
evidence for
surface
that.
It does.
is not equal elevation.
It does. Have you seen anyone doing that? There was quite a good video on the YouTube.
How did you
of a
measure
guy.
deviation? How did you measure deviation from the horizontal?
He used a long water level with the three columns, and he sighted from one end towards the other, and they did not line up.
So that guy
video
doesn't
where
know how to
Jesse
make a
Passes live
horizontal.
did
So you're
exactly
referencing
that
some
with
guy
the-
that
with
doesn't
the
know how
lake.
to make a horizontal. Snooze, stop talking through me. You're drunk. So you're referencing some guy that doesn't know how to make a horizontal. That's
You
what
were interrupted.
No, that's not what I said.
If this is true, would
Okay, it's
that be a
entirely
problem for a
possible to
model
create a
electric?
horizontal plane to reference to measure changes in elevation. This is
Well,
what
how would
surveyors
that,
do every single day. They
mean,
go out in the field and they reference
You're lying
horizontal
about
planes
surveying
being
for no
created by the
reason.
stop interrupting. So there's surveyors stop interrupting. So there's surveyors that go out every
kind of
day
autism.
stop interrupting. I'm going to
Are you
get
gonna
this.
monologue for
I know
5
you're all
minutes every
coping
time you
and
open your mouth?
Okay, guys,
No,
I don't know
you're
what's going to have
hogging
to
the mic.
happen, but do I have to time people out? I don't get it. Stop interrupting.
I'm in the middle of a
Final
sentence.
warning, guys. I'm going to start
Electric is
timing
talking
people out.
90%
I don't
of the
care
time,
who it
to be
is.
honest.
I don't care who you are. Don't interrupt, or I'm going to time you out. Final warning.
All right, I'm going to make my point.
Don't say that.
Surveyors
No,
go
please,
out in the
can I
field,
ask
stop
Electric
interrupting.
a
Surveyors
question?
go out in the field, stop interrupting me. You're
Oh
drunk.
my,
Be quiet. Be quiet.
I'm
you
not drunk,
guy.
you idiot.
Every day
No,
surveyors go out in the
Electric,
field.
I'm not drunk.
Stop
I
Shut
just
up.
said it. You guys are continuing? Seriously. After I just said
He's
what I
calling
said,
me
you guys
drunk,
are
Bessie Montreal.
continuing.
Why are you allowing him to do that? I'm not drunk. I haven't
I'm
drinking
trying
since
to make a
Christmas.
You
point. Can you wait until I'm
mind
finished?
your business. Mind your business. Listen to the moderation. Don't interrupt. Let
It
Jesse
seems like
go,
there might
and
be
then
some
somebody else.
frustration or disagreement in the statement.
And please, somebody stop unmuting Sage. I muted Sage. Stop unmuting Sage. Go ahead, Jesse.
Thanks so much. Appreciate you, Steve. So the question is, surveyors go out on the field every day, consistently referencing their leveling instruments. They consider that there is a point in the coordinate plane, and that creates their XY coordinates. It's all coplanar. All changes in elevation are in reference to a horizontal plane created at your datum point. Now, when you guys say that a horizontal plane is only horizontal at that point that it intersects the vertical, that is not what a horizontal plane is. That is not how you create one. Leveling instruments create horizontal planes, not horizontal points. So your point is irrelevant. All right, anybody could try to respond to that. I know you're gonna fail.
Can I ask? Can I just ask one question? I asked him earlier, and he didn't respond. If those 3 points, if you have a level, water level with 3 endpoints, like Stefan asked you about earlier, if those 3 don't align, would that be a problem for a flat Earth model? Would that mean that the Earth isn't flat?
Does a water level show you points of equal elevation?
Asking a question. Can you please answer that? It's not a. I'm gonna wait until you answer that.
I've been waiting for somebody to answer my point.
Can you answer that question? I asked you this. You modeled for 5 minutes. Can you answer one fucking question, Electric, please?
Stop interrupting, guy. Hold on, dude. I'm responding to what you
Also,
said.
you're not. You're gonna waste. You're gonna spend 5 minutes not answering my question.
All right, SE. I'm
Seriously?
asking for
Again?
your help, dude. This guy cannot
Like, what
help
the fuck is this? SE Montreal, is he allowed to monologue 5 minutes and just ignore everybody's question?
No, no one's allowed to monologue, but you gotta go one at a time.
Well,
That's
he
all,
is.
guys.
If he's not gonna answer, if he's gonna answer his own questions, he makes up his own points and answers his own questions that nobody has asked. What the fuck is the?
He's dodging,
And then
man.
don't engage with him. He can. Hold on. You can ask him a
This is
question.
retarded.
He can answer any which way you want. If you don't like
Okay,
it,
so
just
can
don't.
I monologue for 10 minutes?
No one's monologuing.
What is it? This is
Yes, he is. If he's not answering anybody's question, I'm gonna talk about something else, completely else.
Dude.
What the fuck
We'll
is
just second
this?
and third and fourth real quick. Since he monologues, whenever you say you're wrong, we'll just be like, yup. Like 5 of us will disagree, and then he could be wrong again.
But please answer the question. Ask.
He won't.
Yeah,
I mean, he's a
exactly.
dishonest interlocutor. If he's not answering this, he's just a dishonest interlocutor. Like,
I'm just
if
waiting
you
for
think
this
to answer
to stop
a
talking.
simple question,
Why would I try to respond and fight through you guys all over?
you didn't want to answer. You were going to monologue about something
I'm
else,
waiting for you to
Electric. That's
stop
why I
talking.
cut you off. Okay, answer it, please. Go ahead.
Stop talking and I'll answer it.
I am. Go ahead.
Good job. Learn how to conduct yourself in a conversation. All right, socially inept guy. What are you using to determine that the points of equal elevation?
Hey, Electric, why are you a rude fuck, dude?
Why am I being interrupted?
You think your conversational skills are polite? You're a rude fuck. You're being a rude fuck.
Stop complaining. Stop outbursting, Glober.
Why are you so rude?
Okay, enough with the message.
You're answering the question by asking me another question.
Okay, it's Glober.
Do you need me to answer your question?
Why are you an idiot? Why are you an idiot? Don't label me a Glober.
Electric, is there something you don't understand about my question?
Three done
points.
Freaking out?
No, I'm asking you, is there something you don't understand about the question?
Out. All right, we'll wait until you're done freaking out.
No, you asked me a question. That is not an answer to my question. Another question is not an answer.
We can just forget Jesse. I mean, there's other people here. Like this.
Yeah, like you're wasting time, Electric. You're not gonna answer any question. You can just fuck off, basically. Like, what's the point?
It's funny that he's saying that a water level with 2 points creates a horizontal plane, which is not what a 2 points would establish the horizontal line, and he doesn't understand
you said
that. So he has no idea about geometry.
Nobody's talking to you, Electric.
Jesse, why are you over talking me? Nessie, time out Jesse because he's interrupting me.
Maybe we can have a one-on-one.
Nessie, can you time him out because he's over talking?
Yeah, you're both over. Maybe we can have a one-on-one because like this, it's not gonna work. Who wants to go maybe one-on-one with Jesse?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Yeah, hang on a second. I'm waiting for them to respond to my question on showing us how they measured the curvature of the Earth. My arms are getting tired. I've had them up all this time. Still waiting, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
You move past that.
Gene, we can't do that because Jesse owns the VC and Essie helps him in that. So we can't talk to you because Jesse is the one who wants to talk.
You're just somebody owns the VC. Stop metaing, bro. Come on.
Yeah, you've been
course the answer is
obfuscating
it.
your responsibility. It was quite simple.
Seriously?
Step one, do
Are
this.
you
Step
saying
two, do
we
this.
are measuring?
Falls on mute because he's not really contributing.
SC Montreal, are you
anything, know?
seriously saying we are measuring while fucking Electric has
Yes,
been
you're
fucking
doing
calling
meta
us
right
shit
doing it
all the
right
time,
now. Yeah,
calling me
you're
drunk,
doing it right now.
saying we
Yeah.
are interrupts? Yes, I am. I am now because I'm
So
complaining
stop
about your.
doing it and address my question. How are you
Why are
determining
you
that the
moderating so
points
shitty? You're
of
stop
equal
being biased, SC
elevation
Montreal.
are not
Yeah,
of
this
equal
is
elevation?
I'm
shit.
not biased. I'm trying. Look, it's 5 guys against 1. Right? I'm trying to do my best. You guys are not letting the conversation flow. I know you're triggered. That's why I made a suggestion.
This
Maybe
one
one-on-one
flat
with
earther
Jesse.
is wasting 90% of the time not answering a single question. Like, what
He's
the
doing
fuck?
meta again, dude. You're so tone deaf.
Again, another meta. Would like I said, would somebody like to go one-on-one with Jesse? Maybe this way we can control the combo better. What do you think?
Yeah, let's try one thing. Jesse, does a 2-point at water level establish a horizontal plane?
Yeah, leveling instruments make horizontal planes, correct.
Okay, so you think that you can establish a plane with 2 points?
Yes, it's done every day in the field of surveying. Did you not know that?
You should brush up on your geometry because a plane has 3 points.
How did you
A
determine
line has
that
2
your
points.
what did you reference to determine that your 3 points are not actually of equal elevation relative to a ball? The surface, you're saying the surface of the ball is curving, right? So it's equal elevation above the ball. How did you determine that those points are of different elevation relative to a horizontal? How did you determine that?
They are all on a equal elevation in relation to the center of the Earth.
That's a baseless assertion. I'm asking, how did you determine that to be the case?
Because the Earth isn't flat, the Earth is curved. It is a sphere.
Baseless assertion. Again, how did you measure
Is it?
that your 3
Yeah.
points, stop interrupting. How did you measure that your 3 points that you're saying are of equal elevation relative to a curved surface? How did you determine that they're different elevations relative to a horizontal? Don't just say because Earth is a ball. That's a baseless assertion, affirming the consequent, begging the question. It's all a fallacy. Make an argument.
The 3 points would establish a horizontal plane.
Now the 3 points establish a horizontal plane. So you're affirming my argument. You're done.
No.
You're absolutely done.
No. You can pick 3 points of equal elevation on the Earth and imagine a plane between those points, and at the center it would be perpendicular to vertical. It's just
So
simple
you
geometry.
throw in the word, so you're imagining.
Basic geometry.
You're not measuring, you're not doing
Yeah.
any physical
Yeah.
measurement.
A horizontal plane is an imaginary thing. The definition of a horizontal plane.
How did you measure that your 3 points are of different elevations relative to a horizontal plane? How did you determine that?
I don't know how many times I can tell you that 3 equal elevation points on the Earth and a plane that consists of those 3 points will be horizontal in the center of those 3 points.
Very simple
How
question.
did you physically measure that to be the case? I keep repeating myself because you're avoiding what's obvious.
So you want me to physically measure a thing that doesn't exist in reality? No.
Yeah, surveyors do this all the time. Surveyors physically measure changes in elevation relative to a horizontal plane. You're pretending that horizontal plane is not equal elevation because all points are curving with the surface of the Earth. How did you determine that those 3 points are not creating a horizontal plane, that they're of different elevations relative to a horizontal plane? What horizontal plane are you referencing to determine that those 3 points are not equal elevation?
You're going to have to establish a horizontal plane in the first instance to show that they're not that they're deviating from that plane. How do you do it, guys?
No Tanks is saying what's obvious.
said,
No Tanks understands. See, this is why Globetards
Jesse-
don't understand anything. No Tanks just steelman what y'all should have said.
So Jesse
He's
just
wrong.
said that points curve, which is something not even a flat chart should say, But you don't understand
How do you know?
what
No,
a
the
horizontal
globe
plane
model
is. Stop
is
over talking. Can you time him out, Jesse, for over
the
talking?
globe model.
So
is
how can you still over talking, Jesse? Can you
Jesse,
time
let
him
him
out?
go. Come on.
So
what I'm saying is
you
very
said
relevant.
that surveyors, you're still over
Jesse,
talking.
hold
You're
on,
saying
bro.
that
Hold on,
surveyors,
bro.
you're saying that surveyors establish horizontal planes and physically measure elevation changes from the Earth's surface in relation to that not physical plane. How can you measure a physical horizontal plane that isn't physical?
All points along the liquid surface, there is a balance of forces, right? Which means that it's at rest. When water is at rest, it creates a horizontal plane. This is why
It's a
we
level.
use liquid in a tube to reference as a horizontal plane to determine and measure changes in elevation relative to your horizontal plane that you
problem is
created
when
with
you
your
have
leveling
trees.
instrument.
No.
This is literally how you measure changes in elevation. And I'm asking you, how did you determine that Earth's surface is curving when you have to reference a horizontal plane to determine there's changes in elevation?
You have
That's
a water
what I
level
do.
with 3 tubes. You have a water level with 3 tubes. And if you sight from one side through the middle one, it will not line up with the top of the third one.
So you're referencing some survey that doesn't know how to do his job. Okay, so you're saying there's a guy out there that didn't make
This is a
horizontal plane
fact.
once
3
because he
coordinate
sucks at
points,
his job.
yes?
So you're referencing some guy that doesn't know how to do his job.
Jesse, there's a problem. You're saying that.
You guys are getting destroyed. Like, this is actually really sad.
No, I think it's interesting that you're
one-on-one
saying.
with,
You're
Jesse.
saying. Oh, a quick thing. You're saying that in a water level where there's 2 vials with 2 surfaces of water, you think that between those 2 surfaces there is a flat physical surface of water. That's not the case. You don't know what a water level is.
You don't know what a horizontal plane is. You're saying that the
I do
horizontal
know.
plane is curving.
No, I haven't said that once. Why are you lying?
You claim that the points are equal elevation in relation to the distance from the center of the Earth. You understand?
Yeah, the 3 points, not the planes,
Yes.
the points. Do you know the
Yes,
difference
3
between
points.
point and a plane? Stop over talking or Essie will time you out. Do you know the
No, he
difference
won't.
between a point and a plane? Yeah, because you're his pet, but do you know the
You have
difference
nothing.
between a point
Enough with
and a
the
plane?
meta. Stop doing that, man. Please.
Yeah, Magic
Stop doing
Smart
that.
Balls, please get control of your stupid behavior. So,
Stop the meta.
the 3 points, you consider them to be equal elevation, equal distance from the center of the Earth. When you create a horizontal plane, you're creating a horizontal plane reference, which means no changes in elevation. All points along that plane are of equal elevation relative to each other, not relative to the center of the Earth. How did you determine that there is change in elevation along your horizontal plane? I keep repeating the same argument.
Let me go give an example.
No, you don't know what a horizontal is. The points on the horizontal are not of equal elevation from the center of the Earth. The 3
Well, there
points.
you go. So now you're
and
changing the definition of
and you're
horizontal.
still over talking. Every time I talk, you over talk. So the 3 points are at equal elevation. But the horizontal plane, all the points on the plane are not of equal elevation from the center of the Earth.
How did you determine that to be the case?
Because the Earth isn't flat.
You are a clown. How did you measure that to be the case? Don't just baselessly assert because it's not flat. That's not an argument, dumbass.
Stop the meta. Stop the meta. Right?
Respond to my point.
Yeah, there's a million kilometers of evidence of the Earth being a sphere. A lot of measurements, a lot of surveys. What do you want?
What did you measure to determine that those points of equal elevation are not of equal elevation relative to a horizontal plane? You just keep saying, because I say so, because globe. That's not an argument, dumbass.
Because measurements, idiot.
Okay, so you have nothing. You literally are just word salad.
So I have surveys, measurements, dimensions of the Earth, and you're just skipping to meta and spurging.
So you
Like a
can't
proper flat chart.
reference the actual measurement that you're taking to determine that those points are not equal elevation. You're saying, oh, well, it must be a ball because sunsets and star trails. That is not an argument, just so you know.
No, I never said that. Why are you lying again? You're doing meta, and you lie about the meta. That's sad.
All these baseless assertions prove that you are making a concession. Okay, you don't have a way to determine that your points are at different elevation when you create a horizontal plane.
No,
you don't have a way.
The points are at equal elevation. You still
Anybody
don't
else want
understand
to try to provide
that
evidence
geometry
that these points
is.
are at equal elevation relative to the center of a ball rather than relative to a horizontal plane? Anybody else want to try and not this retard?
We can use
I told you,
LIGO as an
skipping to meta,
example.
calling people retard and
Let's
cloakard,
not
and
call
you
each
think,
other's names. Come on, guys,
Yes,
man.
Smartballs, shut
fuck off. Essie, stop being he's calling us globetrotters for an hour. Stop being
That's
a
what I
bitch.
just. That's what I just said.
bad.
Stop doing that, man. Come on, we're adults here.
Yeah,
He won't stop, and you know.
the definition of the word that I use is when you slow something down.
You're too
So he is
biased,
literally
Essie.
not
Just
keeping,
stop
you're
being a
not
mod.
keeping up with the pace of the argument. I'm saying that you are slowing down the conversation intentionally. All right. So Stefan Mudd, let's see if you can address the point so we can move forward.
We can use the arms of light across the land. No, it's curved.
No, you're done. You tried and you failed. All right, Stefan Mudd.
Well, I gave you evidence and you just spurred.
We could use the arms of LIGO, which are straight, horizontal at one point, and have an elevation change conforming to the spherical Earth.
All right, the arms of LIGO. Cool. How are you determining that the arms of LIGO are straight?
They have to be straight because otherwise the laser being reflected from the mirror will not hit its target.
So the path of light is straight. Stop interrupting.
It's in,
Let's Stefan and
tube.
Jesse go. Let's them two go. Go ahead, guys.
Magic Smartballs, take a back seat. You're done. So Stefan Mudd, you're saying that the
No,
path
skip
of
the
light
meta,
is
Jesse.
not...
Stop being a bitch.
Stop interrupting, clown. So Stefan Mudd, you're saying that the path of light is parallel, straight. Is that what you're saying?
In the tube, yes, because it's a vacuum tube, so there's no refraction in there.
So wouldn't your tube be bending?
Nope, it's not. It's completely straight.
How did you measure that your tube is horizontal?
It's established horizontal at the starting point, and as you go along, move along that 4 kilometer long arm, as you move away from it, there's an elevation change.
How do you know that that elevation change isn't just due to there being elevation change?
Because this has been surveyed. Don't you think they know how to do that?
All right, so explain how they surveyed the ground to be curving.
It's quite simple. You have a straight 4 kilometer long arm, which is horizontal at one position at the beginning. And as you move along that straight tube, the elevation changes the further away you go from the starting point where you establish the horizontal.
How did you establish that there is deviation of Earth's surface from a horizontal?
What are you
by elevation? It's by elevation.
The Bedford level. Sharonism did it, remember?
Change in elevation. Elevation
and then
change.
you
Cool.
cried about the light
What are you
refraction. Remember
referencing
when
to
I
determine that there's
Sharonism did it?
elevation? Okay, go ahead.
You asked a question. The answer is when Sharonism went out to recreate the Bedford level, there he showed the thing that you're asking for. And then you said, well, you got to add all this light effects in with it. But that was an example of it.
No, the guy's Stefan. He brought up the LIGO's arms. He says that the light must be running to the reflectors in a perpendicular manner to change. Because then later something was measured. Like he said, then he's saying that he found that there was a change in elevation from that horizontal of the Earth. So what was it that was referenced to have changed? We're asking Stefan.
Exactly.
Very simple.
Sorry if it's that specific.
It's the arms themselves. The arms at LIGO are the horizontal you reference.
That's right. Yeah, that's not even the next. We're on the next step. He's saying that there was a change of dirt change. They had to dig out more dirt more earth or something. I don't know what he's going to say. He hasn't answered yet.
Yeah, apparently
No.
you could dig out the dirt and make the ground flat, and therefore it's going to be curving. That's what they're saying.
No, they used plums, right? They were just doing like a plum thing. They were doing a deviation from plum when they did that. They assumed it probably, right? But then
And it's funny.
they have the balls rolling to the middle of the floor at slack, like fucking, and supposedly at LIGO, like Zanuck always talks about.
I can't tell what position you're arguing for, bro.
I'm telling you data that supposedly is claimed in the real world. Not have to argue for a position. The position of the truth. That's the only position. You fucking gangery. What? Why you pick a side? What is that?
Yeah, I'm asking valid questions, dude. How did they determine that there was changes of elevation in relation to what?
How do you think they do surveys like that?
Before they built LIGO, they had to. What did they do to the ground? Didn't they have to level the ground?
Nope.
Did they
And it's
find a
not
flat part of the earth? Like, what do you think happened?
The elevation change is not a reference to the local ground at the LIGO.
What are you referencing?
Dude, this is your proof, Stefan. You brought this, Stefan. You brought this proof in. This is your chance right here. The elevation change.
Yeah,
this is where your proof is. Go for it.
Yeah.
Don't
the
say they
start of
didn't measure it, because then
Amazon.
you'd have nothing. Yeah.
As they normally do, when they did this, they used GPS mainly.
Yeah, Manufactotum said that they're referencing the arm. You know, the arm was built after they determined that the ground was going to deviate from a horizontal. Therefore, they must have found some perfectly flat, curving ground, which is weird. Double
No,
speak.
they didn't.
The question was,
Nope.
Oh, so
Nope.
so they didn't build LIGO on a perfectly curved at the radius of the globe. So they didn't find a patch of ground that is truly comporting with a geometric globe. So therefore, there could be elevation change.
The first thing they did was they built a concrete slab, and then on top of that, when they installed the tube, they used very accurate GPS on one, and this shows there's an elevation change.
They built a concrete slab. So did they try to make the slab a horizontal plane? Is that what you're saying?
Didn't have to be that accurate because it's the tube itself that has to be adjusted so it's completely straight for the whole distance.
The tube isn't built yet. Okay, we're talking about the ground that they're building LIGO on. Okay, because you're saying that there's a change in elevation due to Earth curve. And I'm asking, how did you determine that that elevation change is not just elevation change relative to a horizontal?
Because it's horizontal at the starting point, and as they moved along with the GPS, they measure, and it was completely straight, it measures elevation change.
So you're saying they built a concrete slab foundation, that they wanted it to be level, no changes in elevation along the surface of the concrete slab, and then they did that, and then that slab conformed to the curved surface of the Earth. That's what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so then how
so.
is LIGO deviating from Earth's surface?
Because the tube, as it starts at the corner station, is horizontal at that point, and from that horizontal, it's completely straight over 4 kilometers. And as they move along that with the GPS and measure it, they measure that it has an elevation change.
How did you determine that LIGO is at equal elevation at all points along it?
It's not at equal elevation. That's exactly the point.
That's the point.
Oh, so LIGO isn't straight, so the light is not traveling parallel in the tube anymore.
No, the tube is completely straight. The tube is completely straight, and at the corner station, it's horizontal, and it's from a reference, and so the tube is perpendicular to the vertical at the corner station. And as you move from the corner station away from the corner station, the tube changes in elevation.
When they're laying the concrete.
Measured by GPS.
When they're laying the concrete, are they saying that the concrete is conforming to Earth's surface relative to a horizontal, and that the horizontal would bend? Like you're
Well, the
laying
concrete.
concrete. You're trying to make a flat foundation, right?
Yeah, the concrete was not made at a constant elevation. The concrete was made straight, just like the tube that was installed above it.
So how did they make the concrete straight?
By standard leveling, geodetic survey measurements, and GPS measurements, all set to make a straight tangent line from the starting point, and at the far end, that returns 4 feet higher in elevation to make the straight line of which the concrete was poured and the vacuum tube was installed some several feet above that on supports where they can make little fine, centimeter adjustments. And then the laser going through the evacuated tube is straight. It is horizontal at the vertex, and is not horizontal at the far end because it's a tangent to the geoid of the Earth.
So
as demonstrated by measurement.
That could easily be due to elevation change and not the surface of the Earth, because you're not determining that the surface of the Earth is curving. You're just laying concrete.
No, you cannot think that you can have some sort of greater understanding than MIT, Berkeley, every engineering, and a functioning piece of technology.
Yeah, you're losing the LIGO argument right now. Like, I'm asking, how did you find out that yes, he is. Don't interrupt. How did you find out that the ground is deviating at the rate of Earth curve in your model?
GPS.
If you're laying concrete and you're
measurement.
creating
GPS measurements.
Okay, so affirming the consequent. That's it. You're done.
So GPS doesn't work? So now you're denying GPS is actually working?
Yeah, you definitely want to change the topic from LIGO right now, I can tell.
No. You said no. It sounded like you're denying that you can use GPS for these measurements.
And here we go. Here goes the Globe Defender train rolling as it rolls every other time. It's just so retarded. It's so retarded.
I know, these idiots can't come to a valid
the
conclusion
same
about
from the
that.
flat earth.
It's about to go
denial.
It's about to go
Denial,
to moon
denial,
reflect. It's about to go
denial.
from a straight line to moon
It
reflect.
looks like
to
the
GPS,
moderation
to moon
has left,
reflectors, and so on.
I guess
going
it's
to be
time
terrible.
for the spiraling and the coping and the crying on each other's shoulders.
Yep,
Circle
that's
jerking.
No, Electric, you suddenly sort of denied that GPS gives you rather accurate measurements, didn't you?
Dude, just is that all you have? So it is a affirmative.
It's affirming the consequence.
Yeah,
Why?
that's what
Why?
Because that's what the GPS has, the map of the geode. It's all up. Doesn't matter. So is that all you have? Is it like a circular reasoning?
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Argument?
You made a claim that
Doesn't matter.
They don't have physical measurements.
Is that all you have? Is a circular argument that my map says that this should happen? So therefore I'm going to conform to the map because the map is reality. Yeah. Is that all you have?
So basically denial.
Physical, ladies and gentlemen. Still haven't shown us how to measure that curvature themselves, and look at what we've been going on 2 hours now. See that?
Jin, we're talking about something.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen. None of them are.
Why is it affirming the concept? Holy shit! Jin, shut the fuck up a second.
Yeah.
Electric.
Hang on.
You made a claim that it's affirming the consequent. Why is it affirming the consequent? Did he dip? Is he still here?
Right, now can I fucking carry on now, cunt? Thank you. Shut the fuck up yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, as I was saying to the Globers.
No. Hey, no, we're not going to do that.
They are fucking definitely not telling me how to measure the curvature of the Earth.
No, shut up, Jen. Are you guys serious, man? Are you guys serious?
No, I'm not serious. I just want them to show me how to measure the curvature of the Earth, that's all.
Call me a cunt one more time.
Oh, don't be telling me to shut the fuck up then, you Wally.
We were in the middle of a conversation when you started poking your ass.
Let's be adults.
What you got to remember, I'm not just a listener. I've been listening for a good hour, and now I just made a few comments, and I'm getting told to shut the fuck up. What's going on here? Okay?
So
you shut the fuck up. Thank you. Thank you. I've been listening patiently, right? Supporting your position, our position. trying to get some points across to these individuals, Globers, that they're not actually showing us how to measure the curvature. I'm getting told to shut the fuck up, and I'm a mod on top of that. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, let's get back to the subject at hand. Enough with the meta. We're adults.
Yeah, thanks.
If your prediction
Exactly.
is
Can we have
good,
the
you don't
curvature
need to
measurement
insult.
now, please? Yeah, sorry. Somebody show me how to do this curvature. That's where I left off, and then it got sidetracked, which was an intro because it showed that the Globers are relying on GPS and all this and that. It's not and satellites that don't exist. Can you now please show us how to measure the curvature of the Earth so we know it's a globe? Go ahead. Here we go now. Step
1 degree
one.
per
What do we do?
69 miles.
So what
1
would
degree
be
per 69
sufficient as
miles.
evidence?
There's your curvature measurement. Simple as that.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a hopeless question. They're asking the Globers, they're asking the flat earthers who have gone out to check whether or not the Earth is curving, coming back with horizontality, and now they're asking us for the standard. Get on with it, Glober. Show us how you know it's a globe. You didn't need me to tell you it.
Anything.
But what would suffice as evidence for the shape of the Earth? What kind of measurements are you? What kind of measurements are you looking for?
That is a hopeless question. Get on. How do you know it's a globe?
No.
How did you measure it? Get on
Because
with it. See how hopeless they are, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of different measurements has been put forward, and they've all been denied. So we need to know what you think would be a good enough evidence for the shape of
Clearly,
the Earth.
ladies and gentlemen, they don't have it, ladies and gentlemen. For when you have the truth and you know it's a globe and you got the measurements, you just did present them in a court of law. You're not going to be going up to the judge. Judge, can you ask the plaintiffs what standard he or she would be satisfied with before we begin?
Yes, they do.
You'd be thrown out the fucking
In a court of
courtroom.
law, absolutely they do. You have to establish a standard of evidence in a court of law. What are you talking about?
Well, what we're talking about is the standard of their proof. That's their standard, isn't it? Their proof, isn't it?
Yeah, Jesse,
Right.
You're the one asking.
We want to see their proof. They say they've got proof.
Stefan, the answer to that question is they won't ever tell you because they have to deny everything.
All right. No,
Exactly.
I think a good one you guys were going over was horizontal dropping over distance. So just show horizontal dropping from horizontal. That'd be cool.
Okay, Jin, I just posted evidence for the globe.
Yeah.
Am I understandable?
Without
I just posted a video in the text chat. Look to the video. You clearly can see there that water is not flat.
I'm talking about the standard where you measured the curvature. This is what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I'm talking about measuring curvature. Look to video.
Ladies and gentlemen,
look to video.
showing me a video of bendy water is not the standard. So can you show us the steps to measuring curvature, please? Because that's what we want.
I posted a video from Jesse
That's not it,
Light
sir.
that is
That would
exactly
not be
showing the
it, sir.
steps,
That would not
how
be
it is measured.
It is not. It's how you measured it. I said how you measured it. You're not listening.
Told you.
How you measured
After
it.
that,
Because you know it's a fucking globe.
So a video of someone else measuring it and showing every single step is not okay because I
not
did
okay
it
at all
not
because it
myself.
doesn't
This
show me that
particular
you know
one,
it.
yeah?
Doesn't show me that you know it. Sorry.
I know it because I have tested other things, but I showed you
I need to see you. I need to see how you measured
Look the evidence, then you see how it's measured. You can actually try it out yourself.
Curvature? Have you actually measured it? Have you? See?
Yes.
Oh, sweet. Well, that's cool because I've been asking, like Snooze, what tool did you use to establish points of equal elevation so that you can then measure a change in elevation,
Why are you assuming that was his
which would be curvature? What tool did you use to establish that?
I did not. I took a high altitude. I took a high altitude picture that clearly shows curvature.
He said he measured it. That's why I assumed it. He said he measured it. So I asked him what tool he used to establish points of equal elevation to make a measurement to reference it. That's why I asked it.
I measured the curvature of Earth by looking to the horizon from a high altitude.
Okay.
I measured the angle to Polaris and how it changed over a north-south direction.
Looking to the stars is not measuring the surface of the Earth, ladies and gentlemen. That's a flawed method.
Oh yeah,
these guys have made two flawed methodologies.
You can even do that in the room.
Two flawed methodologies, ladies and gentlemen. Straight away.
Yeah, that's why I asked
that you'll be giving us the numbers. Can we have the numbers?
Are you looking for?
Can we have
what
the numbers?
What kind of measurements are you looking for? You can't tell us. You can't tell us. What kind of measurements do you demand?
You're the one that measured the curvature using the fucking going up.
You are denying everything that's put forward. So
what did you measure? What did you measure? What were the numbers, please? Let's have some numbers now.
They have to deny. They have to keep themselves open to any version of denial, which is why they'll never give you a standard.
Yeah, I know.
I'll tell you what method he wants. He wants the method that doesn't show that the Earth is a globe. That's the method he wants.
No, not at all. You see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? Yes. Now they're obfuscating and now
well, tell us the method then.
My mouth, which is not my position. I've come in, both my arms are up. Both my arms are up. We've gone out to measure curvature. It's not there. We're finding extended horizontality everywhere. So we come back. How did you do it? Let's show us how you did it.
Why can't you look at the sky?
Jin, how did you measure that? Did you use a theodolite or auto level or something like that to measure?
The point is, can you show us how to measure the curvature? Please go ahead. I present you with my data. I present you with my data. I present you with pictures of horizontality everywhere. So you need now to show us where we have gone wrong. How do we? How can we see? How can we see and measure this curvature? Not to mention the rotation yet. Still got problem with rotation. Let's do one thing at a time.
Whatever you put forward as your evidence, we're just going to deny it. Just
I've already done that. I did that 2 hours ago. I'm not going to waste time. Now it is up to you now. So don't waste my time.
No, we're just going to deny your evidence.
Wasting my time now. See what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? It's pure. We're getting a lot of no's, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of no's. A lot of no's. No, you go first. You go first. A lot of no's and a lot of no's, ladies and gentlemen. You go first. I went first. I've come back. I've given them the data 2 hours ago now, right? And all they've done in the last 2 hours is obfuscate, and they're still obfuscating now. Get on with it.
Jin, let me ask you a question. Why can we not look to the sky? Why is that not a valid methodology?
It's a flawed methodology because we need to measure the surface, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we need to know. We need to see the surface curvature. You don't look up. You can't be looking at the sun, the stars, the clouds. These are not measuring.
And my question is, why not? Why not?
It's flawed. It's
We're measuring the surface by looking.
It's inaccurate.
You said that. I'm asking you why.
It's inaccurate. That's all you need to hear. It's
Why is it inaccurate?
I'm not wasting my time with it. So now, ladies and gentlemen, they are still obfuscating, by the way.
It's just a baseless claim. You're just claiming it's inaccurate.
It's not a baseless claim at all. It's a correct claim. Ladies and gentlemen, it's inaccurate.
My measurements looking to the sky were perfectly accurate. How can you look to the stars
and then start to try and guess what the ground is doing? Because that's what you'd be doing. That wouldn't be accurate.
Because of your changing,
inaccurate is it?
Your changing orientation.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're still. Can you see my simple request that I asked 2 hours ago plus now? 2 hours, 10, 20 minutes ago, still hasn't been answered, and that's not the only thing. It's been like this for 10 years.
Now you're
10 years, ladies and gentlemen, they have lost 10 years.
You're just claiming it's inaccurate with no basis. My measurements looking to the sky were perfectly accurate.
Inaccurate, ladies and gentlemen. Inaccurate.
Says who?
Says me.
And how inaccurate is it?
You're wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the stars to try and determine the curvature of the Earth is an inaccurate methodology entirely. You have to measure the surface of the Earth, and we're telling you that when we measure the surface of the Earth, it's measuring flat,
the surface
level,
looking to the
horizontal. That's what we're finding.
And you can measure
we're not using the stars to do that.
Other observers perfectly accurately.
We're taking the actual surface of the Earth as our template to measure curvature. We're not looking to the stars. That's an inaccurate methodology. Straight away, you're looking away from the thing you want to measure. It's just completely wrong.
But could you
still
explain
waiting,
to us why?
Still waiting. We wait now 10 years. It's been heavy scrutinization, completely under pressure, and they have failed every day for 10 years. And I mean literally every day.
Can you explain to us in detail why
I
it's
don't need to
inaccurate
explain
and
anything.
how
What you need to be doing is getting your methodology in order and stop presenting, because the people listening to me are thinking, is he right? 10 years, every day, and they haven't presented. You've just been listening to how they slip and slide, duck and dive, slip and slide, duck and dive, obfuscate, run and hide. That's all they've been doing.
That's what you're doing now, because
what I'm doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is putting them in a box now. I've boxed them in, shut all doors. Now it's me and them. It's me and them and the curvature. Get on with it.
How inaccurate is using the stars? Yeah, I was just wanting to explain to us in detail
I'm
why
not here to do
it
any
is
more
inaccurate,
explaining. It is for you now
inaccurate it
to
is. No,
start
you haven't.
explaining your curvature nonsense, and don't be going to the stars.
You can't.
I'll shoot you down for doing that.
You can't
get on with
tell
it.
us why it's inaccurate. Yeah, Jen, you can't tell us in detail why it's inaccurate and why it can't be
Ladies
used.
and gentlemen, again, they're asking me when they should be showing us how they measured the curvature on the Earth. Clearly looking up to the stars is an inaccurate methodology. No engineer would employ anybody who works like that. Can you flatten out
What
that
about
piece?
they do that?
Can you look to the stars
what
now
they do.
before I get the foot flat?
So
Get on with it.
astrogeodetic survey is not a thing. Is that what you're saying?
Get on with it. Let's hear what you've got. I'm not here to tell you anything. I'm the one that can't measure the curvature, remember? I'm well lost.
Jin, what
I'm
do you
finding
think about the
horizontality everywhere. The Earth is flat as far as I'm concerned. So let's hear what you got. 10 years in the making, this, ladies and gentlemen. 10 years plus now. Here we go. We're listening.
So, Jin, what are your thoughts on the celestial theodolite?
As far as I'm concerned, that's a waste of fucking time. Get on with it. You know, I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here now to listen to where I have gone wrong. Thank you.
We're not here never answering any questions.
You are still not getting. I'm waiting for step 1, do this. Step 2, do this. Step 3, make sure this and this is in place. Step 4, I'm not hearing anything.
I sent you a video where all the steps are explained. Go to a lake, to a calm lake that has enough distance to see. Point 3 points there in a distance, for example, 3 miles. Put stuff there with equal elevation over seawater, over the lake water, and you will see that they are not in one line.
What stuff are you talking about?
I showed you a video. I sent you a video in the text.
I'm asking you, what stuff are you talking about?
Look
what stuff are you talking about? What stuff?
What do you mean with what stuff?
Jesse Path of Light, little old Jesse with his recycled theodolites or whatever. He went out to a lake and he says that on a windy day with his boat rocking around in the lake that he put sticks in the ground and had points 4 inches above the water. And then he went to the shore and he looked at it and he said, you know what, it's a globe. So that's the video he was talking about.
Yeah, I knew I'd seen it before. That's why I didn't want to watch it. That's bullshit. Now, here we go.
You're asking for evidence, then we present the evidence, and then you say, oh, I'm not looking
that's
at
a PS
because
video. I've
it's
seen it before. That was a PS video. I knew it was going to be a PS. I've been in 10 years.
And the cool thing is, if Jesse affirms that his line of sight is straight, then he should affirm the black swan. And globe is debunked.
That's right. So we got the black swan debunking your answers. This is why ladies and gentlemen, listen to the psychology of the globers. Disorganized, dishonest. 3 Ds.
They are, yes, ladies and gentlemen, they are sick people, but we have to remember they are people, and we should care about our fellow man. But these are sick people.
Yeah.
Listen, I agree with you. Yeah,
flat go back to Jesse. Go back to Geos. Come on.
Yeah, flat Earth
I
are very sick people.
can talk through them.
You gotta feel pity for flat earthers. The mother dropped them on their head when they were young, and they have limited intelligence. Can't figure.
Yes, NASA. They've heard it all before. That'd be you. You're talking about yourself.
No,
Stop lying. Stop lying to everyone.
Anybody.
You're not a
anybody
pilot.
who is
You don't fly planes.
Yeah,
Just
I
a
do fly
liar
planes.
as the rest of
And
the
I
group
know
does.
more about aviation
Join
in
your,
my little thing.
go and join your
My little
community and start working it out. Start working it out and bring some kind of coherent explanation. Yeah, you see what I mean, ladies and gentlemen? You see, they come in, they can't get on with it. It's insults, dishonest,
In preaching hour.
Well, you guys were talking for a long time before me. I was listening. You know, I was listening. Now it's my turn. Yes, it's the gin hour. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. And when I speak, you know, it's compelling, isn't it? You know, you actually feel the emotion in every word that I say. You know, when I put my arms up and said, I've gone out there for 2 hours, I'm listening, still waiting for an explanation, and they haven't even put one. They bring us they tell us to look up, don't look to the ground, look up. And here's an old video that doesn't work. You know, you see how frustrated we can get with this.
Okay,
bunch.
so
Can I get in for a second?
Yeah, get in, please. Get in.
Have you ever considered the Channel Tunnel, or the Channel, as some people call it, between England and France?
Are you talking to me? Because I know they used lasers, and it was Japan and Britain had nothing to do with it. It was the Japanese boring tool and the French boring tools, and they used laser beams. And at the very first flag you saw was the Japanese one. There you go. Look, you watch the video and you see what I mean. They use lasers for that. Lasers travel in straight lines.
Well, I'm all I'd say is that I don't know too much about it. So if you want to critique about that, you're welcome. I don't know too much about it, but I do know conservatively there would have been thousands of engineers, both from France and from Britain, involved
absolutely, and
in
from
such
Britain.
a major undertaking, right?
Yeah, and from Britain as well, of course. Yeah, of course. I'm just talking about the boring tool was Japanese on the British side. The French side had their one, but the British had the Japanese one that was assisting. But British engineers were definitely there. I'm not disputing that at all.
Now, if the Earth was a globe, they'd have to take that curvature into account to meet in the middle, wouldn't they?
They would, wouldn't they? They would have. Otherwise, they could be boring out and coming out the side of the globe.
This is the thing. They apparently, this is as the story goes, they missed by about 10 feet or something like this. They missed by a handful of feet.
It was a lot less than that.
Well, the point is, if they hadn't have taken the Earth's curvature into account, they'd have missed by several hundred feet.
No, they wouldn't have. The laser beams were keeping them on track. No, they didn't take Earth's curvature into consideration anyway. They didn't. But that's just a side issue. That's still not proving curvature. I can give you submarines. Don't take Earth's curvature into consideration. Neither do the torpedoes.
Okay, so we've got thousands of people who have all acknowledged they haven't took the Earth's curvature, and in their practical job, they've literally just gone home and gone, God, you know what, honey? We didn't take Earth's curvature into consideration today. That I find hard to believe.
They did, didn't they? I'm sure they said, honey, we took Earth's curvature into consideration, and we're only 10 foot out.
Why would you take Earth's curvature into consideration?
Go ahead. Andy, lay it out how you would take Earth's curvature into consideration.
You wouldn't, because you're living on a globe.
Andy.
You just
But Andy knows about this thing. Go ahead, Andy.
I'm saying that if they meet in the middle, which is allegedly what they did, and the Earth's a globe, they would have had to have taken that Earth's curvature.
No, they wouldn't have. No, they wouldn't have, because they're living on Earth as a globe. They wouldn't have taken Earth's curvature into consideration, and they didn't. Anyway, they didn't.
So if they didn't.
No, look. What about military? Hang on a minute. If you're saying that, then how comes the military don't take, and the Air Force and the Navy and the submarines, they don't take Earth's curvature or rotation into consideration when they're firing their weapons? They don't.
And
we established that thousands of engineers.
How would the question that manufacturer put forth to you was, how would somebody take the curvature into account? So instead of just claiming you would or wouldn't have to, how would you do it? That was the question put to you.
That's a good question.
It's in the schematics, it's in the plans, it's in the mathematics. Look it up.
The maths.
I mean, look, well, first of all, I'm not an engineer, so I just want to. I made it very clear before I went into it that I don't know too much about it. I usually approach these things from a sociological standpoint, and that's what I'm doing right now. So thousands of people, thousands of engineers from both France and Britain.
Yeah.
You think just went home and went, we didn't take us.
Well, you're thinking they did. You're thinking they did. Well, they
well,
did.
Of course they did.
They did. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, parlez-vous français? Oui, monsieur. We're talking like the curvature. Yeah, look, get out of here.
Wait, are you
so they just
so
went,
like this is Andy, are you saying like
they
that
didn't lose
it's
they didn't lose a
unreasonable,
minute
like
of sleep,
untenable to
they just
hold a
went
position
home
that thousands of
and they
people
went,
drive like every day? Andy, are you doing this on
you know how
purpose
silly
when I
that
talk?
sounds?
Yeah, silly ass, Andy.
Yeah, are you
silly
doing this on
sounds
purpose
really
when I talk,
silly,
Andy?
Jin.
Silly ass, Andy. It's a silly argument. Silly
Yeah,
ass,
so
Andy.
the way
It shows you're fucking retarded, Jin.
Christ is kid.
Yeah,
So
silly ass, Andy.
what the
Very
guy's
silly
presenting,
indeed,
Jim,
Andy.
is
Very
that
silly.
he's saying that it's
And that goes for you
unreasonable,
too, you mug.
untenable. If you were to imagine that thousands of people a day drive their cars in your town and don't take Earth's motion into account, and then he's laughing at you for not believing it because they don't go home and say, of course I took it into account.
Would they take Earth's motion into account for driving a car?
That's a silly argument, Andy.
What's
silly
driving a car?
You tell me, bud. You tell me, bud.
Driving a car's got nothing to do with Earth's motion. Why
We're talking about Earth's rotation, the same as the curvature. It's the same thing. It's about the Earth. Silly, Andy. You don't get it, Andy. You just don't get it. Too contrary for my liking, you are, Andy. Andy, you're too contrary. You're like the wind.
This is why you still think the Earth's flat, because you don't listen to people.
For flat Earth, Andy. Then the next minute you're arguing for the moon. You're like the wind, Andy. You can't make your mind up. You're all over the place, all over the heat, no direction. Silly, Andy.
You have to
There's
bring
no
an
conversation
argument.
to be had with you, Jim.
Like it's not
no,
really
there isn't, because you fuck about too much. I'm a meat and two potatoes.
Because all you do is chant through everybody.
Fucking around. Direct.
You just chant
live.
You silly statements through people without even listening.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument. It's not an argument to say that of course they would or of course they would not. That's not an argument to say, well, if it was the case, if something was happening, of course they would know it's happening. That's not an argument, dude. It's just not.
Yeah. Silly. That's why I said silly argument.
Just to be clear, they didn't take us curvature into account, and so they just went home and they just went. Earth's flat, basically.
Silly argument, Andy. Silly argument, Andy. Silly argument.
Thousands of engineers kept it to themselves.
So I didn't say they
I don't even think that's an argument. I don't know if you listen. Go get some tea or something. Go get some tea.
Well, why did these engineers tell us, Jin? Why did they tell us that the Earth's flat?
Why would they need to tell us? It's not even on their mind, Andy. It's not
so
even
you're
on their
telling
mind,
me
Andy.
a conservative estimates, let's say there's
not on their
5,000
mind,
engineers.
Andy. It's not on their mind, mate.
There's 5,000 engineers that know the Earth's
I'm
flat.
telling you, there could be a
million
million engineers.
Do you know how stupid that sounds?
It's still not on their mind, mate.
And you know how stupid it sounds.
Look at the
That's why you're funding muting me. That's why you're funding muting me right now.
I'll say it again. Only in the last recent 10 years, I'd have to say 10 years, that pilots are beginning to speak out that they're living on flat Earth.
No, they're not. They're not. They're not.
They are, though. They are. Thank you, because they are.
And it's just not an argument. Like that might be your question to begin with, Andy. Like, you can have that question. I don't know if it was really like the time to put it out to the room. I wonder what she's wearing under that dress. Maybe that's the question in your head. Maybe you have it in your head, but then form it into an argument. Like if if this was the case, this would be the methodology that we would go through. And when I say Earth curvature, this is what I mean by that word. Like we haven't even defined what that even means. So how would you account for a thing that you haven't even really defined yet?
Yeah.
All right. Can Flatty get in, because he's been wanting to get in?
Yeah. Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it slightly. So not them going home to their wives and saying it. So it's 3,000 engineers who are globers who believe the Earth is curved. Just decide to leave that portion of the measurement of the mathematics out of the schematics and not say anything to each other.
Because they're not
anyone else.
accounting for it. They're not accounting for it.
But they should. They should, like, but they should.
That's why they're not doing it.
Jen,
that's why it's not mentioned. Because if it was a globe, they would have to. But they're not.
Yeah, so they should.
That's why they're not talking about it. And you would have to prove that. You've got to prove that they are doing it. Fucking hell.
Would they have?
Prove
You
it,
guys,
please.
you guys keep on saying it. Somebody needs to define it at some point. You guys are so you guys are fighting about a word that you haven't defined. It would be like fighting about gravity. Well, what do you mean by gravity? Well, I mean down. Is that the effect? Is that the cause? Not to change the subject, but you're saying Earth curvature. So you're telling me
You don't
these
know
guys
what
don't
Earth
account
curve
for
is,
Earth
John. You're
curvature.
casting
So
your
what are you
fucking ass
imagining? What are you
Here we go now.
imagining Earth? Stop. Listen. What are you imagining that they must account for in regards to Earth curvature? Is that a change in elevation? Is it horizontal dropping? What do you imagine they have to account for in this?
What do you think? Can you steal?
I
Can you
don't know.
steal
This is your
like
claim.
money,
This
no
would be your
tax?
claim.
Or are you
Yeah,
just going to
it's
carry
your
on with this
claim, mate.
troll?
We live on a flat Earth, mate. Your claim. Get on with it.
That's your claim. You're claiming you live on a flat
Yeah,
Earth. Then.
that's
That's
right.
your
So we
claim.
don't account for it. We're not
Right.
accounting
Where's
for
your
it.
measurement of?
Get
Where's
on
your
with it
measurement
now.
of
Your
flat then?
turn. You're a globe.
Yeah,
Show me.
You're a globe.
Show me
How
these
do you
engineers.
account for it?
Show me. Shut the fuck up, Jim.
All the engineers
Show
are
me these
globers. How they
engineers that
accounting
said
for
it's
it?
flat. Then.
It's your claim,
Show me the
laddie.
engineers that say
It's
it's
your
flat.
claim, laddie. I'm not going to help you. It's your baby. It's all yours, mate. Carry on.
Yeah,
I'm
You
listening.
fucking
I'm all
retard.
ears.
the
Like
Earth,
Fucking
yeah, the Earth
absolute fucking
flat
I'm
joke.
all ears.
yeah.
Okay, guys, we gotta chill.
Hello.
We gotta chill. One at a time.
The Earth flatty is measurably not flat. They're not like it's measurably. There's a change in elevation of the
Is
rocks,
it?
trees, dirt,
What's the
land. Yeah,
measure?
measurably. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Earth is
So it's not
measurably
flat.
not flat.
So it's
Yeah.
curved. So it's curved like a
No
globe.
curvature
Okay,
over
cool.
distance.
You
Thank
know,
you.
what you can do in reality to establish this and to prove, like, hey, you can just look at it, go outside and look at a tree and be like, oh shit, that shit's not flat. And what you can do to prove this is you can establish a horizontal plane of reference to measure the vertical change of the Earth, and then you can prove it to yourself, and you can say, I know it's not flat. So of course somebody's going to account for that. Now, when you say curvature of Earth, what do you mean?
Exactly.
Well, I think that's made a beautiful image of the Blackpool Tower through its outer level, where you see
guy.
where you see the crosshair, which establishes a horizontal, is pointing way up on the tower, way above the sea level. That's a bit strange.
A crosshair is just perpendicular. I mean, I could throw it up in the air, and it's just a two perpendicular lines on a lens. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No, the outer
Ladies and
level.
gentlemen, can you see that? Let's not talk about the
The horizontal crosshair is perpendicular to the local plumb.
Well, so how do you establish a horizontal plane? What axioms are you using?
Here we go again.
You could use a plumb. It might not be completely accurate. There are small.
There we
deviations.
are.
But in that area, there's hardly any mountains close by, so it wouldn't be affected much. These measurements are done, and the deviation over areas, like in Switzerland, and so on, it's in Amgal, which is very, very little deviation from the geoid.
Yeah, I don't know. Listen, you're not specifying what is deviating from what. So like Ned and I think it was Sandy up there. Yeah, Sandy up there, and yourself. You're saying that people are stating, well, of course these guys would have to account for Earth curve. What is that exactly?
Well, we do that in extended oil well as well.
No,
now.
not what do you do. What is it? What is it, and how do you identify it?
When we plan the well path, we do take the Earth curvature into account to.
Yeah, that thing that you keep saying, the Earth curvature that they take into account. What is it?
What is it? It's the sediments we are drilling through are curving.
Yeah, measurably. Yeah.
And seismic doesn't show that. But to hit the oil reservoir at the most optimum angle and height, the long extended reach wells by 10,000 meters. Then you have to add in the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, you will be off quite a few meters, which is bad for the oil business.
Yeah, that thing that you have, the thing that you keep on asserting. What is it? Yeah.
Yeah. To answer your question directly, it would be the curve of the Earth, where the Earth is defined by mean sea level.
Okay, so so how do you so you just use mean sea level to establish? That's the standard.
Mean sea level defines the shape of the Earth. So all the topography, the mountains and the valleys.
How did you measure the shape of mean sea level then? I guess.
There's a number of ways. Eratosthenes does it. Surveying does it. Satellite geodesy does it. There's a number of different ways you can do it.
Yeah. So the Earth curvature being mean sea level. That's something that just exists. Now you're saying you've measured the shape of mean sea level using a methodology to show that mean sea level is dropping away from a horizontal tangent.
At any given
How did
point.
you do that? Yeah, how did you do that?
By establishing the overall shape.
No, that's how you would get the shape. You'd have to, yeah. How did you establish the overall shape, which would be to show that mean sea level drops away from the horizontal tangent? How did you establish this?
No, you don't have to do it that way. You can do it
Mean
the other way.
sea level dropping off.
Establish
What
the
you mean?
overall shape.
Two different.
What would be the
two
other way?
different
What would be the other
understandings.
way around?
You establish the overall shape, and then you can calculate the deviation from horizontal.
Begging the question, sir.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so this is just his globe. So first you start with globe, and then you go from there.
But you've established the globe. You're not just his globing it, right? So
No, I think you are.
1 degree per 16 miles, Eratosthenes, you can do any number of things. Eratosthenes is the easiest if you want like a backyard, do-it-yourself kind of way. That's the easiest way to
In
do
my
it.
backyard, I've done it, and you guys can do it too. What I've done in my backyard, I used a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference to then measure if the Earth was higher or lower than that reference point, and then the shortest distance between the vertical posts that I put in the backyard was in the horizontal orientation established by the water level. I mean, I can do that.
How did you distinguish level from horizontal? Because
What do you mean? The shortest.
You're not controlling for whether the Earth actually is a globe. Because if the Earth is a globe, then you're going to have level instead of horizontal. You're just calling it
So
horizontal.
what you can do is you can move the. Yeah, there's no question there. It's a proof. What you can do is you can use the water level, which establishes coplanar points. And the way that you can prove that they're coplanar is the shortest distance between the verticals matches the water level. And we all know geometrically that the shortest distance is a straight line, and perpendicular to vertical is horizontal. So I mean, it's provable.
But how did you establish that that straight line is straight?
Because it's the shortest possible distance between 2 points.
And how did you establish that it matches the curve of the Earth, specifically mean sea level, or lack thereof?
And below it, and those will be longer distances. Yeah.
Okay, so did you measure those distances from the horizontal that you constructed?
Well, on the vertical
And so
data,
what
yeah, to the shortest possible distance.
Yeah, what was your margin of error?
How far away
less dashes rather than more dashes. Like you don't even have to put numbers on it. You don't even have to put numbers. You can just you can count them, sure, but less.
No, we're talking about accuracy.
Yeah, less.
So how accurate were your measurements? How far into the decimal places were your measurements?
The shortest possible. You're asking me how accurate is the shortest distance? It's the shortest distance.
Oh, no. The shortest distance establishes a horizontal, right? Goes from point A to point B. That's a horizontal line that you establish, right? Now you have to measure if the height at both ends, if the height at both ends is the same as the height in the middle. Is that what you measured?
Yeah, it was every mark. Because it was what you can do is you can move the water level around wherever you want, the other end of it, right? And the shortest distance, like along that straight line, was always established by the water level. Yeah, from A to B to C to D
you've
to
measured
E to
level.
F to G. Yeah,
No,
it's just
then what
straight.
you've done is measured level, not horizontal. You understand?
It's a straight line,
You
shortest distance between verticals.
Yeah, but that straight line, you didn't establish that the straight line matches the shape of the Earth. You understand? You left that part out.
And it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't match the shape of the Earth. The Earth, like I told you, in the backyard, I use it to prove that the Earth is it goes up and down relative to that horizontal reference. I proved it.
But we're not talking
No,
about
basically
elevation.
the only thing you got is a straight line between 2 points of equal elevation. You don't know if they are horizontal. You don't know.
That is what
you need a third point. You need a third point in between. You need a third point to establish that.
Yeah, that's why. Did you hear? I said co-planar. Yeah, co is more than 2. Yeah.
So you have
that is begging the question.
No, it's not begging the question. I proved it. Yeah. So everywhere that I brought the other end of the water level and I put a vertical post, the shortest distance was established by the water level. Yeah, the shortest distance between vertical, horizontal.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Did you measure it?
Could be I misunderstood.
Did you measure
Did you use a water level or a water horizontal?
I use a water level to establish a horizontal plane of reference, provably.
No, you did. No, you didn't. You established a level horizontal.
Whatever you want to call it, whatever you want to call that word, is the shortest distance possible. Just shortest
That's
distance.
just straight.
He's got to get away from that now, Lord. He's got to get away. Hang on a minute. He's got to get away from level, because what is level? What's it orientated to? You can't have level without gravity. That's the truth of it. That's the reality of it.
Anyway.
You cannot. See, this is where he fucking wants to obfuscate.
I don't know if this guy's drunk, if he's doing some drugs. I don't know what's going on there. He's off.
Shut the fuck up.
But anyway, so whatever word you want to call it, like level, horizontal,
whatever you want to
things, if you understand the terms, like the shortest distance between points, then you understand it. You can call it whatever you want to call it.
How'd you have level without gravity?
You can call it whatever you want to call it. Listen, I don't know.
There's no level without gravity.
Did you measure the distance between the bottom part of the columns and the top parts of the columns when you use your water level?
What are you imagining? Let me hear it again.
I said, did you measure? You say that there was the shortest distance. Did you measure the distance between the bottom part of the water columns and the top, and see if there was any difference between them?
Oh no! What I did was like I said, you could or whoever asked, I said you could make marks above and below it and measure that to be a longer line. So where I made the marks to show, and then measured between the marks to measure the shortest possible distance between verticals being horizontal, obviously established by the water level, you can make marks above and below it to affirm that those are longer. And the middle mark that's established by the water level is the shortest line.
Well, on a globe Earth, if it was long enough between the columns, the distance between the bottom part and the top part will be different. It will be a shorter distance at the bottom and a longer distance at the top.
You can't have a short. So you're saying,
No,
it's just reality,
both of them are plumb at their position. So
but just in reality, what happened here was I measured the shortest distance between points established by the water level. That can't share its like location or identity with another line that is not itself. So if you're saying that, but on a globe, reality would show that line was actually longer. That's just I don't know. That's just not a possibility. That there's two realities. There's one reality. There's one shortest distance between points.
But how did you measure that? Did you physically measure that shortest distance?
Tape measure and laser finder. Yeah, they both match.
And the distance between the columns was what?
I did intervals. Yeah, about 40 feet apart.
So about 40. Yeah. And on the spherical Earth, how much deviation would you see? If you go by the global model, you couldn't even measure it.
That's what I was asking you. Deviation of what? The straight line, shortest distance between points. What are you guys saying? You should have to account for what deviation.
You continuously talking about the shortest distance. Did you set them plumb? Were both of the columns plumb?
Correct.
And
you can prove this with it. Yeah, you can prove it with the three coplanar points, like the posts. I'm not telling you the posts were in a straight line. They were all over the place. They were left, right of each other, which actually helped with the triangulation of 180 degrees between the 3 points. So.
Yeah, well, guess what? When you do have 3 points of like a water level or quite a long distance, the points you can't draw a straight line from one side to the other. And having the middle one at the exact same height. If you make a straight line, sight line from the first one to the second one, at the third one, that line will be above the surface of the water.
Yeah. So then, what happens when in reality, you and me, we went out and we established 3 points of equal elevation? What do we do with reality? Like, what do we yell at reality? What do we say to it?
Yeah, if you make a sight line from the first to the second one, that sight line will continue towards a third one, but it will intersect it above the top of the water. If you make a sight line from the first to the second one, the one in the middle will be above that line.
Well, then that must be something with sight, because in reality, I measure the shortest distance between all these points, and then match them to extend that segment. So, I mean, there has to be something going on there. You're telling me it measures axiomatically shortest. It measures horizontal, but it looks something else. I don't know what to do with that.
Just using two columns is just
well, he was
establishing
saying
a
he's saying that what I did was I
straight line
established
between
3 points of equal elevation manufactured. He's saying even though you provably established 3 points of equal elevation, because the shortest distance between all the coplanar points using 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 points, showing that they all lie within a plane. When you look at it, all the little dots start to rise and fall from each other. That's what he's saying would happen. I don't know. I don't know. But he's saying it would happen where if you look at it, it's rising. They're going to rise and fall from each other. Then I would say there has to be something wrong here.
I know that's what you would say. The problem is what you're trying to do is establish weathered level, which means all of those points at equal elevation are the same as horizontal. You've not established that. All you've done, you haven't even done level, as far as I can tell. You've just got done straight, which is one straight line between 2 points.
Yeah, they're all
not
they're all at the same elevation. And then what you can do with that is you can measure the earth, the dirt, to either rise or fall from that reference. And then that's that we call elevation. We call that elevation change. And we say, okay, from the reference, this little hill is 2 feet down. Don't fall there. Don't fall on the hill. Let's fill that in with something. And then you go a little further and you're like, okay, now the land is ramping up because now there's only 1 foot. And that's a change in elevation from the reference.
Change in elevation based on level, not horizontal. Horizontal has not entered into your...
You told me it was based on a straight line established by the water level, because that's all I showed was that a water level establishes a straight line. Yeah.
Right, but that's separate. So you've done 2 things. You've measured elevation changes around your yard using water levels, and you've made straight lines between them while you were doing it. Those are 2 different things that don't relate to each other and don't establish in any way, shape, or form that the level that you're measuring from this change in elevation is horizontal.
But that's what I call that orientation. That's perpendicular to vertical. I call that horizontal. So that's all I've proven is that the water level establishes a perpendicular relationship, because I put the post in the ground vertical. So all I've established, I guess, is that the shortest distance between verticals is what I call horizontal orientation. And the water level establishes points of equal elevation within that horizontal plane of reference. That's all I've proven.
But it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. No, you didn't prove that. So I posted something earlier.
I thought you said that's all I proved.
At this point. No, you didn't prove anything. So,
so now I
posted something earlier, which is the definition. Hold on. It's the definition of
how is it possible to
water level?
Yeah. Well, listen, when you say I've proven nothing,
you've measured elevation change. Is what you've
how is
done.
it possible
You've measured
to do something?
You didn't prove it.
How is it possible to do something, right, and then not do something? You're saying I've proven a fact. Like I was doing. Are you saying I was doing something that was not a fact?
What did I say?
I was doing
what did I say you proved?
Nothing.
What did I say that you proved?
You said nothing.
Right. So what is that? How's that different?
How is it possible to prove nothing? How's that? Show me how you can prove nothing. Like, how's that possible that doing something is actually nothing?
Oh, I'm sorry. You haven't proven anything. Not that you proved nothing.
I hear you. You keep on saying I haven't proven anything. So there was no facts contained within reality that was performed. Yeah, that's what you're saying. I'm asking, how's that possible that reality was void of fact at that moment?
No, it's not void of fact. That's not what a proof is.
Proof is not a fact. Okay.
You used facts, but you didn't prove anything.
Oh, is that okay?
So hold on, I think
that's why I'm asking how that's possible. Yeah, that I proved nothing.
Yeah, can you see that thing I just posted in the chat? Can you see what I just posted in the chat?
Water level picture with horizontal at its midpoint highlighted.
That's right. Yes. So when you do a reference with water level, you can establish a horizontal, but that line is only horizontal at its midpoint.
Well, you would have to prove that. So whatever I did, I've proven that all places where I moved the other end of the, you just have to prove it. So all I did was prove that everywhere that I moved the other end of the water level, that it established those points all established in regards to the verticals, the shortest distance between verticals in that. Right. That's all I proved.
Which is a straight line. Which is a straight line.
I just proved that the water level establishes a straight line between all connected points in the vertical datum. That's all I proved.
But that's not horizontal.
So
No, it's
this
not.
is
Okay.
definitionally what would have to be the case if the Earth is a sphere. Now, you would have to prove, since this is your experiment, that it's not horizontal only at its midpoint, but it's horizontal at every point along that line, which you've not
Yeah,
done.
that's what I mean. That's what we just walked through, dude. I can't. What I just walked through is that everywhere I took the other end of the water level with the multiple different vertical posts, it established the shortest distance between all verticals from point A to point B, then point A to point C, then point C to point B, then point C to point A. They all lie within a plane, which was established by the verticals in the vertical datum and the water level being in that, being at that marker on the other post. I don't know where. I don't know
You
where
didn't do
the
it
confusion is.
simultaneously. You didn't do it
I
simultaneously. You
don't,
didn't
is that
establish that
necessary?
point A to point B. Yes, you didn't establish that point A to point
No,
B
I don't.
is
I
the
can come
same
back the
time.
next day and measure. I actually did do that. I actually did come back the
Yeah.
next day. I don't need to do it simultaneously. The uniformity and the universals that are true, they are true always and everywhere, dude. I don't need to do it at the same time. They are the same. It is the same time.
Can I ask a question about this experiment?
Are you telling me that
Yeah,
tomorrow
gotta
the
go.
straight line is? What are you saying? Tomorrow the straight line, the shortest distance is going to change tomorrow? What are you saying?
A straight line is still going to be straight. What you're looking for is horizontal. Specifically, that horizontal matches the level. You haven't done that.
I don't. Whatever word you want to
You have
call
a
it.
bunch of
That
straight lines.
that whatever word you want to call it. That the
No, it's
water
not whatever
level
you
is
want to call
perpendicular
it.
to
Words
vertical.
have different
Whatever
meanings.
word.
Straight is not the same as horizontal. Horizontal is not the same as level. Level is not the same as straight.
Yeah, whatever word you want
words.
to use. Like I gave you the parts, right? And you can call it. Listen, you can call it the vertical. You can call it chair if you want to. And if the water level, if you want to call it like triangle,
Chair
you
has
call
a
it triangle.
meaning.
I
You
don't.
can't
Whatever
just
word
call
you want to
it
say.
whatever.
But
Yeah, the
what if
meaning. Yeah,
you-
whatever meaning you're holding. I'm just showing you the proof that reality gives you, and whatever word you want to give it. That
What if you-
that's the word you're giving it. But the definition, the thing that actually upholds the truth of the matter, that's just in reality.
What did you prove?
Which is not what you're saying it is.
Whatever
But that
you
doesn't
want to
matter.
call it. If you want to call it new words, then that's on you. I don't know.
But what did you prove?
Apparently, reality was void of facts at that time, so I'm not sure.
Nobody
No,
said
but what
that.
did you said that you proved something, but what did you prove? You proved that you can imagine a distance, that there's a distance between 2 points. That's what you proved?
Shortest distance.
Sure, and there's also the longest distance between the 2 points, but what does that prove?
You tell me. You work it out. Tell me how you would find the shortest distance between 2 points.
What? You didn't say how you found it. You just said that it's there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, listen, you're just joining in. I don't want to go over the whole thing again. So then you can start it. You can take over, and you can tell the room how you would know the shortest what the shortest distance between 2 points is. I mean, what is it?
I mean, it's just the shortest distance between the points. Any 2 points has the shortest distance between them. Like, what's the?
I agree.
Yeah. So what did you prove? I can take a point on top of Mount Everest and a point in Times Square, and there's a shortest distance between those 2 points. What did I prove?
Nothing yet. I don't know. Nothing yet. If you're just in one dimension, but as Manufactotum said, he said it's just a fact. Like, we know that the shortest distance is a straight line. Like, that's just axiomatically true. There's no way around it.
Yeah, that's an axiom. That's assumed. Yeah, so you can't prove it.
You're telling me you can't. Okay, but you can't prove that. Is that?
You can't prove an axiom. Yeah. How do you prove an axiom?
You're telling me I can't. You're telling me I cannot prove that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. I can't prove that. I feel like I can.
Yeah, you can't prove that because that's an axiom. How do you prove it?
I show you that there's no other possibility. I can show it to you if you want.
You can show me what?
You can try it yourself. Like, dude, on a piece of paper right now, just draw 2 points and then show me that show me a shortest distance that's not a straight line. You can prove it.
No, the shortest distance between those 2 points is a straight line. Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that, or you're just assuming that?
That's an analytic truth. That's by definition.
Well, I mean, I don't know, do you know that, or you're just assuming it?
It's a definition, so I don't like.
That's
well,
the definition of
definitions right
straight.
now are right now the definitions are meaningless because manufacturer was having an issue with the words. So don't worry about the word that we give it. Understand the situation of that, and is it possible to be not that?
But no, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Yeah, that's the definition
Yeah, and
of what a straight line is.
you know that, I know that, and we know that we can prove that because we can show that another line that lies outside of that plane of reference would be a longer line. We can prove it. Yeah.
Yeah, a curved line between 2 points is always longer than a straight one.
Yeah, we can prove it. We don't have to assume it. We can prove it. Yeah. So that at least there's one fact contained within the proof. At least one.
Sure. And that has nothing to do with anything about the shape of the Earth. Anything.
On its own, no, that would just be one. Like that would be like one dimension right there. You can't really do anything with that. We live in 3-dimensional reality, so you couldn't really do much with that. You could just know that to be true. You could just know that to be true, like fundamentally, axiomatically, provably. Like you can know that without a doubt.
And you don't even need a water level to that. You can pick any 2 points.
Yep. But then when you get into orientation, that's a different story. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's different. Vertical is from gravity, and horizontal is perpendicular to that. What would you say the orientations are? Like, how can you prove those?
Well, you can. Yeah. So what you can do is, whatever the thing gravity is, right? That sets the up and down. We can prove with the demonstration that we just went through. I don't know if you heard it, but the one that me and Manufactorum went through a little bit. You can prove that gravity is perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah, you can prove it, and you can prove that the shortest distance between verticals is a straight line in the horizontal orientation. These are provable.
Okay, can you prove that? Would verticals have to be parallel?
Well, if
for that to be the case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, parallel to each other, of course. Yeah. I mean, something. Yeah.
Can you?
So like, vertical is A, and A is equal to A. Yeah, that's just definitionally what it would be. So whether we call it vertical or something else, we're just saying placeholder A. Now, A next to another A is going to be, identical to A, obviously. Yeah, but in a different location.
Parallel.
That would just be the definition. Yeah. If I put
so
a bunch of A's,
it's just analytic again.
Well, yeah, if you put a bunch of A's next to the letter A, they're going to be identical to A. So if you're going to call that thing vertical, right, and you're going to say, well, you'd put a bunch of A's or verticals right next to each other, they're just going to be identical, according to the law of identity, to one another, but in a different location. So that would just be parallel. Yeah, yeah.
That doesn't work because humans.
Well, then it's not. Then it's not A
height.
that you're talking about. You're talking about something else. Then, if it's not, if that's
okay,
not
then humans have a height, right? Every human has a height.
Yeah.
And A is human.
Okay.
So every human has the same height because they're all A.
No, they all have a height. Yeah, that's all.
But they have to be the same height. Then there wouldn't be humans anymore because A is A, right?
No, that doesn't follow. No, that's just an attribute of A.
And then same with the verticals. Yeah, it doesn't follow. Yeah.
No, it does follow. Yeah, you're saying yeah, you're losing it. There's an attribute of A.
Saying A equals A doesn't mean that A's are parallel.
A is equal to dude. A is equal to A. This is just like law of identity. If you're saying A is not equal to A, then you're breaking the law of identity.
Where in the law of identity parallel is mentioned?
Well, I just walked you through it, right? So if vertical is, we just say forget the word vertical because manufacturing was having an issue with language that we use together, and we just say, okay, law of identity, we're going to call that thing A. Now, A
what
is
the
equal
thing
to itself. Yeah, vertical. Yeah,
what is A?
We're talking about. Yeah, up and down.
Okay, what is vertical? Up and down.
That's it. Yeah. So now, if we put it in another location and it's not A, then we're breaking the law of identity. Yeah.
But it's not the same up and down because they're not parallel.
That's what I'm saying. You're breaking the law. Yeah.
No, you're misapplying the law.
You're saying vertical is up and down, and now this thing that holds its trueness in reality universally in a different location changes. That makes it not universal. Yeah. It's not a thing.
No, it's still
broken
up and
the
down.
law of identity.
It's still up and down.
So it's so when you put it next to if you put it next to another thing, it's going to that's also A. It's going to be equal to A. I don't know where the confusion is.
Yeah, there's no confusion. Down is towards the center of the Earth, and up is like opposite to that, and that's what we call vertical.
Okay, all right, yeah, if you say so. If you say so. Have you proven that? Have you provably broken the law of identity? Show it to me.
No, it doesn't break the law of identity. You're misapplying logic. The problem.
Okay, so the thing vertical at one location, is it getting closer to vertical? Like, is it converging or diverging from itself?
No, no.
It's parallel then?
No, not from itself. Two different locations don't have the same vertical. No, it's different vertical, obviously, because they're not the same. Yeah,
so
same way like you're human, and I'm human. We're both A, but I'm not you, and you're not me, right?
No, we're just talking about vertical right now. So vertical at one location changes. It changes. So what are we even talking about then? Everywhere
we're
you
talking
go,
about up and down,
and it's different everywhere. So yeah.
Yeah, same way like you have a magnet, a ball magnet, and you put something on the surface. It will be attracted to the center. So it's attracted to. It has a orientation in relation to the magnet, right?
I guess I don't know. However you want to imagine it, again.
Sure. Yeah. There's a ball, like an iron ball, and you put a magnet on top of it. There's an orientation in relation to that magnet, right?
Sure. Yeah, I guess there's an orientation. Yeah.
Yeah. If you move the magnet 5 centimeters along the surface of the sphere, does it have an orientation?
Yep.
Yeah. Is it attracted to the same point?
No. Attracted to the same point on the surface of the ball. That's where it stops at. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's vertical, but that's because that's the attraction. Same with gravity.
Yeah, you got a different definition. I mean, yeah, you got a different thing. Yeah.
Yeah. You're a flat earther and I'm not, so it's different.
Yeah. So what up? Yeah. I mean, yeah. So you have a different you have a different standard that you appeal to. You say that I know that the thing vertical that I can prove on a piece of paper is parallel to itself because that's the law of identity. Because it's a globe, it's actually converging towards the center. Yeah, and that's the standard.
We have
axiomatically, the standard is that all measurements conform to globe. Yeah.
No, that's not the axiom. You can, if there are measurements that point away from the globe, then sure, bring them. But all the measurements that I've seen point to verticals being divergent.
No, I don't know what that would be a plumb maybe. I don't know. You got to call it something. We'd have to call it something else because I can prove on a piece of paper that vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. I can prove it.
Sure, I can also do it on paper when I'm not talking about vertical in reality. When I'm talking about it in just pure math, then sure, they're parallel.
Yeah. Well, then I can show it. I mean, I could do this. Then I can show it in reality. Yeah.
You can?
Like I can. Yeah, I mean, I just did. Yeah, I mean, I did earlier the part that you missed in the backyard, but yeah.
Yeah, you had a water level, and you said that you proved that there's shortest distance between 2 points, and I can do it with the top of Mount Everest and Times Square. Just 2 points and a distance between them.
Yep.
Doesn't prove anything.
Well, that's why I said I had other steps prior to that. Yeah. I had established local gravity down. Right. I'd established these posts to be vertical prior to this, and then
how did you do that?
That was a step by just dropping a weight on a rock.
Or
you can take
a lot vertical.
Well, that's the definition of it. Yeah. So I could put another, I can put another. Yeah, and you can put another. Well, that's just the definition. And what I can show is that I can put another post, right? And it will be, and you can just measure between like one side. So imagine dropping 2 strings, right, on a weight, and then saying, okay, these are perfectly still, stationary, not moving. Just measure in the horizontal perpendicular orientation. Say they're 4 inches apart, 4 inches all the way up and down, and you're like, oh yeah, parallel, proven.
Yeah. What's your error margin on your measurement?
You can also do. You can also do. I can't remember the term. You can also put a triangle in there too. You can do that. You can square it off. Yeah.
Can you do it with like a longer distance and using like 2 theodolites?
You can do this at any distance, yeah. Like straight lines over distance don't change. Yeah, they're just short. The shortest distance between 2 points over a long distance doesn't change. It's just that'd be crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's 2 points will have a shortest distance between them, regardless. Like it doesn't matter where the points are.
Well, you asked me the question.
It has nothing to do with any orientation.
Yeah. But you asked the question, like, could you do this over a longer distance? Like, of course, of course. And the shortest distance between 2 points doesn't change over distance. Yeah.
Yeah, take 2 theodolites, both horizontal, and see if they point at each other or not.
I mean, are they at the same are they at the same elevation?
Yeah, but they don't have to be.
Okay, how do you know they're at the same elevation?
They don't have to be because you measure the angles between them. The elevation doesn't matter.
Okay, so you measure the angles between them, and then what?
And then you see if they add up to 90.
Okay, and if they don't?
Oh, sorry, 180.
Yeah, I know what you mean by 180, but if they don't?
Then you know that if the angles are higher, then the verticals are diverging, and if they're like shorter or less than 180, then they are converging.
Yeah, so that seems like an impossibility. What I mean is that if you put 2 things, right? So these angles are in 3D. They're just in 3D space. There's nothing like it's just geometrics, right? So it's geometrical. So these angles are just in 3-dimensional free space, and you're saying, well, there's in 3-dimensional free space, they're actually like warping in the air. That doesn't work.
No, they're not warping. They're straight lines.
Okay, so they're straight lines. So what's the go through it again?
Yeah. You measure the angles between the straight lines, and you see if they add up to 180.
Yeah, how could they not? Yeah. How could measuring
if verticals are not parallel, then they cannot.
Well, how do you know? How do you establish the vertical?
The vertical? Yeah, you do it with the theodolite. So
I mean, with the angle measurement, how do you establish?
And we use the theodolite to measure the angle.
You're saying you got two people standing at a distance apart from each other. They're measuring up and down, so like they're like referencing something. They're saying, okay, up here, down here, a height, and then they're gonna engineer this to say that, well, the angles show that. Well, they're gonna show something. I don't know. You go ahead and tell me.
Yeah, you point the theodolites to each other and see if the angle in relation to vertical add up to 180 or more or less.
Yeah, it would just if the angle adds up,
of it.
You're just measuring an angle.
No, 2 angles.
Yeah, you're just measuring an angle.
2 angles, yes, and see if they add up to 180. If they don't, then verticals are not parallel. Just it's just geometry. It's very basic.
I can't hear you.
You measure the angles, and if they don't add up to 180, then verticals are not parallel.
So, what are you referencing? What are you referencing when you measure up and down? Like, you're just looking at a wall? What are we looking at?
No, you use plumb.
Yeah, listen, I'm just imagining. I'm standing here with a theodolite. You're standing there with a theodolite. You tell me that the theodolite's 5 feet tall, and you're like, oh, listen, just measure the 5 feet. It's up and down. Yeah.
And you measure to the other theodolite.
Yeah, and that other one's 5 feet tall.
Sure. And you measure the angle between those 2 theodolites.
Okay, and it's just however, according to the distance, it's gonna just show its angular size and you're gonna measure it.
No, not the angular size. That's nothing to do with the angular size.
So what are you referencing then? You said you're referencing a 5 foot tall theodolite with another theodolite. So you're just looking at 5 feet off in the distance, and then what?
And you see, Jesus Christ. I mean, there's a graph for you posted in the chat.
I mean, you could just so I'm looking at something off in the distance. And that's it. I'm just saying, okay, well, I'm going to measure the apparent angular size of that tree off in the distance, and it's whatever angle I measure.
No, it's nothing to do with the angular size.
Okay, so what are you referencing?
You measure your angle.
You can't do it. I mean, the angle isn't just something that exists. You have to be referencing something. So you said you're referencing the other theodolite.
Yeah, there's an angle from your theodolite to the other theodolite in relation to vertical.
Yeah, just up and down. You're just like, there's the theodolite in my view.
Oh God.
And that's it.
Yeah, and then you measure the angle.
Okay, and all right, there you go. So I'm just saying, anybody here who's here listening to this, you can just stand wherever you're standing right now. Look at something, and then there's your angle. Now what? That's it. You looked at something off the distance. It was 5 foot tall, and now you said the top of the 5 foot tall thing and the bottom of it, and here's the angle that I measured at this distance. Now what? No, no.
I think this is probably just you being intentionally stupid.
Maybe, but you can tell me how this shows that. You can maybe, but you can show me how this proves what you're saying. Yeah.
This is like me asking that, like you had some sticks in your backyard and you threw some water at them, so that proves what?
I don't know. This wasn't my proof. You brought it forward.
Yeah, and it seems like you just don't have the capabilities to understand what it is.
So far,
this
is what we got to so far. So far, you said, well, you set up two theodolites, which are angle measurement devices. They look at each other at a great distance, and if the angles that you measure don't add up correctly, that means that verticals are diverging. So now, how did you get the? I mean, so how does that occur? What's just looking at two things at unknown elevations?
You think that a theodolite just looks at things. That's what it does.
And measures an angle. This is all you've given so far.
Okay, so I'm not just looking, I'm measuring an angle, right?
That's all right. This is your proof, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I explained it 5 times and you didn't understand what an angle measurement is. You went to angular size for some weird reason. It has nothing to do with angular size. So you don't understand it. So it's quite more to try to explain it.
Oh, I asked you what you measured. You had to be referencing something with this angle in reality, and you said the theodolite. Okay, so you got this. You got the theodolite right in front of you, right? If it was right in front, if it was 5 feet away from you, in front of you, right? You're going to measure a bigger angle. You're going to move it far away, measure a smaller angle. That's all. Just painting a nice little picture.
Blue Marble posted you a measurement of reciprocal zenith angles. There's distances, there's measured angles, there's elevations, there's everything.
It doesn't have anything to do with the angular size of anything.
Yeah.
Theodolites measure
angles. 2 angles.
Theodolites measure angles up from horizontal or down from zenith. That's just geometry. If you measure it as an elevation angle, then the zenith angle is 90 degrees minus the elevation angle. Okay? When a theodolite is set up, it's set up reference to plumb. It's got a very, very precise adjustment to make sure that the platform of it is perfectly level. When you measure the angle, when you point one theodolite at the other theodolite, what you're wanting is the angle from zenith to the barrel of the theodolite aimed at the other theodolite. That's the zenith angle. The sum of those two zenith angles, if verticals were parallel, would be exactly 180 degrees, regardless of what elevation those two theodolites are at. Either one could be higher than the other one. Wouldn't make any difference. This is actually Euclid's fifth postulate. When you add those two angles up, though, over a distance of, say, 10 miles, you end up with 180 degrees, 7 minutes, and some odd seconds. And if you do it, and I've got examples of it over 180 miles when they did the transcontinental survey, where you get out west and these guys are up on top of 11,000-foot mountains, looking 180 miles away at another 14,000-foot mountain. Then the verticals are diverging by 2.5 degrees. It's consistent.
But it went right over his head.
And we have tens of thousands of these measurements.
Is it now clear what the measurement is? I think it's a shutdown. Did I see correctly that?
It's pretty neat. It's pretty neat too. If you try to use the raw data, what you'll end up with, if you work through the geometry, you'll figure out that the Earth is apparently a radius of 4,400 miles or something like that, and that's because refraction tends to flatten everything out. When you consider the correct amount of refraction, you get the 59 number.
Did I see correctly that Andy Hold My Beer is now like a full-blown glober?
Who?
Andy Hold My Beer. I think he was a flat earther like some years ago, but he was talking about vertical doesn't mean anything without gravity today.
Yeah, my man, he's back. He's with us now.
Good. Another one. So no thanks. No thanks. Do you now get what I said with the angle measurement?
I think you've broken him, mole man.
No, it's all blue. I gotta get back to work anyway.
Hey, Don. You ready to go back to the globe, Don?
Check.
Here. All right, what happened? You guys killed the room?
No, we were asking what did you like about Moore's explanation of the reciprocal unit angle, and he just went quiet.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, probably was. It might have been. His explanation. I heard some of it. You're saying that you measure the vertical height of something in the distance of a known height, and since
No.
What he said?
Nothing to do with anyone's height.
I thought he was going on. He said something about they did this on mountains with their known height.
Yeah, they don't talk about Jesus Christ. The height doesn't matter, as Blue said.
Oh, okay. What did he say? What did he say about that? The height doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what the height difference between the 2 points or the 2 theodolites is. The internal angles will add up to the same number, regardless of the height difference. Euclid's fifth postulate even told you that. I think, did you listen to anything that he said?
I got a phone call in the middle of it. So I heard some of it.
All right. Sure. So that was pointless. But yeah, there's evidence and measurements for verticals not being parallel.
No, yeah. So as a consequence, you're saying with you, Euclid's parallel postulate. You're saying as a consequence, due to the viewing of a distant object, you're saying therefore the vertical is diverging because of what was observed to be diverging.
The verticals between the 2 theodolites.
Well, no, I mean the vertical is calculated in this instance. It's not observed. So what's being observed to be?
How do How do you calculate vertical?
Well, if you're saying he's using the parallel postulate, that's getting calculated.
No, that you don't use the parallel postulate to establish the vertical. You use the theodolite for that.
Yeah, but he's going into. He said time. I heard him say time before GPS. I thought he did. I'm not sure if that's what he was saying, but so what's being observed?
It's being measured.
Yeah, measuring an angle. What do you? This is where I left off with you.
Angle.
Where I left off with you.
Yeah,
Something has to be referenced in order to measure the angle. So what are they referencing? What are they observing?
You don't use an observation as a reference. Do you know what an angle is?
Yeah, it's two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Those two straight lines extend to the perimeter of something to reference to measure the angle. Yeah.
No, the lines are infinite. They don't exist in reality.
Yeah, you got.
Like a vertical, like a horizontal line.
What are they looking at? What are they saying? What are they referencing? Yeah, he said a mountain. I thought. No.
No. The theodolites are both at a mountain peak. Do you grasp that?
Yeah, they're at a mountain peak and they're looking at the sky. What are they looking at? A cloud?
No, they're looking at each other.
Yeah, so you're referencing the height. So you're referencing a height, and you said no.
No, it's not. The height is irrelevant.
Okay, so if I
have an angle,
so if I got an angle, so if I got an angle to a theodolite, whatever, that's the angle of it, and you're telling me you're not going to use the distance and the height to then to calculate the because you had mentioned the parallel postulates. You're not going to use that. You're not going to use the distance and the height.
No, you measure two angles.
Yeah, you can't do anything
angle. So you can't do anything by measuring two angles and compare them to each other.
Yeah, you can't. That's ridiculous. Yeah. If that's all there is to if you're saying that's all there is, then yeah, you can't do anything with that.
Okay, sure. So then, when you have a hose pipe with water in it, you can't do anything with that. It's just water in a pipe.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't do anything with that either. No, has to be referenced. You have to have. That's just the reference. Yeah, you got to get into 3-dimensional reality. That's why I'm saying you can't do anything with just the angle.
Yeah. So then your water level is just completely useless. There's no.
Yeah, it is until you reference something. Yeah, until you reference something else. That's why I was asking, what is this referencing? Or and you said nothing. Well, that's useless.
No, it's referencing two verticals with each other.
Yeah, right. So what? How? So and then that's I already went through this. It's almost like you're shy about it. I think Blue was forthcoming about it, but I didn't hear him.
But I think it's just obvious what you're doing, so it's pretty pointless. I mean, it's not the first time you've heard about reciprocal zenith angles being explained to you multiple times, and you know what they are. But you're just talking shit now.
Yeah, like if I had if I actually had a 4 foot tall theodolite and I told you it was 5 feet tall, would that change it?
No, because it would change both of the angles equal amount. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're at the equal elevation or if they're 100 feet difference in their elevation. The angles add up to the same value.
Yeah, so the angles add up, so they're equal. The angles are equal.
No, regardless of the elevation difference, they're still equal.
Okay, so the angles are equal on both sides, and you're saying that's
Blue can try to explain it to you.
That's not 180 degrees. They're 90 degrees on each side, but not 180.
That's the beauty of it. The elevations don't make any difference. The elevations of the two theodolites can be thousands of feet different. Just like Euclid shows in the fifth postulate.
So then what makes the...
He's getting another phone call.
Yeah. Then what is being referenced to make the difference?
The sum of the internal angles on the same side of the line of sight would be equal to 180 degrees if those two vertical lines were parallel with each other. It would have
Yeah,
to
but what
be
do you
180.
reference? All right, so I painted it to the mole man. You're standing at a window. You're looking out, and you're looking at a house across the street, and then you measure the angle to the house. That's it.
Totally irrelevant.
That's no different.
I'm gonna call the house theodolite.
Yeah.
So now, what's the consequence?
This is just pointless.
Then if that's pointless, then your guys' assertion of reciprocal zenith angles diverging from each other while being the same on both sides is pointless.
They're not the same on both sides. Nobody said the same on both sides.
Well, Mole Man did.
Yeah, you don't. No, I didn't. You have some cognitive problems. You don't understand speech. There has to be. This isn't the first time that you're hearing about these things. You've been here for fucking years.
Oh, he misquotes everybody immediately. He does that. He takes, whenever there's a cogent response, he immediately turns that around into something, oxymoronic that wasn't said. Oh, you think this? No, exactly stated the opposite. That's the no tanks playbook.
That's what the field bros do. We need to have God in order to reason. Oh.
You atheists are all the same. There's a book somewhere. I have a book somewhere I can open it up.
There we go. There we go.
Let me see. Here it is.
The book of Darth Dawkins horseshit.
So like what? Yeah. So Blue. He's Mole Man is a little rusty. He's saying you don't reference anything. You just measure an angle without referencing anything.
I never said that. I said that you reference the two verticals with each other. Are you retarded?
Yeah, but the vertical is just a concept. So in reality, what are you referencing?
No, it's not a concept. No, that's a very observable phenomenon on Earth. What's wrong with you?
Where is it? Point to it.
It's a plumb bob.
It's the gravity vector, the hanging of a plumb bob.
Yeah, so I'm saying when you're standing, I think he said 100 miles away or 180 miles away. You're looking at vertical off in the distance. Are you just seeing in the air?
No. Your machine, your theodolite is sitting vertical. That theodolite is adjusted so that it's in line with the gravity vector.
Yeah, to the best of their ability.
Yeah, to the best of their ability.
And the equipment is capable of sub-arc second adjustment. It is very, very accurate.
Yeah, that's in that location. So now you look off into another location.
And you only care about the angle to that other location. That's all you care about. You need the angle from zenith, from vertical, to the other location. What is that angle? The line of sight. Is it?
Yes,
are you looking above horizontal or below horizontal? Where do you find the number? Read the number.
I thought you said the height doesn't matter. What do you mean? So above or below horizontal that's kind of a weird thing to say.
Well, it's got a scale on the fucking thing. Okay, that's what you're measuring is an angle. It goes from, if you want to talk about zenith angles, 0 to straight down at the ground. If you wanted to, I suppose.
It'll be vertical. It'll be up and down.
That's not very practical. But that's what the theodolite does. It measures angles. And it doesn't, and we're not talking about angular size. We're talking about an actual angle, either from horizontal or from vertical.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is you're looking out, now you're referencing something in reality. You're saying, okay, out in reality, I'm looking at another thing. I'm just going to measure up and down. And that's going to, depending on how tall it is, it's going to give, in this distance, I'm going to get an angle. I'm going to measure an angle and see what that angle says.
Yeah. Okay. and then you go to the other location and repeat the process.
Right.
From A to B, you turn the zenith angle from A to B, and you turn the zenith angle from B to A, and just do the arithmetic. It does it. As long as they're significant distances apart, and it doesn't matter what the elevations are. One could be looking uphill, one could be looking downhill. Doesn't matter. Vertical is radial to the planet. And vertical is not imaginary. It's a very real phenomenon.
Well, I mean, listen, it is a real phenomenon. I'm just saying that you have to reference something in reality. All I'm saying is you have to reference something in reality.
The vertical, the hanging of the plumb bob. That's the reality. That's what we're referencing.
That's how you tie geometry into reality.
Yeah, so you're looking out. So if I hung a plumb line in the air and it was, imagine you're 180 miles away from it, it's just going straight up and down. You're saying that if I look at it for long enough, what am I looking at?
You see, there you go. That is exactly what was pointed out a couple of minutes ago. You immediately take what was stated clearly and make some sort of juvenile inversion of it. No, the plumb bob, the vertical at the instrument. We're looking at a distinct, unique point off in the distance, maybe 10, 12 miles away, right? At the far point, repeat the process and look back to from A to B, then B to A. I'm not looking at a plumb bob. I'm looking at a distinct point. And the plumb bob, or the plumb reference, the vertical reference, is at the standing axis of the instrument, at each locations.
So this is your guys' proof, right? You can walk through it for whoever you want to, right? So now you've got something off in the distance. You see it 2D, you see in 2 dimensions. So you just see it, right? And you measure up and down. You can't tell by just looking at it if it's tilted or not. Like if I had a big enough straight plumb bob and I dropped it from the sky all the way down to the ocean, there was nothing else to reference, and I tilted it forward or backward, you wouldn't tell. You would just say I'm looking at it in 2 dimensions, and that's all I can see.
Correct. We are not trying to determine the tilt of the far vertical by looking at it.
Okay, so you don't reference it. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. You said hang a plumb bob 100 miles away and then we'll look at it and see if it's tilting away. No. We're going to measure to a distinct point at that far location, the zenith angle from A, and then at B, do the same thing to a discrete point. Now, I have 2 verticals I'm referencing, one at A and one at B. I have a zenith angle at A to B, and I have a zenith angle at B to A. I'm not trying to look at like a radio tower or a plumb bob that's miles away and just look at it to see if it's leaning away. What part of measurement and just the adding of 2 angles escapes you?
You can't do anything with an angle, just an angle.
Well, we have 2 angles,
Great, we got
reference
2 of
2
them.
verticals, and separated by a distance. We have a lot of things.
Just like shown in Larry's little diagram. I put it back in the chat again. The guy down at the airport. The guy down at the airport pointed at the theodolite, which was up on the side of the mountain, the hill there, the mountain. His measurement was 88 degrees, 57 minutes, and 58.2 seconds. So he's looking up slightly. The guy up on top of the mountain looking back down at the airport saw an angle of 91 degrees, 9 minutes, and 55 seconds.
And if you can do
That's
the addition,
180 degrees. That's 180 degrees, 7 minutes and 53.2 seconds. It is greater than 180 degrees because the verticals are diverging.
and that's 7 minutes and 53 seconds is a lot. That's many times greater than any possible observation error or instrument error.
Oh, that's huge for surveying.
Yeah, I think this guy 7 minutes is huge. I think this guy was really bad at his job. Let me see who did this.
It's over 1/10 of a degree.
That's a lot, and that's over like 10 miles.
Yeah. So
11,
what was? Yeah.
11.07 miles. And it's not just me. There's countless recordings of these reciprocal zenith angles as a standard operating procedure, as well it described in textbooks and brought forth in other field projects. It's not just me. It's SOP. You have to go against every institution in every industrialized country for centuries. And that's been brought forward because it's the simplest, easiest, most easy to replicate at very low effort. And you don't do it once. I've done it hundreds of times. Someone says, show me the measurements. Oh, here you go. I didn't cut and paste somebody else's YouTube. I didn't, cut and paste, some internet find. I brought what I actually did. And you can open up countless textbooks that describe that same procedure.
Well, I think in my opinion, it's a sound geometric procedure in a vacuum. But yeah, I mean, reality gets in the way. So, and what you should be
you don't
aiming,
like reality. It's in your way.
For is you should be aiming for the reciprocal, not non-reciprocal. You should be looking for the you should be looking for the perfection.
You think you could do more? You think you could do better than that?
Yes,
because because I did it a second way with GPS, and it agrees to within centimeters.
Like what I'm saying is that you guys seem to affirm that, well, because they're not matching, it must be that it's because you're thinking we're in a vacuum. We have straight lines of sight. There's nothing else occurring that would cause this to happen.
No, refraction is evident there.
Yeah, so we're saying, okay, we have the standard being used is, well, you're trying to prove your argument, so that's understandable. But what I would say you should be looking for is for the perfect geometry, to actually to show it in reality if you can.
Well, greater perfection occurs when doing zenith angles to stars at meridian transit.
I would say greater perfection occurs. I would say greater perfection occurs when you have the theodolites at equal elevation.
Nope, that is absolutely mathematically insignificant, and you know it.
I think that would be the most perfect to show complementary angles.
Well, Jesse did just that, where he had two instruments at the same elevation, separated by 7 miles, and they both recorded below their local horizontals and added up to the several arc minutes in excess of 180. So Jesse did exactly what you just asked for. He found two locations 7 miles apart at the same location, looking across the ravine, and met the two zenith angles. Yeah.
Yeah. So now you should this is what I'm saying. You should hold in your heart the truth of the perfection and the standard.
Yeah, we did because
try to find those complementary angles, not find them.
Yeah. In that pursuit of perfection, his results reflected the same as mine.
Yeah,
within reasonable tolerances.
Yeah, so how can reality be proving that complementary angles are not complementary? I mean, something's flawed here.
No, nobody said that either. And unless you're trying to say that somehow or the other Euclid got the fifth postulate wrong, it doesn't make any difference if they're at the same elevation.
However, you asked for that, and it's been done and brought here.
No, all I'm saying is that what this is using is like the perfect geometry is perfect. There's no flaw in geometry. That's perfection. Now, when you go out in reality and you try to find complementary perfection at two places, if you're saying I can't find it, I can't get it. Well, reality.
No, we did find it. No, we did find it. What's imperfect with it?
Well, you're saying they're in excess.
Yes. And how is that imperfect? No, how is that? What's wrong with it?
More than perfect.
I want to know what's wrong with it.
Yeah, what's wrong is that in reality, right, at whatever elevation, like above the surface of Earth, that 180 degrees is perfect. And if you can't find that
not on Earth,
reality,
not on Earth, that would be error.
No, that would be a flat Earth, and the Earth's not flat. That's the problem.
No. What do you mean?
That's the reason you can't measure 180 degrees. You cannot do that because the Earth is not flat.
Yeah, but listen, somewhere in reality, like in three-dimensional free space, right? You can stand somewhere in reality and have a triangle. You have a 180-degree triangle. In reality,
well,
that would be perfect.
Vertical,
that would be perfect geometry.
But in vertical, we're referencing the vertical at two locations.
Yeah, have you adjusted?
And the reality is that 180 degrees will not occur because of the shape of the Earth.
No, it's in free space. It's there. You have to find it.
You're just like saying that out loud because you like that word?
I'm saying it's in the air. It's like you said it earlier, like it's there. Vertical is everywhere. It's in the air. So is horizontal. It's there. You got to find it. The 180-degree relationship. It's there.
When you're referencing the gravity vector, vertical, which is radial to the planet, perfection is approached by the measurement that exceeds the 180. If you come up with 180, then you didn't level your instrument properly because the Earth's because verticals are not parallel.
But
in reality,
so geometry is perfect, and
the geometry on a sphere. There's no problem with geometry on a sphere.
Yeah, so geometry is perfect, and that's the standard of perfection that we're aiming towards. So then,
in other words, if I did a better job, I'd get closer to 180. Is that your assertion?
That would be perfect, obviously, right?
That would be unrealistic because that would be indicating that vertical lines are all parallel, which they are not because we're on a sphere.
But that would be perfection right there.
It would be an error. It would be gross negligence on behalf of the surveyor.
It doesn't exist. Yeah, it wouldn't be perfection. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, so then geometry is not perfect and geometry doesn't exist.
No, what's wrong with geometry on a sphere? What's wrong with the geometry of a sphere?
You're not on a sphere. You're just in three-dimensional free space reality. Yeah. You should be able to find perfection there somewhere.
What does that even mean?
We live in reality, and reality is existing with the gravity vector at each location, and their verticals are radial to the planet, and the measurement confirms that.
Yeah, have you ever gone out and found the perfection that you're searching for, or do you just ignore it for the sake of sphere?
No, I can't ignore it because of sphere.
Yeah, so what would happen if you went out there one day and you were like, you know what? I'm going to work towards perfection and get 180 degrees reciprocal complementary angles, and I'm going to show the world perfection for the first. Would you be the first person to do it?
Yeah, because that does not occur when the instruments are operated correctly.
Are you talking about the reality we live in, or are you talking about like some sort of imaginary place you live in?
Yeah, so try it out, Shubil. You want to be the best of the best of the best, and you get that geometry is perfect, right? And there's geometry in reality, and that when you're in three-dimensional free space, you're not constricted to some imperfect globe or something like that. So go ahead and
hold on.
Go ahead and show the world
spherical geometry
you can show the perfection of geometry in reality, or that reality doesn't. That would be the consequence. Either it is perfect and it's in reality, or there's no geometry in reality, and you don't.
A geometric object?
No good.
Yeah, this is the No Tanks playbook.
Object? Well,
this is the No Tanks.
Always going around in fucking circles and denying they exist. So like it's
Is it ironic? I'm not even sure. I'd have to look up the definition of irony to see if no tanks has hit it or not. But what exactly
I'm
do
also
you have?
I was also told that if I'm under the I'm under gullible. There's like a picture of me under gullible. I didn't look because I'm not buying it, but
Well, I don't know if you should look or not, but you go check it out. You certainly aren't. You might be listed under confused or unaware of spherical geometry. Is spherical geometry something you disagree with? Do you think there's something wrong with a sphere? Like that's the thing. Like when I came in and heard you saying this, I was a little flummoxed.
I've come to realize that spherical geometry relies on the axioms set forth and proven by Euclidean geometry that we can show to be the case in reality.
Yeah, and in case of this reality, verticals are radial to the arc of the geoid, proven by measurement and in complete compliance with geometry.
Have you taken any flat measurements, no tanks, that disagree with what Schubill does on a regular basis?
Well, I don't know. That's what I don't know if Schubill took I think he took a flat measurement. He said he took a straight line measurement, line of sight from A to B. I don't.
That would be part of what he does, but that does not make the surface he's working on flat.
No, he's not on the surface. He said that.
I'm on terrain.
All of the work is necessarily done like above sea level, unless
I'm on terrain.
Yeah, there's no. Is there such a thing as like underwater surveying? I've never heard of it, but it might exist.
No, he was I don't know. Maybe somebody else said they were on top of a mountain, and the measurement was done above the surface. So
there's no reason not to. The math works out great no matter what elevation you're at. The optics would work better if you're a little bit at a higher elevation to get out of some of the worst distortion.
Yeah, so between two mountains, there is the perfect 180-degree reciprocal complementary angles.
There is not. There is not. What you just said is absolutely incontrovertibly false.
Yeah, so now, like, if somebody were to take a picture of two, like, if I took a side view picture of two mountaintops, I could provably draw above the mountaintops a perfect triangle and reciprocal angles between the two mountains. I could do it. I could have 180 degrees.
You could draw that, but then you would not be referencing. You could draw that, but then you would not be referencing. No, hold on. You could draw that, but that would not be referencing vertical at both of those locations.
No, that would be perfect. And Schubill is still trying to achieve perfection, and what he doesn't know, he just needs to drop this crazy idea he has to get perfect, uniform, and universal angles in free space, and he knows they exist there, but he's never seen one yet.
Flat geometry
that's like a life goal.
More perfect than spherical geometry. I'd like to see evidence that flat geometry somehow is better than spherical geometry.
It's not, and that's not what it is. Is it's 90 and 90 equaling 180. He's never achieved that yet.
That's because I'm referencing vertical at both locations.
Every triangle that Schubill's going to measure in his job is going to be showing spherical excess, and reciprocal zenith angles, if he's measuring those, are always going to diverge from one another, and the amount that diverge will depend on how the distance apart because they're on a sphere. They just are. That's something we have proof of and evidence of.
He's above
every geodetic survey ever taken on Earth shows this to be true.
Yeah, he's just pulling this moronic, turning all these words around. Free space, 180 perfection. I can draw 180 degrees reciprocals in an orthogonal view, but that doesn't reference vertical. No, what's wrong with him?
I don't know. That? You've never even experienced it. How do you know? You told me it's impossible to experience.
I can impossible to experience what? Right about something, and it would still be imaginary.
No, No, it's impossible to measure 90 degrees at both locations and get 180. That's impossible.
Yeah, he's never truly experienced complementary angles.
Yes, I have experienced. I have experienced the reciprocal zenith angles, and on a sphere, they are complementary by the including the angle at the center of the Earth. Yes, that is experienced. You're denying vertical.
Being perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah.
Well, horizontal is perpendicular. Wait a minute. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical, not the other way around. There is no way to establish horizontal. There is no natural phenomenon which can establish horizontal. We can only establish vertical, and from there we can just add 90 degrees, and we use that as horizontal. But horizontal and vertical are both tied to the same vertical gravity vector.
Yeah, so so that's what I'm saying. You need to experience the perfection. So can you extend a straight line segment, which would be perpendicular to vertical, at two locations and experience the true perfection for yourself? Have you? I know
that
you
is such. That is such
will
gibberish.
You ever do it? Will you ever live that life?
Well, all you got to do is try to experience that yourself, because what you described is an impossibility on planet Earth.
Yeah, you're saying it's impossible to extend a horizontal line in reality. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You haven't lived in the real life. Yeah.
Look what he just did.
To be what
Look
you
what
are,
he just said.
Or what you're saying. Yeah, no, you're saying nonsense. No thanks, and as you're wont to do, and it's amusing, but it's
yeah, he just scrambles. He scrambles.
Extremely repetitive.
Yeah, he scrambles the descriptions and the instructions on all of history and just scrambles it. Oh, in free space, perfection. It's like you never experience. I go, well, if I'm referencing vertical at both locations, the perfection is they exceed 180 degrees.
Yeah, tis globe. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Tis globe. That's reality.
No thanks. I've had this conversation with you. The entailment of this horizontal line, I've explained this to you, is that it would go off into space eventually. It would take off from the Earth. It isn't something that is parallel to the surface of the Earth, except in one. It's in a point. It is. So like it's not like 2 points there, and then when you run that line out, it eventually takes off into space. If it's a straight line that is 90 degrees to the vertical you take it from. We've had this conversation before.
Well, listen, that's just an idea you hold in your mind. According to Blue and Schubel, we've never actually been able to extend a horizontal straight line segment to experience it in reality. So that's just an idea for now.
Can you think of a material that is that rigid?
No, it's just the shortest distance. It's not made of any. Remember, it exists in the air everywhere. It's not made of anything.
Yeah, I mean, I understand we can have an imaginary line, but it isn't. That line cannot be represented by a piece of physical material that is that straight and that rigid in space. No matter what, like we don't. I don't know.
I mean, I've already asked this line of questioning. Like, is geometry perfect? Does geometry exist in the world? Is it real? And then you guys go on to say that no, it's not real. You can never experience it in reality.
Why is it less perfect than straight line objects? Objects made of straight lines, are they more perfect than round objects?
It's perfect geometry. In order to have the round object, the spherical object that is dependent on the Euclidean geometry, straight lines, then you've never experienced any form of perfection ever. If you can't even experience the truth of geometry,
is a sphere impossible in Euclidean space? Like
it's what makes it possible. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The thing that makes it possible is Euclidean geometry. Yeah.
Well, here's one thing I don't understand.
Never lived. Could I hold a sphere in my hand?
No, you've never held a sphere in your hand.
What I don't understand is No Tank sounds like he must be some sort of an adult, and he's completely non-functioning in his brain.
Nuh-uh.
Okay, well, we've heard nuh-uh from many a flirt, and that is an argument we've heard many a time.
Nuh-uh. I gotta make a call.
Yeah. Excellent. No. Okay, so you're not an adult. Point taken. So I think it's unfair of us to abuse minors that may not have developed enough mind to have a conversation. So I think we should end this.
Can you have a sphere? No thanks. And can you find it? Can you find the center point of the sphere? Is it? Can you imagine that there's a center point to a sphere? Can you imagine that there are rays emanating from that center point in all directions? Does that make sense?
Heresy.
So, can you then imagine a line of any sort that you could draw that would be normal to more than one of those radials? Didn't think so. All right.
You know, he seems to love the word perfection, whereas I've always dealt in the word tolerance. I have within tolerance. Like if I'm making a chest of drawers, I don't measure it to the thousandths of an inch. But if I'm doing my brake lines, I probably will.
The milling of machine milling is done to thousandths of an inch for sure. But yeah, a chest of drawers and made of wood, you actually need more tolerance than that just to deal with the natural swelling and change of humidity conditions. That's the nature of the material.
Good point. So you're probably dealing with an 1/8 of an inch gap in your chest of drawers, aren't you? They're not perfection, but they work.
It's absolutely
so he's going
necessary.
Perfection.
Yeah.
Not that much, but yeah.
Well, I could argue that it's imperfection to make a drawer that swells up in humid weather and is therefore you can't open it to put your drawers on. It's an inconvenient thing all the way around. So yeah. But that was a very interesting circular conversation that went absolutely nowhere.
It's so funny when Shoebill gets attacked by them because they're so stupid. And Larry always makes them sound like idiots. But as a typical idiot, they don't realise they've been made to sound like an idiot. So it just goes on, doesn't it? They think they've got a gotcha.
I guess so. I mean, like Shoebill and I never worked together, but like back in my previous career, I worked with people like Shoebill all the time, and I relied heavily upon their excellent work to do my work. And so I respect his trade or his craft very much. And, you know, my relying upon them, the fact that I did my work, you know, made sure people like him were employed doing the things that we did. We worked on a team together of sorts. You know, his colleagues in my country did that work, and they did it very well. And if it wasn't done well, you knew something was wrong. So I find it interesting that all this infrastructure gets built around the world by people that know what they're doing, but somehow a few flat earthers have figured out that we got it all fucked up. But they can't tell us how. They can't tell us why. They can't show us the error of our ways, and yet infrastructure continues to work perfectly.
And they keep referencing something no bigger than a construction site, and they think like, oh, the flatness of a pool table can be extended, and that's representative of the Earth.
Yeah. Yeah, it isn't, but like, yeah, you're right. On small construction sites, or things that like even if you have multiple buildings on a small site, like I know one of the floors is like a home builder who's built like, you know, talks about having framed out like, you know, 40 houses in a site, like, but yet like you can level each one of them, and you know if they're far enough apart on the site, like you might be able to see the divergence. But like even that site of multiple acres or hectares or whatever is not going to be a large enough space to like notice that difference with the type of equipment houses are framed with.
Well, they seem to think like because they're using a DeWalt rotating laser level, right? And they fail to understand that like in a total station, when the total station reports elevation, it is doing the curvature calculation for them. And they say, oh, nobody ever does curvature calculation. I know, because it's done for you. That doesn't mean it's not done. So here's what you don't do. You get on like a 200 or 300 acre railroad freight yard. What you don't do is take a hypothetically perfect rotating laser level, put it up in the middle, and set all the track levels based off of that rotating laser. That's what you don't do.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask what we should do? Like all the normie people that just believe, like, okay, everyone working on it, the professionals, they know what they're doing. We should trust them, right? Our leaders are mostly good people. Here's what I don't understand about the globe model. Why is water more expensive than gasoline? I don't get it.
That's an economics question.
Right? No, it's a corruption of leadership question.
And there we go off topic.
No,
So,
see, because
are you living? I don't know how the shape of the earth
all of the people need to be corrupt.
Packaging of products.
Yeah, so does water or gasoline come farther away from the United States?
I don't know. I don't live there. I visited. They have both gasoline and water there, to my recollection.
And the last I checked, my water bill is for pennies a gallon. I can't get gasoline for pennies a gallon, can I?
You know what? Last time I checked, Don, what I noticed, Don, in regards to the water and everything. The last time I checked, I had noticed that the water tower in my neighborhood and all the other neighborhoods, all the other towns, is at a higher elevation because water flows to the lowest point. So but if the Earth were a globe, it would have to flow uphill to supply you with water.
That is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Yeah. You have no idea how stupid what you just said is. That's why we laugh at you.
And I'm trying to explain to Don why water is so expensive on a globe, because of the power required to allow so it could flow uphill while at rest to supply the neighboring homes with water.
It's easier to pump water up than it is to suck it up. That's basic pump engineering. And
I don't know if it wasn't for that pesky globe, Don. If it wasn't for that pesky globe where water at rest flows uphill, it wouldn't be so damn expensive. That's the thing.
And I've never paid $4 a gallon for water.
I think
it is
if
about
someone's
that,
talking about water being more expensive than gasoline, they must be talking about packaged, refrigerated, sold by the individual container water at a convenience store, or like say your gas station type
or even
location, where you buy a gallon of water in a jug that costs $5, and then maybe like you pay $3.50 for a gallon of gasoline. Yes, I've seen shit like that happen, but in the case of packaged water, especially if it's refrigerated and sold by the individual piece, you're paying for so many much more things than the water in the container that you get there, that's not a reasonable
water though, dude. Wholesale water, packaged wholesale, not cold, not super convenient retail, just middle market.
Yeah, like if I buy it at Costco, it's not. Like at Costco, 30 half-liter bottles of water cost about $3.99 Canadian, so $4 Canadian. That's way less than $4 American dollars. And that is multiple gallons of water for less than the cost of a single gallon of gasoline.
And I'm going to take my water jug. I'm going to take my 1 gallon. I'm going to take my 1 gallon water jug, and I'm going to fill it at home, and I will have not even spent a nickel.
Yeah, You're talking about government water. There's no fucking government gas.
I live on an aquifer and I pump my own water out of it because I live on a well.
Then maybe I'm not talking to you, genius. I'm talking to the guy who is talking about government water.
Thank you for acknowledging my geniosity, or whatever the fuck.
You're not even in America, so what are you? We're not even talking about you.
Are you sure?
You said you're in Canada, man.
I never said that. I said I wasn't in. I wasn't in the
hearing you, dude.
And I did talk about Canadian dollar. So you made an inference.
Anyway, dude. Anyway, the point is, the package of water is $4 or more.
If you buy one at a service station, yes, one 600 milliliter bottle is $4, but you can buy 24 of them at Walmart for fucking 10. Dude, you're full of shit.
24 of them at Walmart is going to be $4 or $5. And how what is that? 2 gallons? How much is gas?
Yeah, but you're comparing. Yeah, but you're comparing.
Like, one is free.
But you just
one
said
is ultra processed. They should be completely different in price.
But you're talking. But you said the cost of the water. But as was pointed out, you're also invoking now the cost of packaging, the cost of trucking.
More.
Well, yeah, because of packaging, not because of the cost of the water.
Liters. No, it's because of shit liters. That's why.
Bullshit. You're talking shit, man. Get your fucking mess straight. If you're going to do
because of capitalism, and capitalism is what has sold you your space fantasy.
A true good bullshittable story is one that's believable. You've got to make your bullshit believable just a little bit. And you have abysmally failed. God, man, you're full of fucking shit. You really should learn to shut your trap.
If you are a retail whore, dude, you're part of the problem.
If I'm a retail what was the retail pejorative? I missed that. Oh, maybe I kicked out of the server.
What?
Well, everything went dead silent when I asked the question. I thought maybe I got kicked out for being too inquisitive. I have been known to being very inquisitive and loquacious. I doubt that you could find a place where you pump water into like a multi-gallon vessel for more money than refined gasoline.
Yeah.
Or diesel or any other, or even propane or any other.
Maybe the Arabian Emirates. Maybe in the Arabian desert.
Sure, I could see that, like places that are super arid and have very little access to fresh water.
You allow your neighbors to get raped. That's the point. Retail, capitalistic rape. And that's the same system that is selling you your space fantasy bullshit. And you eat it up.
Yeah, right.
And it should be fucking illegal. 9 people should stand against the one corrupt. Someone trying to fucking tax people for water is fucking corruption. It's greed, it's selfishness. It is not community.
Okay. Can you bring us, like, other than like retail individually wrapped waters, can you show us where like government infrastructure water delivery is being charged at this type of rate, and where it's like at a capitalism has taken control of it to that level? I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not familiar with it because where I live, municipalities tend to bring fresh water, and it's paid for like by communal taxation plus a per use charge, usually, like on a water meter, for instance. But
certain resources that cost that are nothing but collected and distributed, right? That should be shared by the people. Obviously, the work needs to be sustained, or whatever, however you want to call something. The work needs to be taken account for. But how many times do we say, "Oh, this company claims this about the water. This company claims this. This company." We don't give a fuck. You sit there and let your neighbors fall victim to retail fraud and abuse, and that's the same shit that happens with NASA and all these other fucking bullshit government programs. You don't give a fuck. No one looks into it, and the flat earthers are the ones that are going to fucking give you the scrutiny necessary to knock all that corrupt bullshit out. You need to respect it.
Okay, so would you agree we should do the same thing with like other natural resources, like geologically entrapped energy sources, like fossil fuels, for instance? Like those should be the property of the people, not like an individual should not be able to buy property and then extract those resources, right? Neither an individual nor a company.
If you think, hey, dude, yes, the question.
All right, yeah.
So if you think that might makes right, and whoever gets to it first and is strong enough to claim it and beat you off of it, that it should be theirs to claim, then sure, no, I'm with you. That's cool. I'm glad that that's your type of position in the community. You would rather be Genghis Khan than Utopia. That's cool.
Would you shut up for 2 seconds? I'm not talking about taking it by force. I'm talking about taking
Yes,
it
you
by
are.
cash. No, I'm talking
No,
about
you
taking
took
it by
it by force.
cash.
No, you took it
Buying
by
it.
force.
Well,
No, who
I'm
got
not
it first?
saying-
Who'd you buy it from? Who'd you buy it from?
Who did I buy my property from?
Who did the first person get it from? By force, you fucking weirdo.
Okay, I don't. Okay, fine. Yes, if you work your way back far enough.
Okay, so
yes,
back the fuck up. So bye.
Okay, bye. Great talking to you. Have a good one.
You can see. Thank you for your concession. Thank you.
That wasn't a concession. That was a fuck
Yes,
off.
it is. You're just not smart enough to realize it.
No, I've never claimed to be very intelligent, but that was a fuck off, not a concession. Just to be clear.
Right. So you're cool with might makes right. They took it first. It's theirs. There you go. That's cool. I'm with you. Okay, cool. Don't share. We're with this guy. All right.
How you got that from there is super cool.
Well, how should it be? How should it be? How should it be
fucking line.
Then how should it be then, genius?
What country do you live in?
How should it be, Mr. No Answers?
What country do you live in?
How should it be in the whole world?
What country do you live in?
So you're scared to answer questions.
I am willing to answer your question. Just tell me what fucking country you live in.
Answer my question.
How it should
He's
be.
in the U.S.
Are you in the U.S.? Okay, are you a Native American? 100% pure-blood Native American?
So you don't have an answer, right?
Are
Second
you
attempt.
100% Native American?
Do you not have an answer? You have no philosophy on. I suggest you concede.
I do have an answer.
Then why don't you go ahead and spit it out then?
Okay, the way it should be is if you're not 100% pure-blood Native American, you should fuck off, climb into the fucking sea, and kill yourself because
Why
you
should
don't
it be there?
belong on the land
should it be
that
there?
you're on.
Why? Why?
Get the
I mean, why?
fuck off of it. Because
Tell me why.
your ancestors took it by force, asshole. Get
Okay,
the
so
fuck
the
off
Indians
the land
took it by
that you
force from the
own.
buffalo. So the Indians
Who the
took it from the
fuck-
buffalo. So what?
Well, then the Indians have to kill themselves too and give it back to the buffalo.
Okay. So how about this?
Wait,
You want
they killed
Mister?
them all.
You
My
act like you
God.
want to have a respectful conversation. If we can bring
know,
it down, I will not
I know.
interrupt you if you don't interrupt me. But I got
Hold
you
on,
in a
where the
fucking bunch
fuck
right
did
now.
you get
Oh,
the
you're too
impression
scared to
I'm
listen,
being
right? So either you can have
When
your
did I
cake
ever act
or you can eat it. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So if you think the Native Americans should have it because they got here first, right? That's what you think?
No,
Because it sounds
that's
like
what I think you're getting. No, that's the argument you're making. You're saying
no, sir.
might makes right, and that's no fucking good. We got to get rid of that, which is why I'm
No,
saying
sir.
if anyone in your ancestry ever used might to take something, then you need to fucking kill yourself and stop taking shit that wasn't ever fucking yours.
So again, that's fine. You can have it one way or the other. I'm not saying one or the other. I'm asking you to say we're going to have a distinction, a distinction between either it being might makes right or it not being might makes right. That's it. And you are waffling back and forth, not me.
I'm
saying
not
I'll stand with
waffling.
you
I
either
was
one you want.
talking about purchasing something in a society where you can buy property and you can also own other rights to your property. Like
Right, and you know why you're talking like that?
You can own mineral rights.
You're talking
I'm
like that.
about
You're talking like that because you're trapped already in it and you're not willing to break the fucking chains. That's why, because you are a capitalistic whore that has bent the knee to the fucking warlords. You are bending to the warlords, dude, and you're cool with it.
Holy fuck. That is quite the fucking leap of logic. I'm a fucking truck driver.
You're just not smart
I'm
enough to
working
connect
to
it.
make a fucking living. I am working to make
I'm
a fucking
having trouble making. I'm having trouble making that connection
where
too.
you're fucking going.
Okay, well, here's the deal. Here's the deal. He said Native Americans have the right. So Native Americans wouldn't be wage slaves to each other. They would share things. There would not be one just completely shitting on the other. They would be sharing like family. They wouldn't be against each other. Be
They lived perfect fucking lives before anybody showed up. Or maybe they had to deal with bullshit too. I think they did. I think they're still dealing with bullshit. I'm dealing with bullshit. We all are. The things people did in the past to them are fucking abhorrent and absolute bullshit. And they shouldn't have ever happened.
Okay.
So,
and that's and we are in the remnants of that society. So you can't be like, hey, it should be back to the Native Americans, but no, I succumb and conform to my having to make a living from the warlords that took this place over. Like, what are you thinking,
You
man?
live
It's
in
the
the same-
warlords' money.
I'm
It's the
thinking, like,
warlords'
show me
money.
You live in the society too,
pretending
Don.
the Earth isn't a sphere would change the who has the money and the power today.
That doesn't
How would
make.
that
Yeah,
change
that
if
doesn't
I
make.
pretended the
You
Earth
don't know what Earth is because they're selling
Yeah.
it to you. They're selling you space for your
I
slave
drive all
money.
over it, you fucking moron. I
Stop
fucking
the
checked
insults,
it out.
please. Please.
Sorry,
Thank
Nothing
you.
to do with the
Thank you. Both sides, please. Just,
capitalism.
you don't need to yell at
That's
each
nothing
other.
to do
Come
with
on,
the shape
guys.
of the Earth.
I like yelling. It's fucking fun.
Yes, it does.
It's cathartic sometimes.
No, it doesn't
right?
have because
I'm
people
just,
it
in
helps
I'm here for
like
a good
communist
time. Nobody, I'm not taking any of this
people in
seriously.
Soviet
No, no.
people in Soviet Union under communism knew that the Earth was sphere because of Sputnik.
Yeah, I don't see that connection where capitalism equals something about the shape of the Earth. How does that follow?
I'd love to fucking see the connection, but then my
I
brain
don't
would
see
be
it.
There is no connection. He just felt like making a rant because he's just that way.
Everything
So-
bad, everything I don't like, everything that's wrong in the world is because people say the shape of the
I
Earth
have to pay
is something
something.
I don't think it is.
You're coming at it.
I have to pay my utilities.
Bong.
Why you come at the
Weird,
wrong?
Because,
So,
because over here in Finland we have capitalism and water is like much cheaper than gasoline. Has nothing to do with
man,
capitalism.
I live in what the Americans
I'm gonna
call
go
a communist country, and our water is cheaper than gasoline by a ton. And unless you buy it like refrigerated at a convenience store in a small package, in which case they might start to like equal each other or get like, you know, a little offside, but you know, you're not paying for water at that point. You're paying for plastic, you're paying for convenience, you're paying for cold, like refrigeration, retail shelf
Filtration.
space. Like it's a
Trucking,
lot of fucking shit that goes into
trucking,
all of it.
packaging, and eight different people in the middle have to, you know, pass it along.
Yeah, make a penny on
It's
it
not
here
the
and
cost
there,
of the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You can get a truck delivery of 300 gallons for about $200.
It tastes better than petrol too.
Tastes better.
It does taste better than petrol, let me tell you. And tastes better than diesel too, I bet. Although I prefer diesel.
Can't really. Diesel-based
I
coffee
think,
is a bit tough.
And at least under capitalism you can get both.
Huh?
Y'all's water's cheaper.
In Soviet Russia, I mean, it was pretty hard to get either gasoline or water.
In Soviet Russia, bank rob you.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't
Well, the
drive the
banks are all
car.
us here
I'll drive
too.
you.
That is definitely
Like that one.
the banks are not kind to people here, that's for damn sure.
No.
Oh, yeah.
The capitalist scum.
I hate capitalism. At least when in Soviet Union you had to wait in line for a car for 5 years.
Yeah, that used to be true. That wasn't like exaggeration. It used to be true.
As true as that is, it doesn't change the shape of the Earth.
Yeah.
So what was it? Who said something about the shape of the Earth being linked to capitalism? What was that? Who did
I
that?
don't know. Some
Why?
asshole said that, and I yelled at them because I'm an asshole.
Well,
I'm a bigger.
The thing
I'm a
is
bigger
that
asshole.
America led the space race. Okay, it was like an economy, bolster, and ever since then, it was like they just keep doing this titty suckle funding, siphoning government money. Like it's just retarded, and why do we put up with it? Why?
What do you mean though? What are we putting up with? Can you explain what the objection is?
Just fucking get them to do shit. Dude, it's just ridiculous. Like SpaceX should not be subsidized by the government. What is SpaceX giving to people? Yes, they are.
They're not subsidized by the government.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
Can I, if I could, they're not subsidized by the government. They have contracts with the government to do work for the government. That's not subsidized. That's just the fact that they use their rockets to get stuff into space. The government pays SpaceX because they're cheaper, because they work efficiently, because they're a private company.
But to be clear, You've been ranting. Let me help you out.
I'm going to respond.
Let me help you out. because
He's talking
because
to
the
me.
Falcon,
You're gonna
the
hold up,
Falcon
bro.
was
Let me.
You're gonna
developed.
hold up, bro. I'm gonna
Shubil, give me a
definitely.
second with him, and then jump in. What do you mean when you said that's stupid or whatever? That's dumb.
Okay, let me
Why
tell
is
you.
that dumb?
I'll show you. I'll show you.
Okay.
We have a group of NASA. Okay, they're doing
group of
work
NASA.
supposedly going to space. Right. And
Okay.
then we want to involve more people to get the job done. Whenever you have a task or a job, when you add people to the mix, the price goes up, not gets cheaper, dude.
No. Sorry, can I push back on that? No, when you do things more efficiently, the price goes down. When you employ people who can get things done more efficiently, the price goes down, not up. SpaceX,
Right.
if you look at the
So
dollar
why
amount,
do
if you look at the dollar per pound, look at the dollar per pound for the space shuttle and the dollar per pound for SpaceX for the Falcon,
Okay,
whatever. It's lower, way lower.
But you're missing the point of why. You're not getting it.
I
It's
am missing the
subsidized.
point.
Dude,
What's the point?
Why do you think that one company can do it cheaper? If they could do it for that price, why can't the government do it for that price?
Because the people involved in the government don't have an incentive to be more efficient. They just don't have the incentive.
Yes, they do.
When SpaceX, no, they don't, because they can't get fired for running things inefficiently until very
This is where you're being dishonest. This is where
No,
you're
I'm not being
making
dishonest.
excuses for companies to be for the government to be wasteful. Even though they could do something better, you allow them to sell out, right, and add more people to the mix. We already had a team. Now I get it, like certain scales and ratios, you're going to be able to line up the pieces better and get it done more efficiently, whatever. More people get it done, you meet a deadline quicker, whatever it happens to be. But generally, when you add middlemen, right, in this case, the government is the middleman. When you add fucking middleman, the shit gets more expensive. But even back to the point, what is any of the fucking government funded being spent? What are we getting from it, dude? What are we getting?
Have you ever worked in a government project? Have you ever worked on a project where the government is searching for contractors? You know how inefficient government contracts are because they have to do everything equally. They have to have objective selections of your production partners and so on. You have to document every shit. You can't get it less efficient as if you work with the government. A private company can make it 10 times cheaper as a government contract.
It's a simple. It's not even. I don't know if you can even really debate it. It isn't debatable because you can look at the raw numbers. You can look at the results of government doing it, the space shuttle, and then you can look at the results of private industry being contracted to do it, SpaceX with the Dragon, and you can look at those numbers. It's less than. I think it's a sixth of the price. Someone will have to look it up for me. But it's about a sixth of the cost.
Obviously, the government got to you. You've been got to by the government, haven't you? You're on the payroll. Yeah.
And it's not that NASA is the middleman or government is the middleman. The SpaceX is renting the launch sites from them, and at the same time they get contracts or they get jobs from the government. But SpaceX is also giving private rocket launches and so on. So you can theoretically go to SpaceX, pay them a lot of money, and say I want to go to space. Absolutely no problem. Done. Yeah, multiple times. So there's no government middleman. That's just bullshit.
You're retarded, dude. Supposedly the people need the work done. That's why the government had NASA. I'm doing a mic thing, so tell me if my Wi-Fi goes out. Sorry. So we have NASA. Okay, I'm good. So we have NASA doing things that the people need, right? Now all of a sudden, this other company comes in and says, you know what? We can actually save the people some money because we're smarter and can do it better, but we're also going to profit off of it. The government instead should be like, nah, you know what? We're going to do it smarter and better, and the government is going to profit off of it. We will buy your SpaceX company, make that part of the government. They should not allow private company to have monopoly on the people's work.
But the thing is, the old rockets, the rockets like the Saturn V, it was not built by the government. It was built by a lot of private tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers. So every one of those got a tiny bit of a contract. Yeah. For example, the lunar lander was done by a different company than the space capsule, for example. That's why they have partly incompatible equipment inside. These are all very tiny contracts given to a specific
missing the whole
manufacturer
point.
producing a
I get
specific
it.
part, and then the government
No, I'm
puts
not
all
missing
that together. And that's what it
I'm
makes
not missing that.
expensive.
Dude, I'm not listen, and like everyone's gonna say 0.3% of the budget or only 300 billion a year or whatever it is. Dude, the point is like the people, if you surveyed the people who are represented by the idiots allowing this funding, 90+% of the people potatoes, corn, strawberries for school for my kids. Before, I need another fucking thing to go up in the sky. That's the fucking problem, dude. And if we need this shit to go up in the sky, anything the government does, it should be to share with the people resources that are shared fairly or to profit so that we can retain resources and share more with the people. That's what they're supposed to be doing. Taking care of the people.
It's fine if you don't want to have your tax money be used for research or research in space. That's your opinion. I think no one would take that opinion away from you. You can have that. But claiming that it's not true that SpaceX can do that same job more efficiently than back in the day when NASA did most stuff themselves is just stupid stuff.
So are you aware there's a system in place for dealing with things that you don't approve of or you approve of? It's called the election process.
It's a shitty system that doesn't work. Wake up.
So what you do is then you select from a couple of choices or more, and you say, okay, I'm going to vote for this guy because he says he's going to do that, and then he does that. And if enough people
he has only two choices. Pest or cholera.
In America, he's got two choices. This is not a great system, but it's what we got. So right now, didn't NASA just lose a bunch of funding?
They need to lose it all.
Didn't NASA's funding go down?
No idea.
Yeah, I think they did. I think they lost a bunch of stuff.
So did FEMA.
Yeah.
So it's just a double standard.
Yeah,
That's
they were within the wasteful government spending, so they cut the funding because they were wasting money.
Yeah, because it was a gravy train. It was a gravy train for people working in government because they can't get fired very easily. It's very difficult to get fired. They don't have an incentive to work efficiently.
Yeah, because going to outer space is a waste of money.
It's not
really
the point. It's not a waste of money.
We won't make the government do it.
There are three reasons why you want to go to space. One is defense, one is telecommunications, and one is simply for the scientific endeavor to learn. Those are the three reasons you go to space.
We got cables for all the communications, and you know it.
No, you don't have cables for all the communications. That's completely false. That is completely false.
You say so.
That is.
I do say so because Starlink exists, my man. Starlink isn't
need
undersea
it.
cables.
Starlink sucks.
America doesn't need that.
Starlink is for areas where they don't have the ability to wire in internet. You can go in the middle of, you can go up Everest.
Anywhere in the United States, a wire could be run.
No,
not in remote areas in Mongolia and in Africa.
Go to the flyover states. You have literally like telecommunication done by radio transmission, directional radio transmission, and it's pretty expensive to host that. And if you have a fucking farm somewhere in the end, and you have to have a 20-mile or 30-mile directional radio transmission, this is way more expensive to maintain.
Yeah,
and it's not affordable for the telecommunication company. And you can just go and get a Starlink.
Starlink is a waste of money, dude.
Okay,
They're putting more space junk.
I spoke up to say against Starlink. You were correct. We could go there for defense. We could go there for telecommunications. I'm just saying we don't need to go there for telecommunications. We don't need to go there for defense. Well, defense, yes. It offers us more defense, but it doesn't offer us more telecommunications than we could do with cables.
I'm afraid it does, because first of all, you don't have good telecommunications on ships. You don't have good telecommunications in remote areas where it's not practical economically because the people in that area are too poor.
Red Cloud Media is 100% correct about this. There is no way that you can believe that cable is as good as spaceborne antennas. Now, you can believe that spaceborne antennas don't work. That could be your position. But if you
good luck proving that.
Right. But if you give that they both exist in theory, then it's abundantly clear that either we can't wire the entire globe, we don't have the capability, or if we could wire the entire globe, the cost would be astronomical compared to that of satellite communications.
Well, that's the point I want to get to. That's the point. Like, show me the cost difference between putting a fucking rockets up and satellites and maintenance versus putting a rig out in the middle of the ocean. No, seriously,
Okay, it's scaling with the
Let me
usage.
ask you seriously
Okay,
then.
come on.
Let
You
me
do
ask-
understand the economics of export and getting money from foreign sources, right? So you do get the point that all over the world, people are buying Starlink satellite internet from Elon Musk, and that this money is going to the US. Do you get that very simple point? So there is a point for him putting these satellites up to have internet on ships, in deserts, on any remote locations where people could not have satellite internet right now. They could go to Antarctica and have satellite internet now in Antarctica. A few years ago, they could only have them on very specific times on a day, and then there was no internet anymore because there was the one satellite passing over. Now they can
And it
have
was
24-hour
expensive.
satellite there.
Yeah. And the other thing about that is that when you consider that money is coming into the United States and enriching the United States. And the other thing about that is Elon Musk is not buying yachts everywhere and massive houses everywhere. He's reinvesting all the money he gets into the companies to do all those different things. It's not a waste of money if people think it is valuable. That's simple commerce. If I think it's worth it to me to have a Starlink satellite service, then I will pay for Starlink satellite service. And if it isn't that much value, then Starlink will fail. But Starlink isn't failing.
Yeah,
Starlink's doing very well.
Starlink fails. That's why people don't use it.
Starlink is doing very well.
I'm using it right now. I'm using it right now. So shut the fuck up. Whoever said it doesn't work, it's
Starlink
working.
isn't doing well. Look at their numbers. The numbers are fine.
Boomer got upset.
Satellite
Starlink
navigation
doesn't
with
work.
cables.
They were in Antarctica. They literally said, "Hey, can you guys put Starlink up for us?" And then they didn't have communications. So no, you're wrong, Boomer. Starlink sucks.
He heard about the undersea cables.
They had multiple live streams.
But
here comes the stupid guys talking all at once. Let's do that.
It's not. You're objecting to what people consider.
How do you think they got internet in Antarctica?
They did not have internet the entire time because Starlink sucks.
How do you think they got internet any of the time from Union Glacier?
I don't know what they were saying was in the way, like why they didn't have internet. What was
they get
their
one interruption because of a firmware update. So wow, you get an internet interruption.
Cool story,
Okay,
bro. Cool story.
I mean, what do you think? What was blocking what? Do you think internet is like what comes from the sun? I mean,
no one said that.
Well, then what? What do you mean blocking what? Do you think there's like universal Wi-Fi?
Yeah, something disrupted the communications with the satellite, and there's supposedly nothing obstructing between their receivers and the Starlink. So, what gives? You guys say, "Oh, it's awesome," but it didn't work. So,
who said there was something blocking?
Wait a minute. Wait. When you say it didn't work,
something blocking.
When you say
we know why it wasn't working. And that was only the live stream.
I know.
That was the live stream.
Hold on.
Just that one element.
Let Omnivore talk.
What do you mean it didn't work? Do you mean it didn't work 100% of the time? Or do you mean it never worked?
Yeah, most of the time it didn't work according to the people that were there.
That's most of the time. That's not true. Witsit was hours in the live stream. There were multiple other live streams going on there.
Yeah, there was a ton of live streams. I don't think that. I mean, yeah.
Jesse is just like spilling some lies out and then is setting them as facts and then go away.
That's so boring. It's so fucking boring.
Come with some facts. And in any case, undersea cables and satellites can exist. Why do they have to be mutually exclusive?
And it's funny then when they say that, 90% of the communications is done with undersea cables, so we don't need satellites. It's like, okay, where's the 10%? It's 90 for a reason. I would like to see them do like a cable internet for all the airplanes and all the ships.
Yeah, I would like to do them some satellite navigations with cables, or some weather predictions with cables, or whatever.
Cable navigation.
Oh, that works actually. Like if you have a pole in the ground and you have a string that has like 30 meters long, and then you know where you are. If you have 3 poles and three ropes, and on the ropes you write your distances, you can navigate pretty well.
Yeah.
Hey, Omni, did you make Jin CBR a mod?
Provisional mod.
What does it mean?
It means he can affect mutes.
Okay. He has not found his own mute button, maybe.
Right.
I think he muted NASA still and left him muted.
Yeah, he did mute NASA Shield, I think.
And I think he didn't even unmute him when he left.
Which is not without its charm.
Yeah, true. I think Jin is still better mod than SE because, well, maybe I haven't seen Jin mods too much. It was funny today because like SE had no issues with Jesse calling people globetrotters and retards and everything. And then when a Glober said something, he's chill guys, no. I'm gonna time you out.
Hey, I didn't mean to run. I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone's energy. I was like in and out for a work thing, and thank y'all. Sorry, I ain't never going to bounce on you guys. Y'all making some good points about all the economics and all this. I just think without it being measured, we shouldn't just so loosely be like, we need them. We need them to just be having all the rockets. That's a great. Whoever made the point about they had to cut NASA's budget because they found they was being wasteful. Like, there we go. Think about that. And I'm making the point of the more we allow that and we go, oh, well, that's just an excuse to, give all these contracts to private companies. There's no reason that we should have the double standard of monopolies being bad and then grant a monopoly from the government.
Yeah, I partially agree there. The thing with government projects is you typically can trace them down, and they have to make objective decisions of who they contract and so on. But a private company can just as they want, and that could lead to massive corruption and so on. So private companies have definitely a higher influence of corruptions and personal benefits. Like Elon Musk is the one who's earning most in this whole adventure. This wouldn't happen in a government contract, but at the same time, government is slow because of all that and not very cost efficient.
If you want
and I
to
totally
check it out,
understand that you disagree with that. I got that.
check out how railways went, because back when the US were getting railways made, they got private companies to tender for it. And it's just, oh, I don't know, it's a fucking comedy of errors. It's sometimes very, very fucked up, and other times they cut corners, and other times they overdo it, and it's just, oh, I don't know, governments aren't very good at doing fucking anything. It's just that they're the only thing we've got.
Well, I can agree by that because the people allow it. And that's why I'm so vigilant about this. Stop allowing it. All of us. We got them outnumbered. Stop being lazy and going, oh, well, it's only 300 million a year. Oh, I trust them. No. Flat earthers, get up their ass. That's the point. That's like back around to it. The earth might not even be flat. But flat earthers are great for the community when everybody respects everybody and get along like this and be nice. And be like, hey, man, see my point now? Okay, I'll look into that for you. Right?
Do you think that NASA does?
Sorry, I'm
Do you think that NASA does nothing with the money?
Everyone needs to respect each other, you effing moron.
Oh, fucking, you gotta hate each other. Didn't you just have a civil war in the 60s over that kind of shit?
That was good. That made me laugh. Thank you.
Man, we are built. That's how we're built. Like, we just do that. That's even for fun.
But do you think that NASA does nothing with the money? They just
That's Joe. Go. Hurry up. Independent variable. Go.
How'd you set your experiment?
Yes.
up?
You suck. You suck.
How do you set your experiment up?
So electric and no tanks, you guys retreat to water boiling, and then you proceed to get an experiment around water boiling completely wrong.
I'm pointing out the fact that what you're calling an experiment, where you're using the scientific method to identify the cause to your effect, the effect being the procession of the stop shouting over me. Okay, so you don't care what's being said to you. The procession of you're trying to identify the cause, the procession of the swing plane, you are correlating it to Coriolis. You have not identified that Earth is rotating. You're presuming you're in a rotating because you're observing a curved path.
This experiment,
you're observing the curved path of the swing plane. You say it's because I'm in a rotating reference frame.
That's correct.
That's not directly observing the cause.
Directly observing. Directly observing. It is a direct observation, and until the flat Earth movement, it was
it's not the same thing.
Until morons like you came along, everybody knew that this was
a real
the
scientific experiment. You're able to manipulate the variable that is causing the effect.
This is the guy that showed that the Earth is rotating. This is the guy.
NASA,
up until that point, there was.
This is just dumb. Now NASA's just going to.
Up until that point. Up until that point.
Hold on, NASA.
That point.
I'm going to let you finish. Hang on. Electric. When you think somebody's interrupting you, you get, let us say, extremely high and mighty. All right. So I don't need you to do that. Trying to interrupt NASA. All right.
You muted Democ, but you're like, NASA, let's explain.
Yeah, I muted Democ, and I explained. No, and I explained when I muted Democ that he is incapable or unwilling, one or the other. He is absolutely unwilling to let other people talk when he gets going. So, yes, I explained that to him in detail, and you heard it. So, no, Electric, no, this is no good. For somebody who is on their high horse, like asphyxiating from lack of atmosphere, when somebody overtalks you, you shouldn't be doing it to NASA Shill. NASA Shill is, I believe, capable of being concise. So, sorry. Proceed, NASA Shill.
You're not measuring a centrifugal force. You are considering what is creating that curved path of the swing plane. You're saying, I'm going to correlate this with a ball, with a rotating.
All right. Go ahead, NASA. Continue.
Yeah, it correlates with the 1 sine for some odd reason. Yeah, like I was trying to say, until this experiment, people considered that the Earth was rotating. They probably knew the Earth was rotating, but they couldn't really prove the Earth was rotating. It was just as possible that it does the dumb thing.
Dude, are you serious?
Yeah,
what the heck? I'm trying to have a conversation with Omnivore.
Try it again, and we'll try it again since you didn't hear. Until this experiment, it was considered possible.
Well, Omnivore's running away.
Until this experiment, it was considered possible that the sky was rotating around the Earth. Not probable, but it wasn't. You can prove that the Earth was
whenever
rotating.
you're ready, dude.
Then again, here, so we'll start over again since you didn't listen. We'll start over again. Until this experiment, it was considered possible that the stars were rotating around the Earth. This was the experiment. The Foucault's pendulum was the one that showed that the Earth is rotating because it corresponds precisely with the 1 sine of your latitude. So you can kindly just fuck the hell off because this has been in the 100.
Making sense?
Okay, here we go. Start over again. I guess we have to start over again since you didn't understand. Since you didn't understand. Since you didn't understand. Since you interrupted me. You had to fucking interrupt me.
You muted Democ.
Almost got done. Was fucking almost done. Was fucking almost done.
Same thing.
Was fucking almost done. Was fucking almost done when you interrupted me. You monk. You didn't. You have to be so fucking impolite. I've let you talk more than once here. I've been letting you fucking go on, and you won't even let me fucking talk and tell you what's going on. For 150 years now, this experiment is considered proof that the Earth is rotating. Until you can come up with another reason that the precession of the Foucault's pendulum goes with 1 sine, you're fucked. I'm sorry.
Okay. So, Electric, I understand your position, and I don't agree with your position. So I think we're at a point where one of two things will have to happen. Either one, you'll have to explain to me where in science versus pseudoscience you can point to having to stop the Earth in order to prove that the Earth is rotating is required. You're going to have to show that. Or you can explain to me in my own words, or using the words I used, using your own words, how science works in the way that I'm saying to provide evidence for Earth's rotation. If you can explain accurately enough that I think you understand why it's said to provide evidence for Earth's rotation, then I think we're good, even if we don't agree. But
it's not
I'm
evidence.
not sure you can actually do that.
It's not evidence of Earth rotation, because Earth rotation would be imparting of. Oh wow!
Okay.
Now NASA show's gonna unmute and try to interrupt.
Are you an idiot?
What a joke.
Are you an idiot or are you an idiot?
Okay,
are you an
so
idiot or are you an idiot?
The
You have two choices here. You're either an idiot or you're an idiot. I mean, come on. You can. I just
Am
gave
I
you
just
the
not
reason.
allowed to speak?
I just gave you a reason. I just gave you a reason. I just gave you a big fucking reason on why this was considered proof, and your answer is
why haven't I
nuh-uh.
gotten a chance to respond?
Do you have anything other than nuh-uh to say?
So
ask you a question.
Okay, hold on. Now I'm going to respond.
Ask you a direct question. Yes or no? Do you have anything other than nuh-uh?
Tell this guy to stop talking.
Electric, hang on. Electric.
No, I don't want to hang on. I want to respond to what you said.
I tried to explain to you multiple times why it's evidence.
So you don't want me to have a chance to respond. That's weird.
If you don't understand anything that was said and weren't listening to anything I said, then what's the point of me talking to you?
How would you know if I didn't get a chance to respond? Stop talking. Stop allowing NASA Shield to interrupt.
All you said is nuh-uh.
Okay, act like a normal human being for 1 minute in your life.
Go.
Good job. Yeah, act like an adult. Thanks. Okay, so you're saying that you don't have to measure the force, the centrifugal force that is acting on your pendulum. All you have to do is observe the translation of motion. Coriolis effect is what you're saying is imparting that apparent motion, that apparent curve of the swing plane. That is not identifying Earth rotation. All you're doing is you're looking at a curved path of a swing plane. You have to know the difference.
Oh, wait.
The cause can be.
Okay, you said something wrong.
Listen close. You have to know that the cause can be something else because you didn't directly observe what the cause is yet. You say it's Earth rotation. We're in a rotating reference frame. Guess what else you say is in a rotating reference frame? If you're in the sky, the atmosphere is a rotating reference frame in your model as well. You're aware of that. So why be a dishonest globetard? Can you stop interrupting me?
Because you're saying a bunch of stuff. You're saying wrong things, and you're
getting these alley-oops to be a globetard from NASA show. Just listen. You're saying that the only reason it could ever be is Earth rotation. You did not measure Earth rotation. You did not observe it because you're in the reference frame that is conserving the angular momentum. The distance from the axis of rotation would affect the precession of the plane. The distance from the center of the Earth. The barycenters that gravity is wavering in between. The magnetic anomalies that can affect your plumb. All these gravitational anomalies you say that's in the composition of the Earth can affect the swing of your plane. You pretend that the only force acting on my pendulum is Coriolis, which is a stupid lie. And this is why people don't agree with Globers, because you don't want to acknowledge all the variables that would affect the swing plane.
Electric. So you just said stuff that is, I'm sorry, it's wrong, and it's not all that smart. I'm sorry.
No, you're wrong, okay? Because you don't identify all the variables.
No, hey, I let you go on and on and on with that shit. All right? So now you're going to let me go on and on with that shit.
All right, go ahead.
All right. So, number one, the reason why it's evidence for Earth's rotation. Gosh, I want you to repeat this, but I can't ask you to repeat it because then once you start talking, you won't stop. But I really wish you would repeat this so I would know you heard it. Is that the results match precisely or as close to precisely as our measurement is capable of producing the result of it on a rotating sphere. Okay, you don't I know that you don't understand what that means or why that's important. I get that you don't understand why that's important, but those words, the fact that there is a specific value of the precession that is derived from the physics of the rotating sphere, a specific value, Jesse. I'm praying here that you could just mouth the words specific value to yourself. And you'd be like, oh, it always produces this specific value. Huh. That's why it's evidence for Earth rotation and not for eddy currents or for whatever the other things that you hypothesize. Right? That's why it's evidence for Earth rotation, because there is a specific value of the precession. Does that get through to you at all?
Same force could be coming from your rotating reference frame that you're calling the sky.
No.
No, there would be a difference, dude, because if that was the case, then as you got closer to the galaxy, well, to the sky, then it would change the precession.
How is it coming from the sky?
Doesn't
That
matter.
is exactly what happens. According to the
show up as you got closer now, as you changed out in the vertical, as you changed.
So none of that. I mean, that's nonsense.
No
anyway.
tanks. No tanks. That is true. Altitude affects the precession in their model. They say that they can isolate the variable, right? They're going to manipulate the independent variable, altitude. Your distance from the axis of rotation is going to affect the curve of the swing plane. So when I change my altitude along with changing my latitude, I can observe a different, curve path.
You can? Have you measured it?
In their model, altitude affects the swing plane.
Have you measured it?
It literally
Not if
could be
everything
the
is
sky.
rotating at the same. Yeah.
No, it won't. You won't be high enough. If you're on the surface of the Earth,
And the
difference in altitude,
all these interruptions,
the difference in altitude, the difference in altitude will not make a difference. The difference on the altitude on the Earth does not make a huge difference in this swing plane. You'd have to be way high.
By the way, NASA, nobody fucking cares.
Well, then you're right. Nobody cares except you. I mean, nobody else is dumb enough to think that nobody else, that you're the first person to figure out to think about. Hey, have you isolated all the variables? We don't use magnetic materials. So we don't use magnetic materials. We don't use God damn it. We don't use magnetic materials, so you can rule out the magnet bullshit you want. You can rule out altitude because that's a minor factor.
Omnivore?
We can rule out altitude because that's a minor factor, and it still goes with 1/sine for some odd reason. No matter where we do the Poco pendulum, it's always one. And why does it rotate why does it rotate the opposite? Why does it rotate the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere? Huh?
Omnivore, do you agree? Altitude will affect the precession of the swing plane.
I think it might affect it very, very minimally.
Exactly, because you only.
So you don't know how much that variable is going to affect it.
Yes, we can. We can figure it out.
You say, oh, because of the distance from the axis
do you know how much? Do you know how much it would be?
Therefore, this amount of force would be.
Do you know how much it would be? Do you know how much it would be?
You don't know that's the cause.
Do you know how much it would be?
Coming from.
Do you know how much it would be? I asked a fucking simple question. Why are you ignoring me?
What we observe is
why are you ignoring me?
This is where you get all your presumptions.
Hello, I asked a simple question.
Observing the sky.
How much would? Do you know how much it would be? Hello. Do you know how much it would be?
Is you're observing
do you know?
The sky
do you know how much it would? I will talk over you until you answer my question. Why do you know how much it would be? Its sky isn't rotating.
You consider.
The focal
Y'all are killing
the
chat. You can't understand neither one of you because you both are just talking over each other.
Ask my simple question. Ask my simple question.
NASA, you repeating the same 3 words over and over and over isn't helping.
Well, I don't care at this point
can't do anything
because Electric is just talking bullshit at this time and won't answer any questions about his hypotheses. Do you know how much of the altitude would change the focal pendulum swing? And he left like a coward. So I apologize for over talking him, but
that is a crock of shit. That is a crock of shit. Altitude will not change the precession rate of the goddamn pendulum.
They're doubling down. They're doubling down against you, Omnivore.
No, it will not change it will not change the rate of precession. What it will do is change the
You're saying
period.
you wouldn't take the radius plus the height to get the periodicity. You wouldn't need to do that.
Do you know how you calculate the period of a simple pendulum?
Yeah, time.
It's quite easy. 2 pi times the square root of what now?
Height.
That's one thing divided by something. The length of it is
why are you
one
saying no
variable.
to a yes?
Length divided by
your affirming.
that's simply the period of the oscillation, not the precession of it.
Yeah, the precession is dependent. I mean, there's a relationship here. That's your proof.
No, the precession is not related to the height.
Is not affected by altitude.
You're gonna have a bigger circle.
No, you'll just have a longer period of the pendulum. That's all.
Yeah. Yeah. So it would be affected.
That has nothing to do with precession.
It would have a. It would be. Listen. I mean, it's just something you should agree that obviously changing the altitude would change the time it took for it to swing, which would change the precession.
No, it
is not. Is that what they're meaning?
It's a weird thing to say no to.
It would be negligible. It'd be negligible approximately 2/100ths per mile altitude gain.
Yeah, you could say something like that. But
0.02%
it wouldn't happen is something else.
About 0.02% per mile of altitude gain. That's the answer.
Yeah, whatever percentage of your radius. Yeah, it is.
So it's negligible. Try measuring that.
What I said 10 minutes ago.
True dichotomy.
Negligible.
It does or it does not affect it.
But it's negligible. That's the problem. You first never understand scale. 2/100ths, for fuck's sake. You probably
there was people taking the side that it wouldn't happen, and then you were saying something to him like, "Well, how?"
Everyone said it didn't matter, not that it wouldn't happen.
That it would happen, right? So then
nobody said that it wouldn't happen. There were people that said it wouldn't matter.
No, it wouldn't happen. Blue, I don't know. Blue, is that what you said?
It's basically, when you get to 2/100ths, it's basically zero. We can ignore it because you probably have other errors in the system that are much bigger than 2/100ths.
Okay. So
and besides, you're sort of stuck at your altitude.
To change it, to measure it, a measured change in like an interferometry measurement of the altitude. If you measured any change,
we're not doing interferometry.
That would be falsification of.
We're not doing interferometry.
Because it's immeasurable.
We're not doing interferometry. We're doing a pendulum, and the pendulum is precisely correlated to the 1/sine of your latitude, I believe. So it doesn't swing at all at the equator. It swings backwards in the southern hemisphere for some odd reason that you guys can't explain. This was proof that the Earth was rotating. 1851.
I don't know.
I killed it off dead.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you stand up to idiots. And Damo's going back to the helicopter thing. Fuck me.
I think
Blue, you ever been in a helicopter?
Okay.
Blue, you ever been in a helicopter?
Yeah, I don't like them.
You flown one?
Hell no.
He's a picturing kind of guy.
One. Yeah, so am I, but they let me fly one once for about 5 minutes. And hovering a helicopter is damn hard. Frick, it's hard.
I don't trust helicopters.
They're basically a bunch of parts flying in loose formation.
Although there's a place not terribly far from me that I can learn for relatively cheap costs how to fly a chopper.
Hueys were the only helicopters I ever flew in. I didn't care for them.
Yeah.
Well, I forget that you and Jesus kicked it together in Bethlehem.
Actually, it took one. I thought was it Huey? I don't remember. Anyway, and they put it into the test pad. And the guy gave me the helicopter in the hover, and then you start going like front to back. You start oscillating, and more you overcorrect, and then he comes, takes it back, puts it back, and then you start going side to side. You know, it was well, a lot of people don't realize is, you know, you're using your feet too because you got to keep your, you got to keep your yaw
Keep the
straight.
tail pointed the right way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a dance. I watched
But how
this. They
difficult
show
is it
this
to
video.
keep up with the ground moving 1,000 miles an hour beneath you?
Right. Yeah, you got to tip forward to do that. But you know, if you just hover a helicopter and over, say LaGuardia, you just wait for the Earth to rotate under you, and 4 hours later, you're in like Los Angeles, right? That's such a stupid argument.
It's all right. Speaking of stupid arguments, apparently, what's his face? Eric Dubay is now branching into dinosaurs aren't real as his next grift.
Oh, fuck me. I've been to Dinosaur National Park. I've seen them in the ground. They're the real.
Apparently, they're
There's
all
one,
hoaxes.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Gotta go.
Gosh. Gosh. There's another ball right there. There's another ball right there. Look, right there. Here's a chew toy. Here's a chew toy. Chew on a chew toy. Do anything except play with that one ball. She has that ball. You can have other toys. There's a toy right there. 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 You have one of four of them. Pick another toy.
Testing, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing my mic. What do we got? That's not even it. It says live. Testing, testing, testing my mic. Testing, testing, testing my mic. Almighty God. Yeah, is it not possible to hang on there? Testing, testing. Sound test. 1, 2, 3. Wow. Testing, testing. I'm not getting anything coming through. Why am I not getting anything through? Testing, testing. I ain't got nothing coming through at all. Now what the heck's going on? Is this? It's not allowing anything. Hear it coming through, but it's not capturing it on there. Testing, testing. Okay. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing my mic. 1, 2, 3. Deactivate. Default, detect, change, capture. Heaven, it's on my testing, testing, testing. Why am I? Testing. Okay. That's on there. You guys can hear me, I assume, on Discord.